Any showers over northern England or the far southeast, drifting away to reveal plenty of hazy sunshine up and down the country with light winds. And as we're starting the day in the high teens or even low 20s, the temperatures are just going to tick up steadily with the powerful June sunshine, so that by the time we get to the afternoon, we're looking at widely over 30 Celsius across England and Wales, high 20s for parts of Northern Ireland and southern Scotland. And in this central zone, we could be up to 35, 36, maybe 37 degrees Celsius, potentially the hottest June day on record. Wednesday, hotter still. Again, lots of sunshine across the country. Temperatures probably peaking on Thursday before dipping a little on Friday. Those weather warnings are on the Met Office website in full.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From the Imperial Island Resort in Paphos, and it's the final week to see how you could win big in time for summer. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21. Just don't miss out as lines close on the 26th of June.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Okwir, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
News is completely unique in the way that we interact with our viewers.
Our audience aren't afraid to have their say. They want their voices heard now, and they've got a channel where that can happen.
I find more and more as I'm wandering around, people come up to me and they say, we saw you on television. I say, oh yes, on what? On GB News.
Hello, are you the famous Sue? The whole crew hit me here now. We came to celebrate.
It's our job to be the eyes and ears of the viewers.
They are part of the GB News family, and I'm pleased to say it's a very large family.
And if people go to the time and trouble of listening and watching, then we've got to do a good job for them.
Well, I'm here, right in the epicentre of the protest.
Here we go again. If you just tuned in, where have you been?
It is raucous here tonight.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain.
Good evening, good morning, live from Washington, DC. This is Bev Turner on GB News with the stories shaping Great Britain and the United States of America. Tonight, one big story.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
He's finally done the decent thing. Long after the public fell out of love with him, the parliamentary support has also now disappeared for Sir Keir Starmer. We're going to get all the reaction from DC. What are they going to make of this man?
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
The so-called King of the North went south today. He took a train so as not to be accused of ruining the planet. Appropriately, it was 20 minutes late. So how hot will a Burnham government be and how long do we have to wait? Also tonight.
We need a proper contest with the best candidates on the field and I'll be standing.
Do MPs ever not change their minds? Well, that was then, but now former Health Secretary Wes Streeting has bowed out of any challenge and he's backing Andy Burnham. Call me psychic, but I'd wager he'll be rewarded with a cabinet position. Do you agree? Plus tonight.
Because I think he's a lovely man, but I said you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill.
The President reacted to the resignation of Sir Keir Starmer this afternoon. I'll tell you what I think he's going to make of Andy Burnham. Plus,
we wanted to make sure that we set up a process where if we ever unfreeze Iranian assets, we can ensure that that money, that Iranian money, goes to help the people of Iran and not to fund terrorism.
That was JD Vance explaining that Iran has reportedly agreed to allow nuclear inspectors into its country as part of an agreement with Washington. But sanctions on Iranian oil exports are to be lifted. Is the compromise worth it? I am Bev Turner. It's a historic day in British politics, and this is The Late Show Live. Joining me in Washington this evening, just getting back on his chair. We were all kind of slightly fiddling there with our tech. Former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell, is here, and former Obama policy advisor Laurie Watkins. And in London, we are keeping hold of Leo Kearse and Benjamin Butterworth this evening. Thank you all for joining us. Evening, gentlemen. Anything happening in the UK today? It's been a quiet news day.
Yeah, there's really just two stories. Keir going out, Starmer going out, and Burnham coming in.
Yeah, and Labour's job creation scheme is really going well.
And hot weather, but we'll come on to that as well at some point this evening. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned, of course, as Prime Minister, and he's promised an orderly handover of power within a matter of weeks.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me.
He looked like he meant it, didn't he? Andy Burnham is expected to become Prime Minister without any sort of contest. Labour's new MP for Makerfield was sworn into Parliament today after receiving the backing of Wes Streeting, who has ditched his own leadership campaign. And I must say, looking at the mood there, the Labour MPs were very happy to see him. Let's go straight at the top now to former Labour MP Graham Jones to see whether you agree with me, Graham. It was a very warm welcome for Andy Burnham in the House of Commons today, wasn't it? How relieved will Labour MPs be to see their knight in shining armour arrive?
Hi, Beth. I think they'll be very delighted. I think they'll be looking at the opinion polls and the results over the last 2 years thinking it can't get any worse than they're looking at Andy's result on Thursday and thinking, well, at least there's some hope. So I think they'll be cheering from the rafters.
How did he do that on Thursday? Because, of course, in the local elections in Makerfield, just recently, in the local council elections, Reform swept the board. So what do you think happened on Thursday that meant that Reform didn't beat him?
Well, actually, Reform did okay. They increased their vote from May, but Labour increased it dramatically. And, you know, it's got to be the Andy factor. We'll probably get some more information further down the track. But at the minute, and I was out there several times, you know, there was a lot of love for Andy. Labour didn't come up that often. It was more Andy Burnham. So definitely personality. I think we can all agree on that. And I think Nigel admitted that it was the personality of Andy Burnham that produced the result that it did.
Now, I sit here in the capital city of America with a man whose personality is, let's face it, pretty much world famous. But for the polar opposite reason of Andy Burnham, where Trump is all bombast and extrovert and my way or the highway, Andy is everyman, isn't he? He's understated. He's one of us, Graham, I think it's fair to say. Like, he's a northerner, he's normal. Is that what appeals to people when you think of Andy Burnham?
Well, I'm kind of chipped off a similar block, so I fully understand where Andy's coming from and fully support him. You know, I'm from a constituency that's next to Manchester. I speak to Andy, he's been up to the constituency numerous times in the past. And I appreciate the way that he looks at the world. I mean, some people are saying this is a Manchester takeover after the humiliation that Manchester got at the reshuffle and also at conference where Andy was insulted by Mr. Starmer. So, I mean, it's nice to see the North actually getting a footprint in Westminster, and places in the North now might get a chance of a look in.
Hey, listen, as a Mancunian, I'm very happy with a Manchester takeover. I'm on board with that, Graham, but what I'm not entirely convinced about is who he is in terms of his policies and his view of the world. What can you tell us about where he sits politically, Andy Burnham?
Well, I mean, he said he's very business friendly. That goes to the heart of his period of 9 years as Mayor of Manchester. You know, he wanted to grow the city, and that's what he focused on. And of course, he was a champion for business during the COVID period, and he's talked about tax cuts for business, the reducing the employer national insurance contributions percentage rate. To get business going. So I think you'll see a pragmatic Burnham. Sometimes he'll go left, sometimes he'll go right. But I think he'll choose on the evidence that's in front of him rather than any particular ideology. I think you'll just see a very, very pragmatic, but somebody who wants to deliver. And somebody who'll be honest with the public about what he's doing.
Does it matter, Graham, that he's not part of the kind of privately educated? I mean, he went to a Cambridge college, didn't he? But he's not part of the public schoolboy set. And do you think Britain's ready for that change?
Well, I hope so, because I think it's actually fantastic that we are electing somebody who I think, but I think the public thinks so too, and the Makerfield result would probably support that he's just ordinary, normal, and you can speak to and rationalise with, and he's a decent guy. So, I mean, the public like that, I like that, and I think this will be a breath of fresh air from Starmerism, which had a bit
we're just looking at the pictures of him there. Sorry to interrupt you, Graham. I think I've just lost your audio for a bit, but let me just ask you another question if you can still hear me. We were seeing him there with his wife, Marie-France. I think she's Dutch, and he's got 2 teenage daughters and a son in his early 20s that will all be moving into Downing Street. That's a bit of a change for the family, isn't it, from being mayoral family of Manchester. What do you think, what difference will it make to him as a Prime Minister that he's got teenagers in terms of his understanding of things like social media, the challenges that face the young in terms of education and employment? Do you think he'll bring his experience of his family life to the job?
I think he'll bring a lot of experiences. I mean, I think people forget that he's been 25 years involved, and he has been involved in government in the Blair Brown years, you know, as well as Mayor of Manchester and being an MP. So he has years of experience, whereas Keir Starmer got elected in 2015 with no real political background or experience. And I think ultimately it showed. So you've seen a pivot back to somebody who's got an enormous amount of experience. Now, only time will tell whether he exercises that experience well. But he certainly has got a lot of experience. And, you know, you talk about moving to London. I mean, I presume the Everton game and, you know, and his season ticket and his football will be in his mind. So I don't know how he's going to get back for that. But, you know, I think he will adjust to it. It's clearly something he wants because he set his mind on it. But he is moving from Manchester to London. So we'll see how that fits with his family.
I remember having a conversation with him actually in Westminster not long after Jeremy Corbyn had won that leadership campaign, and Andy said to me, he said, look, he said, I think the Labour Party's kind of finished now for several years, and that was when he decided to then go up to Manchester. And at the time I wasn't convinced he was right, but he was right. Do you think he's a good political strategist underneath the everyman persona?
Well, it's funny you should say that. An interesting little story that's probably the first time it's ever been said is he actually took 6 or 7 MPs and was barricaded out of Jeremy's office when he, just prior to him going to Manchester, where he said, look, you know, time's up, Jeremy. You know, and the staff there locked Jeremy in a cupboard, I think, or locked him in a back room and wouldn't let Andy in for an hour. But Andy did want to give the message to Jeremy that, you know, it was very, very difficult. And the Labour Party, as you've just quite rightly said, in his view, you know, was going into the wilderness. You know, I don't know what Andy... I mean, Andy's got some tough decisions. He's going to face the same problems that any Prime Minister faces. The country's left with a terrible fiscal position, nearly $3 trillion in debt. We've seen the monthly debt repayments go up in the last few months, you know, and it's very, very hard. He's going to have to make some tough decisions on spending, whatever his political principles are. And that applies to anybody that comes into office. So it's going to be very interesting how he deals with that. And, of course, moving to London. So it's quite an adjustment for him.
It really is. Well, we're all poised to see how he gets on, not only in London, but of course here in Washington DC. Graham, just sort of last word. How do you think he will manage in a setting like the Oval Office? You know, this is a town of very, very big personalities. How do you think he'll fare face to face with President Trump?
Well, there's always a tweet, and Andy's put one out. I mean, I'm sure it's out there. You can read it. It's unfortunate. However, time moves on. Donald Trump is very transactional. He always wants a deal, and he always treats people, you know, what he can get out of them and what he has to give to them. Everything is for him is a transaction, a deal, as I said. So I think he'll approach Andy that way as he approaches anybody else. I don't think he carries any particular baggage initially. So I don't think there'll be any missteps initially. But we'll see how the relationship develops. But it's important that Andy has a good relationship with the United States and the presidential office.
Absolutely. All right, Graham, thank you so much. Brilliant. Former Labour MP there, Graham Jones, joining us this evening. Yeah, I think he's right. I think President Trump calls a spade a spade. He takes people as he finds, and I think Andy Burnham is that sort of person as well. Let's turn to our panel here. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, do you like that, Matt? Matt Terrell.
I'll take it.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. If you're listening on the radio, I'm not sat here with Marco Rubio. You came in when you came in the studio tonight and you said, how long have we been talking about this, whether he was going to leave or not? What did you make of it when you heard the news today?
Well, look, I'm not shocked, obviously. This was a very long goodbye for a prime minister. But look, you know, if Keir Starmer was being honest with his resignation speech, he would have given the remarks that President Trump gave on social media, where he basically pointed to the two main reasons why Keir Starmer had to step down was immigration and energy. Other reasons, of course, but those are two of the main drivers, I think, among people within the UK. Look, the bottom line here is Keir Starmer failed. He failed as a leader, but beyond that, he didn't have the charisma, in my view at least, to power through this. What you're seeing with Andy Burnham here is he does have charisma. And you're talking, I think, spot on earlier about the personality of Andy. And a lot of people are going to be focused on that. But your point earlier is about the policy. And you may have different leadership taking shape here, but the issues still remain. Immigration, energy, a dismal economy. These are major challenges.
Free speech.
Free speech. And then ultimately the question is, yes, what does this relationship look like with President Trump? He's not off to a good start because just a few days ago, he was basically saying how dark it is politically here in the United States. In my view, there's a direct attack on President Trump. We'll see what he does next here.
We've also got a tweet, I don't know if we can bring it up, that was dug up from the 6th of January 2021, in which Andy Burnham tweeted, I wrote it down here somewhere, here we go, any UK politician who gave Trump the time of day should be ashamed right now. Now that obviously was after events of the insurrection at the Capitol building. So, Laurie, why do politicians always tweet mean things about other politicians and not think that it might come back and haunt them one day? I mean, I think Trump will kind of forgive that. He's done the same with every politician, frankly, who's crossed his door. He's had to turn a blind eye to some of the mean things they've said about him in the past. Your reaction to Andy Burnham?
I hope this is, I hope this is a fresh start for everybody. It's a clean slate. I think this guy is coming in. From the video footage that I've seen, he looks completely polar opposite from even a Keir Starmer or, former prime ministers that you've had in the past.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see if he's going to bring this fresh perspective and how he's going to utilize that and find strengths that he can build a relationship with Donald Trump, build a relationship with other allies. Where I'm really interested to see is the issue of Iran. What does this new gentleman and his policies, right? Is he going to say the UK is not interested? Is he going to do it in a more diplomatic way? Is he going to use it as some sort of negotiation tool? Or I would use it as soft power, perhaps, right? To start to build a relationship and find where there could be some common ground. Maybe it's with the atomic regulators going in. Maybe they're part of that because in the former agreement that we had in the JCPOA, all of our allies were at the table. All of the countries were there. And right now we don't have those partners. So that could be a starting place that he might be able to come in, as a support system to Donald Trump and foreign policy. But his issues, economic growth, cost of living, public services, housing, and opportunities for the next generation, those are a lot of the policy issues that are important to Americans here, in this upcoming midterm election. So you all have very similar policy issues that people are concerned about, but it's can he deliver and keep his organization and his coalition together and emerge as this bright, shining star that it looks like he has the possibility of being.
Yeah. Let's go to Leo and Benjamin in London as well. Bring in our panel down there. What do you make of the fact, guys, that he's just going to be anointed? We're going to look at the front pages in just a little while, and they're kind of running on this. The idea that there's no challenge here, Leo, that he's just effectively going to get parachuted in. Is that democracy?
No, and the thing is, Starmer, even though he didn't have a vision, he didn't really do anything when he was in power. He at least had a mandate. He had that stonking majority, 411 seats in the Houses of Parliament. Andy Burnham's coming in. He also doesn't have a vision. We have no idea what he wants to do. He hasn't even given us a clue as to what he wants to do, apart from he wants to be Prime Minister. And he has no mandate. Not only does he not have a mandate from the electorate, he doesn't have a mandate from his own party. There's been no contest so far. They're talking about it's just going to be a straightforward coronation rather than some sort of contest where each candidate is going to have to make their case and lay out their platform, and then the best person is chosen. There's none of that. He's just going to be airlifted straight in based on pretty much nothing apart from the fact that he's one of the few Labour politicians who's actually got some charisma and seems like a real person.
The thing is, I'm not sure he does have any charisma. I really like him. I genuinely, having met him on multiple occasions, I really like Andy Burnham. He's a nice guy. I've met his wife. His wife is feisty as well. Just be prepared. She might lean into this a little bit more than Starmer's missus did. But he's not really charismatic, but I think that's his charm. He's understated, Benjamin. He's very straightforward. What you see is what you get. I think, Ben, what's your opinion of him?
I mean, I think that we live in an age where what people crave is authenticity, whether that's in their politicians or their public figures generally. And it would appear that he passes the authenticity test. He passes the test of, you know, who do you want to go and have a pint with? I think he's quite relatable. And you look at the polling, it says that people think that he understands their struggles and their problems and that they relate to him. So that's very positive. But I think the original question you asked, I mean, the Daily Mail front page is Messiah without a mandate, which is an amazing headline and one I suspect we're going to hear repeated in the coming weeks. And there is the criticism of Andy Burnham that he has had very different versions of Andy Burnham in the 25 years that he's been a Labour politician. And so I fear that there is little substance and he's about to get the most substantial job in the country without any substantive explanation of what he intends to do with it. And I say that as someone who, you know, voted for this government, will likely vote for it again. I think those are quite big questions, and I don't know if it serves our democracy well to not test him harder before getting the job. To put it in a US context, you might compare it to Kamala Harris. They had basically a coronation because they thought they had to move quickly with election challenges coming up. And actually, I think it proved that she wasn't quite ready in terms of winning a debate in the way that she should have been.
You see, he's been in politics for 25 years, of course, and I quite like the fact that he spent nearly 10 years hanging out in, you know, Worsley and Bolton and Bury rather than Davos. I quite like that about him. He's not coming in there as a hardcore globalist, which in my opinion Starmer was, because he understands what real people on the street need, because he's been sorting out the tram system and the bus network in Manchester. And I think that's probably a pretty good basis. Am I wrong, Matt? Come in.
No, look, I think if you're, you know, charisma can mean many different things. I think it was spot on to comment about authenticity. You know, you got to pass that test, and he seems to pass that with many voters. But ultimately, it comes back to your rhetoric has to match your record. And I believe in the past he's talked about the need for elections. And so, you know, when it comes to this notion of a coronation, that's going to be a real test for him. I actually agree that a coronation in this situation is the worst thing for him. To keep that man of the people kind of image that you're talking about, Bev. You know, I think opening up and saying, look, we need to have an election here. Open this up to the people. I think that's crucial for him to do. It seems like he's opened the door to that. I think it's an important thing for him to do.
Well, we won't have much patience with him if he messes it up. Then it could get difficult. GBNews.com/your say. Let me know what you think at home. Thank you all, guys, for that great start. Still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
It is my pleasure to bring from His Majesty the King a letter.
Well, it didn't end that way, did it? Just when and how did the Trump-Starmer relationship break down? And just how will the British Prime Minister's downfall be received in the White House? I'll tell you in just a minute. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun. No, he didn't say that, Dave. I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live with me, Bev Turner, on GB News. Now, it's a story that's dominating every headline. Sir Keir Starmer has resigned. He's expected to be replaced, of course, by Andy Burnham, barring any unexpected circumstances. Well, this evening, President Trump gave his reaction in the Oval Office.
And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration and crime.
You can't criticise Trump for that. He's been completely consistent in his analysis of Keir Starmer and where he's gone wrong. Of course, Number 10 tried to portray a bromance, but these two differences kept coming up: energy and immigration. So how is Washington, D.C. going to react? Yet another British Prime Minister removed by their own party. And how will MAGA Republicans react to the seemingly inevitable rise of Andy Burnham? Let's talk now to Washington editor at The Times, Katie Balls, who's been watching this story, no doubt, as closely as I have today from DC. Right, Katie, where do we start? Tell me, in your opinion, how do you think Andy Burnham is going to get along with President Trump?
I think it's always very hard to predict, and even if on paper you have a lot in common with President Trump, it doesn't always mean you get on. Boris Johnson, if we think to prime ministers who have overlapped with the president, that would be in the first term, probably had it the easiest, but his team still found it very stressful, found the US president very unpredictable. I think that Donald Trump may like some parts of Andy Burnham. He may, for example, praise his accent. And I think the question is, when it comes to some of the key policy issues, what does Andy Burnham do? Because I think the first potential blow-up depends a bit on who Andy Burnham makes his first chancellor. And if that were, say, Ed Miliband, which is there is a rumour going around, Ed Miliband, who champions net zero, who's going to probably go further as chancellor than the net zero agenda under Keir Starmer, I think that'd be a clear point of tension between the two men.
Yeah, I think the net zero issue it could be that Trump sits here in 6 months' time and says the same thing. He's making the same mistakes as Starmer did. Now, we know that Andy Burnham is very keen on the green agenda. In Manchester, he's encouraged much more building of social housing. And he's spoken regularly about the fact that every new house should have solar panels on the roof, it should have air source heat pumps. He's not going to get on necessarily with Trump in that regard. What might they have in common, Katie, policy-wise? I think it's really hard to put your finger on anything.
It is. I think there's one thing that you could say, though, which is one of the critiques against Keir Starmer was this idea that he was not on the side of working people. Some of those are decisions made in office, and that he was losing voters to reform. And there was a feeling that the working class voters were going to reform. If you look at the polling, There is a feeling, and obviously it's very easy before you've had to make a single decision as Prime Minister, before you are Prime Minister, to say, but there is a feeling that Andy Burnham perhaps speaks more to Blue Labour, speaks more to the working class voters. And of course, if you think about where MAGA, the Make America Great Again movement, and Donald Trump kind of found, probably overlap with some of these things, it would be that appeal to the working class. So I think that's the only area where I think, and perhaps that's less about a specific policy so much as tone, there might be a chance of some kind of common ground.
I think that's a really good point. And the other thing that's just occurred to me, actually, is that we know that Trump is anti-globalist. He hates the Quangos, he hates the NGOs. He stood up in New York, didn't he, last year, and basically said at the UN agenda gathering, and he said, you're all a joke, you're ruining all your countries. He hates all that. And actually, Andy Burnham also is, as I just said before, he's not been hanging out in Davos. He's been hanging out, in the suburbs of Manchester. So actually, maybe they will have that in common, that Andy Burnham probably also doesn't share the idea that you should be pushing wealth up towards the massive transnational corporations, and you should be putting it in the pockets of small businesses.
Exactly. And Andy Burnham, now, I think sometimes you can pick holes in how much he lives up to, but you think even back to his time in Parliament, he was really one who kept criticising the metropolitan bubble and saying he wasn't a part of that. And then obviously becoming the mayor of Greater Manchester, he's kind of railed against perhaps less the institutions of Donald Trump, but definitely this sense of there being a cosy club. Now, Andy Burnham did go to Oxbridge. He we can say that he has some things that fit into what a typical politician might be, former SPAD and so forth. But I do think that sense of kind of towns and cities, a sense of kind of localism and all those things mean that, there is a space where he doesn't look on paper as though he's a member of the metropolitan elite. He's come straight to do this. And I think he has some things to point to, which perhaps means that at least you have a starting conversation. I also think that Donald Trump, for all his rhetoric and his true social posts, he is quite personable and keen to initially make friends with these leaders. And he also likes them, they have a bit of personality about them sometimes. So we know that he likes the strongest leaders. You know that he likes winners. If, Andy Burnham is so popular within the Labour Party, again, I would give that the tense of right now before he makes any decisions, that he doesn't even need to have a Labour leadership contest and he's entering on a coronation because everyone's got behind him. That's not the worst hand for Andy Burnham to play. I guess one of the questions is how does Andy Burnham want to play it? Because he's said things in the past about, the political climate under Donald Trump as being, polarized politics. And there can be a temptation with some leaders to almost start a fight with Donald Trump because they think it plays to some of their domestic bases. Is that something Andy Burnham would do? If so, it makes it a tricky starting point.
That is a really good point. And actually, I think if he can just if Andy Burnham can bring his kind of straight talking, no nonsense, with a northern sense of humour, if he can bring that into the Oval Office, I think he could have a really good relationship with President Trump. And also, I think Andy Burnham, as you say, he went to a Cambridge university, went to a college in Cambridge, but he wasn't a privately educated boy. He went to a Catholic school, didn't he, I think, in the Northwest. And so to me, to some extent, he's a little bit more J.D. Vance-esque in terms of his social mobility, from a normal working class kind of background, but has done well, poor boy, done good. I can imagine him getting on very well, actually, with J.D. Vance.
Yeah, and I think there is something about, Hillbilly Elegy, the book by J.D. Vance, not the most recent, the original. His story about, growing up in Middletown, again, being that, someone who's grown up, in a town in the north, didn't go to the poshest school, there's some parallels, but also the fact that he is a Catholic, he has faith. We've seen how David Lammy has formed really unlikely friendship by all accounts with J.D. Vance. And when David Lammy speaks about that, of course, currently the Deputy Prime Minister, he will talk about, actually how it's faith that brought them together. And while Donald Trump speaks about his faith, I think it's fair to say, Marco Rubio's Catholic, J.D. Vance Catholic, faith is a huge part of American politics in the way it is less so in the UK. But I think it's another area of common interest of discussion when you think about how Andy Burnham would relate to these people, where on paper they don't necessarily agree on, economics, foreign policy, all these areas, but where is the common ground, and you start from there.
Yeah. Do you feel you have a clear picture, Katie, of who Andy Burnham is ideologically, politically? Centrist, centre-left? The former Labour MP we spoke to just at the top of the show said sometimes he can lean a little bit right.
I think so. There's the dreaded term soft left, and I remember in my old job I had a podcast with Women at Balls, and whenever I'd interview Labour MP, and it was always a woman, I'm afraid it was that discriminatory, but I'd say, are you soft left? And I remember saying, is this term that can mean anything to anyone, but certainly I think Andy Burnham is seen as soft left. I also think if you think back to Andy Burnham's time in Westminster, it wasn't really where he was at his strongest, and he had a little bit of a reputation for U-turns and for changing position. And I think even in the Makerfield by-election, we saw that a bit, where he would, say something, or there'd be a suggestion of one policy, and then he'd row back and say, actually, I'm sticking with the fiscal rules. The waspy woman, there was talk about how, he might want to look at that, and then actually, no, that's not happening. So I think in terms of his politics, we know probably more from Greater Manchester, but in his time in Westminster, he definitely always would talk about being a bit of an outsider, but he also did try and fail previously to become a Labour leader. And one of the criticisms was that he didn't always hold his position. So has that changed in the time that he has, been out of Westminster?
And contesting this leadership. Just have a listen to this. I had my head in my hands. I'd love to know your reaction. Here it is.
Let's put it this way. I would like to see a woman from the Labour Party put herself forward for the leadership, whether she wins or not, but just to give hope and inspiration to women across the country to say, actually, I want to stand, and I want to see that the Labour Party accepts that. And for me, that has been a sticking point. I would like to see a woman put themselves forward, but as I say, they need to call me, because I don't know who that woman is.
I mean, I was just appalled when every time I hear that, it just gets worse and worse. So she's got absolutely no chance of winning, this woman who puts herself forward. She just has to do it because she's a woman. I mean, what is she talking about, Katie? The humiliation that's baked into that statement for all of us, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of arguments you can make for why it shouldn't be a coronation, it should be a contest. And look, if there was a candidate who we thought actually had the numbers ready to back them, I think the most obvious would be someone like Angela Rayner. She clearly has a following in Parliament, but all the indications are that she wants to get behind Andy Burnham so far. And I think if you are going to drag this out, and a contest would mean more uncertainty in the medium term for the country, you can argue it's better in the long term, but I think you have to have a better reason than to do something that the Labour Party has failed to do over such a long period of time when other parties have managed to do it. I don't think this is a one to thrust on the country right now. I think Labour has lots of questions to ask, which is why, they haven't got to this point. Is doing it right now the answer when they don't actually have a candidate? And it would read like tokenism if it's not someone that has the backers.
Not the time.
Yeah.
Not the time, Tulip Sadiq, not the time. We have run out of time, Katie Balls. Good to see you. Thank you so much, Katie Balls, from The Times there. Right, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live.
We need a proper contest with the best candidates on the field, and I'll be standing.
Well, that was former Health Secretary Wes Streeting. He's now bowed out of any challenge, and he's back to Andy Burnham. Do you think he's going to be heading for a future cabinet position? I'm sure he is. That and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. This is The Late Show Live, only on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. I'm just looking at your messages here. Hamas says Burnham is on the WEF Future Leader Programme list. He's bought and paid for. Don't depress me already. Let's hope not. I'm still trying to be optimistic at the moment. Valerie said, I'm turning off GB News. Bev's getting on my nerves because apparently I'm being too pro Andy Burnham. Look, I just want what is best for our country. I don't want to sound like Keir Starmer behind his lectern today, but I just want what's best for our country. I think we have to give him a go, don't we? Andy Burnham, of course, if you're just tuning in, where have you been all day, is set to be coronated effectively as Prime Minister after Sir Keir Starmer resigned. But what could this new Labour Party and Cabinet look like? Wes Streeting has put himself in pole position to be Chancellor after dropping his leadership ambitions and throwing his support behind Burnham. A top trade union boss said that Ed Miliband in number 11 Downing Street would be a noose around the neck of job creation. The former Home Secretary, Wes Streeting, is not alone in his speedy enthusiasm for the so-called King of the North. So what could Andy Burnham's cabinet look like? It won't look like that. There's a lot of them there, although some of them, no doubt, will be in it. What could it mean for the UK? Let's speak now to reporter for Reason magazine, Reem Ibrahim. She's often here in DC, but she's in London today. Reem, but I want to talk to you about this from a financial point of view. What is it going to mean economically for the UK with Andy Burnham in number 10?
Great to see you, Bev, but not next to you, but over in London. I do think it's interesting. I'm far less optimistic than you are, especially when it comes to Andy Burnham's economics. I mean, what do we know about Andy Burnham? He has said that he wants business-friendly socialism. I think that that is fundamentally an oxymoron. There is nothing business-friendly about socialism. But he also talks about the way in which he has run Greater Manchester and the jurisdiction that he had over in Manchester. Now, there is a reason that he is very popular over in Manchester. He has done fantastic work for the people of Manchester by borrowing more money and spending more money on large-scale infrastructure projects. As far as we can tell from the reporting that we currently have, what Andy Burnham wants to do as Prime Minister potentially is create more of that wealth by borrowing more money. He has said he wants to borrow more money and spend that money on large-scale infrastructure projects. Now, the reason why that is fundamentally a problem is because the size of the state in the UK is already absolutely enormous. So public spending as a proportion of GDP is already at about 45 to 47%. Meaning that half the economy is the government. Half the economy in the UK is already the unproductive, taxing, the taking part of the economy, and the unproductive part is paying for it. So I think we have to have a conversation, honestly, about whether or not this country is actually going down this path towards more government, more expansion of the state, more regulation, more red tape. And we've got to ask ourselves, looking at Keir Starmer's legacy, some of the problems that the country has faced, yes, from a civil liberties perspective, I hate digital ID. I think the idea that individual people ought to be required to tell the government who they are and identify themselves is abysmal. And I think the under-16 social media ban is awful. All of that stuff is terrible. But from an economic perspective, 1 in 9 16 to 24-year-olds are on universal credit. 1 in 4 working age people are out of work. Businesses cannot afford to hire people, and young people in Great Britain, the hard-working, intelligent, ambitious young people, cannot find work. That is a problem of big government, and Andy Burnham wants to make that significantly worse.
Is it going to be better, though? Because, Reem, he's got 3 of those young people under his roof. He's got a son who's in his early 20s and he's got 2 teenage daughters. Maybe he will have a different perspective on the why, as to why so many of that generation are not ambitious and enthusiastic. Maybe he will bring some original thinking to it because of the people he'll see sat around his kitchen table at home when the teenagers are all there.
Keir Starmer had kids and it didn't make a difference. Every Prime Minister in this country over the last 30 to 40 years predominantly has been a parent, and that hasn't made a difference for how they've managed the economy. I think that there is a fundamental problem here, Bev. There is a particular politics, a particular philosophy within the Labour Party that means that they believe that the more taxes that they take and the more the government spends and strategically spends it. I mean, this is really what Andy Burnham is all about. It's industrial strategy. It's the government taking money and spending it in strategic ways that supposedly benefit the British people. They don't. They end up spending money, wasting it enormously. But also, this is a crucial point, these people believe in a predominantly centrally planned economy. They believe in a larger state, they believe in more regulation, they believe in more red tape. They believe that if you regulate businesses and you tell them you can and cannot treat people in certain ways, that those businesses will just not hire people.
Yeah. OK. All right, Reem, thank you so much. Our audiences, a lot of them agreeing with what you're saying about the fact that they don't trust him in terms of business. Thank you so much, Reem Ibrahim, there, reporter for Reason Magazine. I'll see you back in the studio again very soon. The thing is, Laurie Watkins, if Andy Burnham says that he is a pro-business socialist, I'm wondering if we don't know what he's going to mean by that, but if he means he doesn't mind going after the Amazons and the massive corporations that are killing our high street in the UK, but he will do what he can for small business, the British people will love that.
Great. I hope that's what he does. Maybe he could be a leader for us here in the United States, because they are killing small businesses here in the United States as well. It's just, when you live in an apartment building here, isn't it outrageous the amount of deliveries that you see just in your building every single day?
Every second of every day.
Every second there is a delivery.
But there's a market for that. Clearly, there's a market. People are wanting to live like that.
There is.
But the thing is that everything I hear from everything I hear from Scott Besson here when he talks about the economy, he talks about wanting people to keep more of the dollar that they earn in their pocket. That is so different to what we hear from Starmer.
Yes, people need to save, but also it's a little tone deaf at times when the administration is telling people to save when there's nothing to save, because everything has risen, the cost of everything has increased tenfold. So how can you save with pennies that you're putting together and cutting back on things just to be able to pay for the increase in cost?
The only people who've liked socialism are people who've never lived in socialism. Socialism doesn't work, and Andy Burnham's socialism policies in the UK won't work, just like Zohran Mamdani's socialism programs here in the United States won't work. Just talk about those free buses that Zohran Mamdani promised. Those don't exist. Socialism is a killer. It's the worst thing you can possibly have.
Yeah, OK, we will carry this on after the break, because still to come this evening on The Late Show Live, we're going to look at the front pages. And it is no surprise what is hitting the headlines. The Independent goes for regime change. We'll have all the latest next. This is The Late Show Live. Stay with me only on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Just a couple of minutes left on this hour. Let's have a look at the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers. The Independent is saying regime change, a very black front cover there. Labour turmoil. They're saying emotional Starmer quits with good grace 2 years after huge win. And also, we're going to have a look at another one, or is that just the only one we're going to look at for now? Let me go to the guys in London to see what they make of the way that the papers are covering this story. No great surprises there, folks. What's caught your eye, Benjamin?
Well, I mean, it's this group photo that makes the front page of the Telegraph and the Times of Andy Burnham in Westminster Hall with the most incredible number of Labour MPs behind him, crowded behind him. And, I mean, look, of course, he's likely to be their boss in 3 weeks. He's likely to be all of our boss if he's Prime Minister. But I just think, isn't there something really remarkable and maybe even tactless about this. The guy that got them that job as leader of the Labour Party, Sir Keir Starmer, is literally still in office about, 500 metres away in Downing Street, and they're all queuing up with the new guy that's just turned up. Politics is a brutal business.
Yeah, and they'll turn on... Oh, sorry.
Go on, Leo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they're going to turn on Andy Burnham next as well. Now the Labour backbenchers have got a taste for blood. They felt power. They're like a tiger that's eaten somebody working in a paddy field. And they're going to want to take down Andy Burnham. You've got to remember, Starmer didn't just give them their jobs. He did pretty much everything they wanted. He put taxes up. He put welfare up. He raised the minimum wage. Anything they wanted, he'd do anything to appease the backbenchers, and they still wanted to tear him down. So Andy Burnham coming in, his days are numbered.
All right, guys, 2 more hours to go. We're going to be tackling the latest on Iran as well after the weather.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976. But it's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures, 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s, and those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in,
I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Very good evening, good morning, live from Washington, D.C. This is Bev Turner on GB News with the stories that are shaping Great Britain and the United States of America this hour.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
It's remarkable that a man with such charisma didn't stay the distance, isn't it? The writing was on the wall, parliamentary support drifted away, his authority's gone. He's going to have to make way for this man.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
Scouser Andy Burnham, so-called King of the North, went south today. He went on a train so he didn't get accused of ruining the planet. Appropriately, it was 20 minutes late. How long, though, before he gets the ultimate crown and becomes the UK's next Prime Minister? And would you welcome that? Also tonight.
We wanted to make sure that we set up a process where if we ever unfreeze Iranian assets, we can ensure that that money, that Iranian money, goes to help the people of Iran and not to fund terrorism.
Vice President J.D. Vance there saying that Iran has reportedly agreed to allow nuclear inspectors into its country as part of the agreement with Washington, but sanctions on Iranian oil exports are to be lifted. Is the compromise worth it? Also tonight. As you can see, Ben Leo's having a lovely time. We're going to be looking ahead to England's second group game against Ghana tomorrow night on the back of their impressive attacking display against Croatia. Will the Three Lions be able to go all the way? I'm Bev Turner. This is The Late Show Live. Ben has been talking to some of the fans at the England game, and he's been finding out what they think about Starmer stepping down and Andy Burnham potentially coming in, so you don't want to miss that. I'm joined in the studio this evening by former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell, and former Obama policy advisor Laurie Watkins. And in London, we have got Leo Kearse and Benjamin Butterworth. We've had a great first hour. If you missed it, where have you been? Thank you all for joining us tonight. Now, let's move on to this main news this evening. Of course, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister. He's promised an orderly handover of power within a matter of weeks. Andy Burnham is expected to become Prime Minister without a contest. There he was earlier today being signed in to Westminster as an MP. But do we need a proper general election?
I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election.
Well, that was Nigel Farage saying yes, he does demand a general election following the Prime Minister's resignation, because in his opinion, Andy Burnham does not have a mandate to run the country. Do the voters deserve a snap election? Let's ask this question of former Reform UK mayoral candidate for Greater Manchester, Dan Barker. Dan, I guess you're going to say yes, we do need a snap general election. But does the country really want that sort of disruption, Dan?
Well, thanks for having me on. And yes, of course, I would say that. But I do think he makes a valid point, because this is the sixth Prime Minister in 7 years. We are starting to look a little bit silly on the national stage. And I suspect that Andy Burnham wants to veer off from the Labour manifesto of 2024. And to do that, he really ought to get a mandate first.
So you stood against Andy Burnham, did you, as the Reform candidate for the mayoralty of Manchester?
Yes, in 2024, yeah. So it's interesting to see how his fortunes have changed so rapidly in only a couple of years. But I do think, personally, I think he's a very good communicator, he's very popular, and he's likeable. When you meet him, he's very personable. But I do wonder whether he will struggle down there with a big job. He's had a very easy ride up here in Greater Manchester. The press and the media here, they trump his modest successes from the rooftops, and any failures get glossed over. And I don't think he will be afforded that luxury down in London with the press there. And I think his policy decisions will really get put under the microscope.
Dan, what kind of things did he do in Manchester that you don't think went down well with the population there?
Well, it is very big. Now, this might sound like big numbers to some of your listeners in America, but he wasted £100 million on a clean air zone across Greater Manchester, across 500 square miles. Normally, these things are about 1 or 2 square miles right in the city centre. He did it across 500 square miles. There was even going to be cameras out in the middle of the countryside. And when people realised what was going on, there was a massive backlash. There was an opposition group that started, which had about, it was a Facebook group of about 80,000 people. And he had to start backpedaling very quickly. Now, fortunately, COVID helped him there. And over about 2 or 3 years, he was kind of able to just sidestep the whole thing. But the media didn't really take him to task over it. And because it was Manchester, there was not really a national story. And that's one thing. The other thing is there's been a lot of development in the centre of Manchester, lots of skyscrapers. People are saying that city centre is starting to look like Manhattan now, which was previously a very low skyline historically. And it turns out that a lot of this now has all gone to mainly one man, one developer, who started out as an average construction professional on about £100,000 a year. Now he's one of the top 10 richest men in the Northwest on the back of this, all with taxpayers funded money. And here's a real rub from a socialist mayor. There's been almost no affordable housing done on the back of this. So this is all high spec flats that most people can't afford in an area where there's a lot of poverty as well.
But I thought he was a big fan of social housing, Andy Burnham. He's been talking about building lots of council houses. That's really high on his list of priorities. So you're saying he didn't get it done in Manchester?
No, he didn't. I mean, he talks about that. He talks about Thatcher getting rid of the right, bringing the right to buy, how that decimated the council stock and it's never been replaced. But he hasn't done anything. The other thing he's done, the other big contradiction, he's talked about the Hillsborough Law, the Grenfell disaster, the nuclear veterans, the blood, all these historical legacy things that are 30, 40 years old. And yet we've had the appalling grooming gangs, which has been one of the worst places in the Northwest, where we've had groups of predominantly Pakistani heritage men, Muslims, raping girls, over long periods of time. And as a police and crime commissioner, he did almost nothing to take that to task. So he had the power. He could have refocused Greater Manchester Police on those investigations. He did a couple of reports. So he would argue he did more than most of the people, but he sidestepped the issue because he knew that as a Labour mayor, there would have been a massive vote to pay within certain communities if he'd really gone hard on that. So I think that will be something that will come to haunt him as Prime Minister.
Well, he isn't here to defend himself, obviously, against that particular accusation. He would no doubt see that a little bit differently. But you see him as quite anti-motorist, do you, Dan?
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole sort of Labour agenda in Greater Manchester has all been around active travel, So we've had, millions spent on cycle lanes. I mean, there's one outside my flat here. I live on one of the sort of trunk roads that goes into Greater Manchester. And even though it's the middle of summer now, this is probably the best weather we're going to get here. It's hardly rained and there's hardly any cyclists. So you can imagine in the winter months, you never see anybody in them. So I think they've been a bit of a flop, really. And I say that as someone whose cycling has been a hobby of mine for 20, 30 years now. So big on that. Big on is against cars. You used to be able to drive your car into central Manchester. You decide, well, do I drive in or do I get the tram? Now it's not really, there's nowhere to park, and also the roads are blocked off. You can't drive around in the same way that you could. And this the clean air zone was also basically an anti-car policy. People were going to have to spend something between £40 and £60 a day had the system gone live, just to go in and out of Manchester, just to drive off their own drive. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
It is. It's really, of course, his wife, Marie-France, is involved in that industry, of course. She works for Octopus Energy-backed electric vehicle charging company called B.EV, and she's on the board of directors to push through. I guess it's an organisation which wants us to be driving more electric cars. How do you think he'll get on down in Westminster, Dan? As you say, he won't be able to get away with many mistakes. He will be in the spotlight much more than he has been in Manchester. But also, how do you think he'll get on here in Washington, D.C., where I sit just down the road from that house with that big man in it who doesn't suffer fools?
Well, that'd be quite interesting when Andy meets Trump, won't it? I mean, that'd be quite be good to be a fly on the wall when they go into the back room together. But I think in London, I think he, and I don't mean this to sound mean, it is politics, but I think he will be exposed as someone who's quite mediocre, really. He's an excellent communicator. You cannot take that away from him, and he's very likable. And I think that showed up in the result he got recently in this by-election. And he was something like 10,000 votes ahead of Reform. I think it surprised everybody, even Labour, even his close supporters. It was an outstanding result in a by-election. But, there's no policies. We've not had any scrutiny of what he calls Manchesterism as part of this election by anybody, which is really a failing of the media, I think, in that. And I think he's gone down there with no policy. The closest thing you can get to a policy for him is the book he wrote with the mayor from Liverpool called Head North. And if you look at that, I was talking to somebody about it today, it's full of student union politics. I mean, it sounds great, but if you start to think through the ideas, they won't work. They're just not practical. For example, he wants to get rid of the whip system in Parliament. So basically, every MP can vote however their conscience dictates. And he's always been, because of the whole system of people going, what are backbenchers for? Because all they do is they go and get told to vote here. They can't question anything. Otherwise, they're disciplined. But what you would have is chaos. It will be chaos. And I think there's just no realism there. So I'd be interested to see what comes in the coming months. And there's also rumours that he may go for an early snap election, because if he does want to actually bring some of these radical ideas forward, he's going to have a new mandate for that.
Do you think he will, though, Dan? There's no way with the majority that he's got at the moment he's going to call an election. If he does, it's hubris beyond all of our imagination, surely.
Well, it's been done before. It wasn't that long ago. Theresa May disastrously gambled when she had a majority, didn't she? Because she wanted that authority. Gordon Brown didn't do it, and it haunted him, didn't it, all the way? Yeah. I actually could see Andy Burnham being happy with a coalition with the Lib Dems and the Greens, because he's much more progressive. He's more to the left. I think he thinks he could make it work with them, and maybe he could make it work with them. Some of the more right-wing elements in his party may disappear on the back of that election. So maybe that would be better for him. I mean, I think it would be worse for the country if we had a rainbow coalition led by Andy Burnham. God help us,
Well, if that is the case, Dan Barker, you and Reform UK better get your backsides in gear, because you're going to have some work to do, PDQ, as the kids say. Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us this evening. Let me go to my panel here as well, in DC and also in the UK. Ben Benjamin, I hadn't thought about that, about the fact that he might call a snap election, thinking that he can collaborate with the Greens and the Lib Dems and then get some sort of coalition power. Will he do that?
I don't think it's likely, because he's got the biggest majority a Labour government's had since 1997 at the moment, and I don't think you'd give that up lightly. There will be questions about his mandate and his right to make different decisions to Keir Starmer's and the ones that were in the manifesto. Of course, he never even stood on the Labour manifesto that pretty much all of his colleagues have stood on. And so I don't think there'll be a general election, but I can foresee a situation where, if it comes to later this year, he's been Prime Minister for 6 months, he's doing quite well, the Northern thing is being effective against Reform and Farage, then I can see it happening. And also, according to what's in the papers, apparently he's going to do a nationwide tour of towns and cities as a new Prime Minister, meeting voters, doing town halls. Feels quite American, actually, that kind of thing.
Very Trumpian, very
Exactly,
Trumpian.
yeah. And so, will that be him going to these constituencies that voted Labour but have been quite reluctant in the last 2 years since Labour came to government, and testing the waters as to whether he comes off well in those places?
Leo, will he?
I honestly think he might, because he knows that when he gets in, he's going to have a honeymoon period, and that's it. It's downhill from there. So if he waits 6 months, I think as soon as he starts having to actually govern, and then Labour see, actually he can't do anything either. He's constrained by borrowing, because remember, he's got to go to the bond markets and say, will you lend me money to do all this stuff? And if they say no, that's all insane left-wing socialism that's going to destroy Western civilization, he won't be able to do it. So, for all that he says, we're going to change the borrowing, our borrowing abilities, you're going to have to borrow from somebody, because you're not going to be able to borrow from Labour voters, because they don't have any money. So yeah, I think he might be tempted into having a snap election, just to give himself that legitimacy and just to give himself 5 years. Because who knows? I mean, the way politics is, it's very febrile at the moment. He might think he could just chance it. I think he'd rather have 5 years of his own mandate than 3 years on Keir Starmer's.
Can I just chip in as well?
How important... Go on, Ben.
I'm so sorry. But I was just going to say, Nigel Farage made a really weird comment about 2 weeks ago, where he was asked if he wants to be Prime Minister, and he said, well, I think I'm the best option at the moment. It was quite unconvincing. It suggested he doesn't really want the job. If we had a general election in which Labour in some form remained in government, I really would suspect that Nigel Farage would probably see that as he's done his time, he's had his impact. And if Nigel Farage were not leading Reform, I don't think they'd be anything like as dangerous for the Labour Party in the future.
Are you genuinely suggesting that if there's a general election is called by Andy Burnham, Nigel Farage would say, no way, I'm stepping aside and I'm going to let somebody else lead Reform?
No, if they don't win, which they wouldn't if Labour was calling the election, why would they call it if they thought Reform was going to win?
Right.
I think that could take Farage out of the equation. And I don't think Farage wants to be Prime Minister. He's been making these comments that really imply that.
No, I'm not sure that's true, because Farage has got a huge incentive to become Prime Minister. It would mean lifelong security. You get a lifelong security detail. And for somebody who receives the number of death threats and the number of actual, real-life physical attacks that Nigel Farage does, I think that's something worth going for. But I do think there's something in the modern politician. They almost don't want to look like they want to do the job. When Keir Starmer has never conveyed why he actually wanted to be Prime Minister, and I think that's one of the reasons people have lost confidence in him.
Well, he talks about service, doesn't he? About his duty, this sense of duty he's always banging on about. Laurie, how important is it that a leader of a country has a mandate from the public? I know that might sound like a strange question to an American, but how important is it that that Burnham will go? It's going to take a bit of getting used to this, isn't it? That Burnham would go into that job and has not been voted there by the British public.
Well, I'd like to just make the point, when we started, Bev, you said, is that really democracy? You asked that question, I think, of some of the panelists and even some of the guests. And I would say that this is democracy. We might not like it. We might not think that it looks or comes in the shape or the box or the presentation and package that we want. But if this is within the bounds, within the rules, within the laws, we would say within our Constitution here in the United States, then it's fair game. You know, you might not like it, like I said, but what I'm hearing, I don't know. We have a saying here, like the most dangerous person in the room is the one who knows the rules. Like if you know parliamentary rules, if you know Robert's rules, etc., or how Congress works, you are the most powerful person in the room. And I'm starting to get a sense from the people that I've heard being interviewed on your program tonight that he's a career politician. He's been there for 20 plus years. It sounds to me like he understands the system. And if he does in the way that could be dangerous, I think that that could lend itself and add a lot of value to the Labour Party, specifically to himself, and how he is going to be able to use his authenticity to prove that he belongs there and kind of message out any of the, I don't know, detractors saying he didn't get there, you know, in a fair way. He needs to go through the system and these hoops. But from what I see, people decided not to run, which is very similar to here in the United States in our electoral system. If they don't feel that they're going to win or that there is a better candidate in a primary, for example, then they bow out. Or if there's pressure saying, maybe from a president or a former president or a current president saying, hey, you need to get out of this because you're going to take votes away in this primary for the candidate that I want to win. Or they feel that they've run out of money, they've done polling. All of these factors can come into play. But I think this is very interesting, and a lot of us here in the United States are watching to see how your system shakes out as well. And I just say, this is democracy.
Matt, is this democracy? And what do you make of it when you watch our British system in play like this?
Well, look, let's be honest what's going on right now. If Andy Burnham chooses not to push forward and really call for an election here, it's because he wants to protect his job in terms of being prime minister. But, you know, the truth is, President Trump has been more effective in his second term because he's had a political mandate. And how do you get a mandate? By winning a national election. President Trump won both the Electoral College and the popular vote here in the United States. He has a true mandate. Right now, Andy Burnham does not. And frankly, having the backing of the people really does matter, because this is the best it's going to get right now for Andy Burnham. This is, to the point made earlier, his honeymoon phase. But beyond all this, beyond the elections, what people also care about beyond democracy is the policies. And it's unclear to me that Andy Burnham is going to change dramatic course when it comes to immigration, or really take a massive shift away from the failed policies that have been taking shape under the current prime minister when it comes to energy. And what's he going to do about freedom of speech? And how will he work with President Trump? To me, it's unclear that he's going to be a huge, massive change from what you've seen. Maybe he goes to the center, but he could pull what the Democrats are doing right now here in the United States and go further to the left. Because let's be clear, he is from the left. And, you know, in terms of democracy, I absolutely think the right thing to do here, I agree with Nigel Farage. Call for an election, have an election. I think that is important to do. I think, frankly, politically speaking, it'd be smart for Andy Burnham to do, because it would show that he's that man of the people. But that's what matters right now. It's important for the UK, people of the UK to have a voice.
Fascinating. And in some ways, it's kind of like the dream job in a way, because he's got this massive majority, and the public is so desperate for somebody to come in and do something good. But we will only give him so long. Like, our patience is only going to wear thin fairly quickly, but I think the country is prepared to kind of give him a go at the moment. Just moving on, just briefly, but Keir Starmer resigned today. Of course he did. Before quitting, he made sure to remind us what he views as the achievements of this Labour government. Have a quick look.
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power, with the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling. Asylum hotels closing.
With me now is Chair of the London Green Party, Eugene McCarthy. Eugene, you were listening there to Keir Starmer listing off his list of achievements. Did you agree with him, and in what areas should he have gone further?
Do I agree with Keir Starmer? I think, unfortunately, that's a no. I found it quite interesting that of the achievements, quite a few of them were just like completely unremarkable. wages growing faster than inflation in every month. Is that something fantastic now? That's an incredibly low bar. But I'm glad that he's gone. His speech did actually make me feel quite emotional watching it. So I never thought I'd feel emotional for Keir Starmer, but he seemed really distraught. Andy Burnham has an incredible challenge ahead of him, and it's yet to be seen whether he will be an improvement on Keir Starmer. I, for one, I'm not sold yet.
What was your emotion, Eugene, when you watched him? Was it anger?
Watching him talking about his...
Was it empathy?
Yeah, watching him talking about his wife and kids, it made me feel quite emotional, actually. The sort of love that he had there. It's something that I've never seen with Keir Starmer before. He's never really let that emotional side of him come out until his resignation.
Oh, you big softies, you lot in the Green Party, aren't you, underneath it all? So in terms of, we just heard there one of our commentators speculating that Andy Burnham may call a snap general election because he believes he could work with your lot, with the Green Party, and that he could work with the Lib Dems and run the country via that sort of coalition. Would you welcome that?
I think, firstly, the premise is a bit off. I don't think he would call a snap general election because right now he has a massive, massive majority. Even in the best polled circumstances, there's no way he'd get as many MPs. But kind of, accepting that he does call one, we don't know what Andy Burnham's platform is. Right now, he's come out saying that he's going to accept Rachel Reeves's fiscal rules, that he's going to tread this complete tightrope on all sorts of policy areas. If he's going to be a repeat of Keir Starmer, then I, for one, do not want to work with him. If he's going to be a progressive champion of Britain with, in the past, he's had some pretty good ideas on certain areas of the economy, things like proportional representation as well, having a fairer voting system. That's something that a lot of Green Party members will absolutely get behind. But we have no certainty yet.
What do you think he will have at the top of his inbox, Eugene, when he gets in? We're presuming he's just going to be anointed, appointed. He probably will be, barring something extremely unexpected. But how does he win over, let's face it, not just the British public, but critically his backbenchers when he gets into number 10?
I think he'll have an easier job of that than we might expect because the backbenchers are so fed up. They've been chomping at the bit to get Keir Starmer out for a while now. Him and his team have been talking about a list of MPs who were going to ask Keir Starmer to resign to back him. And with some people saying it's more than 200, which of the backbench MPs is an incredible percentage. I think, though, he's already been making promises to lots of different groups over several years. He's going to have a lot of competing interests where he's made big, splashy promises, which I don't think he can keep in the best of times, let alone with this straitjacket he's put on with Rachel Reeves's fiscal rules. It's going to be a very difficult challenge for him to balance all of that. And, he's not done a fantastic job of stabilising the bond markets, dare I say, as somebody who thinks we should be much less reliant on this very volatile form of borrowing. So we have to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've also got, I'm thinking about the international issues. We've got the, hopefully, the ceasefire, the conflict, the deal in Iran. We've got Russia, Ukraine still, of course, happening. We've got this wider issue of peace in the Middle East, hopefully now. I struggle to picture how Andy Burnham, where he will sit on some of those major international issues. And frankly, how could we know? He's been busy setting up the trams and the bus route in Manchester. Like, how could we possibly know how he feels about Iran? Do the public deserve to have him come out and set out his stall very clearly on day one?
I think we ought to. In the past, he's been very clear that he was a Labour friend of Israel. Labour friends of Israel have come out and said they welcome him coming back to Parliament. So I think that's where he stands on that conflict, at least, which I don't think is particularly the right position to be. It's not where the country needs us to be. We need peace. We need peace. The death and destruction in the Middle East is, again, it's gut-wrenching. The ceasefire has to hold, for the sake of so many millions of people in that part of the world. And for us here at home, it's having devastating consequences of people dealing with the cost of living crisis. He needs to set out the pitch for peace in the Middle East. If he doesn't, then, millions of Brits all across the political spectrum will not be able to trust him, unfortunately.
He was already getting a bit of stick on social media today for being so pro-Israel, probably from people like yourself at the Green Party who view that conflict slightly differently. It'll be interesting to see where that goes for Andy Burnham. But when you look at Starmer's legacy, Eugene, do you support how he handled President Trump, particularly with Iran and failing to get involved in terms of the requirements from the US to use Chagos, etc. Trump even mentioned that today, that he saw that as a failure on Starmer's part. Can you give him some credit for how he handled that?
I think the one time Keir Starmer shows having a backbone on the international stage, every other time he bent over for Trump and let the Americans dominate our foreign policy. This was a good decision. The war in Iran has been catastrophic for our economy. Supporting it would have been completely and utterly disastrous. It is the one thing I think that Keir Starmer really did right, and the polls say the British public, again, pretty much across the political spectrum, agree with me on that. We do not need to get dragged into foreign conflicts in the Middle East. It's people my age that are going to get sent out there to fight these wars and die. I cannot stomach that. It's unacceptable.
Well, if you were in tears watching Starmer behind the lectern, Eugene, you may not be too great on the front line, but thank you so much for joining me this evening. Eugene McCarthy there, chair of the London Green Party, and he doesn't mind me taking the mickey just a little bit, I'm sure. Matt, just thinking about Starmer's legacy, as we were talking about there, as an American, when you think about Keir Starmer's premiership, what do you assess it as? What, in a nutshell, what's he done?
Well, I think it's very low energy and it was a failure.
Tell us what you really think.
Exactly. Look, here's the deal. Again, I go back to, I think President Trump has very good political instincts. And I think when he was saying, look, you failed on immigration, you failed on energy. But beyond that, the Chagos Island was a disaster. I think it's not just the policy behind it, but it's the notion that people thought it was just inept. This really came down to somebody who people felt like was just out of touch with the day-to-day needs of the people of the UK. And then beyond that, just from the US perspective, it is a problem that, the Prime Minister did not allow us to use, Diego Garcia out of the gate in terms of the Iran war. It is a problem that our ally, the UK, did not come to help with this Iran conflict from the U.S. perspective, from President Trump's perspective. So, look, I think at the end of the day, this was expected that he'd be stepping down. The truth is, and I watched his speech, his resignation speech, it's the most energy I've seen from him was in that resignation speech compared to anything else I've seen. I think that really hit home for the people of the UK. They care about policy, but they care about the personality as well. And I just don't think they felt as though he was a strong leader for the UK.
Hey, when you're more exuberant on your exit than you were when you were there in your time of office, I think that's pretty telling and a surefire signal that it seems like he was almost relieved, like elated that he was going to be out of this job. Maybe go live a normal civilian life? I don't know, Bev. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. It's very hard to say because he certainly didn't want this and he hung on, didn't he? For as long as he could. As you said, Matt, we've been talking about this for
years.
Months. Like, is he going to go? It's 2 years.
Yes.
Is he going to go? Is he going to go? He kind of came into office, bringing my London panel as well, Benjamin and Leo still there. When he came into office, I'll never forget one of the first things that happened in those first few weeks, guys, in the summer. Do you remember when he let out a load of prisoners from jail? And they were picked up by their mates in their jeeps, and they were all popping champagne corks in the car park. And I was like, if you literally had to sit down and write what's the worst image you could have as the new Prime Minister, it would be criminals popping champagne corks that you've let them out of prison early. You literally couldn't write it. And then he went for the pensioners and took away the fuel allowance. Then he put the VAT on private schools. Then he put the inheritance tax up for the farmers. It's like, which like cohort of people is he not trying to upset here? And when you listen to him, Leo, at the lectern there, spelling out what he's done, well, you know, wages happen to keep up with inflation. What a low bar. It's so depressing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say his, you know, his real achievements were rallying Europe to Ukraine when Donald Trump, you know, quite rightly pulled away from NATO. You know, Europe needs to stand on its own 2 feet. It's a shame he didn't take the same, you know, robust approach with Britain's own military. I think our defence increase, our spending in defence is increasing by 0.08%, which is not enough when China's building 1,000 tanks every day.
But he bragged about that.
Yeah,
But he bragged about that today. It was one of his successes, is that he spent more money on the military. Benjamin, let's just try and just drown in the milk of human kindness for a moment and be generous with Keir Starmer. What did he do that was good?
Well, I think, you know, the world stage, he was respected. He had, for most of the time, he had a good relationship with Donald Trump.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he did until very recently. And I think the issue that separated the two leaders was one which both the British and American public probably shared Keir Starmer's view rather than Donald Trump's view. So I don't think that was such a disaster. Leo was right about Ukraine. I just got back from Ukraine earlier today, and I have to say I was really moved when I was there because people repeatedly said, loads of people said exactly this. They said the United Kingdom has been our most important ally and they wanted to thank us, and Keir Starmer maintained the good relations of his predecessors in that way. So, you know, that's positive.
They must not know where the Patriot missiles come from.
Exactly. He's poured absolutely billions into Ukraine. Like, to what end, really?
Well, to the end that we're not speaking Russian anytime soon. I think that's pretty important to protect civilization. I think it's incredibly important, and you know, the people that I met that are risking their lives for Ukraine, but also for Europe's safety and sovereignty is incredibly important. And Keir Starmer understood that, and so do most British people and politicians. So I think that's a good thing. Also, you know, we had the highest growth in the G7 at the start of this year. If you're a renter, you've got much better rights not to be chucked out of your house for no reason, which was legal until a few months ago.
Terrible. They're terrible rules, though. Basically, it's restricting. It's going to reduce the amount of rental property, and it's going to lower the quality of rental property. Like, rent controls never, ever work. Any sort of government interference in markets like that is always a catastrophe.
Yeah, it might be okay for the tenants. It's terrible for the landlords. It's terrible for people who were encouraged to buy property as their pension further down the line, you know, trying to plan for the future. Anybody that's got a rental property, it doesn't work for them at all, does it? What do you make, Benjamin, of the idea that he's going to be this kind of socialist, though pro-business person, Andy Burnham, moving on to look forward? Like, how is he going to make life better for businesses? Because that's one of the things he needs to do.
Well, I mean, I have to say, the word socialist is a word that Labour politicians feel required to use, and of course they don't mean it. They're not socialists in any true sense of the word, in any extreme sense. I think David Miliband once said he wasn't a socialist, he was a social democrat during his Labour leadership election days, and it went very badly. So they all use this word, and it doesn't mean so much in itself. I think one thing that's been a problem is the rise in national insurance payments by employers that Rachel Reeves brought in, and also the changing of the minimum wage rules for younger workers appears to have had a bad effect on jobs. Now, Keir Starmer can't U-turn on that sort of thing. Andy Burnham would have a licence to come in and do that. And if you look at, obviously, we're both from the Manchester area, Manchester has had the highest growth of anywhere in the country for quite some years. So Manchester is a Labour city, a left-wing city, but with great economic growth. Will there be some lessons he can take from that experience that can be applied to the whole country?
I wonder, where do you think he might sit on immigration, Leo?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, Keir Starmer, one of the things he claims as a success is reducing our ridiculously high immigration rates. I mean, we had immigration rates of over 1 million non-EU, so not guys coming from Germany or France, culturally similar guys who are going to work hard and contribute, like people coming from the Horn of Africa who are going to claim benefits and be a problem. Really culturally alien people, a lot of them coming in. So Starmer, I mean, to his credit, he has reduced that from its peak, although I think it's just because really the difference in the countries isn't so much anymore. There's no point coming from Mogadishu to London anymore. You might as well just stay in Mogadishu. It's the same. But I mean, really, a lot of that was just sort of finessing around the numbers. They just bought lots of stamps so they could rubber stamp all the asylum applications with no concern as to whether the person's going to go on and rape British children, and other stuff around that is just sort of finuckery. I think Andy Burnham is like Starmer actually understood the procedure of government. Andy Burnham is coming in. He's been a mayor. That's a very sort of ceremonial position. It's just for somebody to mess around and cut ribbons on supermarkets and stuff. Starmer understood all the procedure of government and still couldn't get stuff done. He complained that you pull one lever, 3 other levers move. Nothing works in our sclerotic bureaucracy. So I think Burnham's not going to get anything done whatsoever.
Well, I thought that was interesting, the guest earlier that said about the fact that in one of his books that he wanted, it was our Reform mayoral candidate, wasn't it, was saying that one of the books that Starmer, Andy Burnham wrote was, he said you have to get rid of political whips and that everyone can just vote with their conscience. What does that speak to, Benjamin? A sort of utopian thinking, a kind of, as the guy from Reform said, it's like student politics?
I mean, it's quite ironic from a man, Andy Burnham, who's never broken the Labour line in his life. Some people would say this is a positive, others a negative, but whether it was Jeremy Corbyn or Tony Blair as Labour leader, he always followed the whip. So he clearly understands the value of it. I think what that speaks to is that he spent years in local government where you get a bit of a free pass to talk of a utopia, to be a bit populist. You don't actually have to seriously test the ideas that you're putting forward in a book like the one he wrote with the mayor of Greater Liverpool, is it? And so I don't think that's a serious comment, to be honest. And I bet you that as soon as he's Prime Minister, he'll be doing everything to make sure that these people behind him, many of whom he will never have met, by the way, are doing as he says. And can I just add one point, which is that on the mandate issue we did earlier, that will be a big question. Because if these people, 200 to 300 of them he's never met in his life, are being told to vote for things that they don't love, then they might well turn around to him as Prime Minister and say, well, excuse me, what right do you have to say that we have to vote this way because the public hasn't said so? I think that will become a question.
Yeah, and we know how pesky these backbenchers are in this particular government. Anyway, he probably needs to do a sort of a political speed dating couple of days with them, doesn't he? Where he sits in his office, a bit like parents' evening on Zoom, and you get 5 minutes. And then when the clock's out, he needs to meet every single one of them, get them in his office, say hello, look in the whites of their eyes, and then kick them out quickly. So at least they feel they've had some time with him, and he's giving them a little bit of attention. Right, thank you for now. Still to come this evening on The Late Show Live, all the latest on Iran as the US lifts sanctions on Tehran's oil exports. We're going to hear from Lisa Daftari after a quick look at your lovely, lovely weather.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976. But It's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s. And those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Welcome back to The Late Show Live. Sorry, we were just chatting, Laurie and I, about what her order is for her takeaway after the show. She's rather hungry. She's giving me some recommendations. Anyway, moving on to more serious matters. If you can hear our tummies rumbling, we do apologise. US Vice President J.D. Vance has announced that Iran and the US have reached an agreement whereby nuclear weapons inspectors will be allowed into the Islamic Republic and that the Strait of Hormuz will reopen. The reported agreement, however, is not without its compromises, as the US will lift sanctions on Iran's oil exports. In response, President Trump told reporters, if Iran doesn't live up to their agreement or if they're not behaving, I will do what I have to do. So are the compromises worth it? And will this be the breakthrough that leads to a sustained peace? Well, I'm sure the Iranian people still have some questions. Let's find out what they might be from the editor-in-chief at the Foreign Desk, a very good friend of the show, Lisa Daftari, joins me now. Lisa, you've been watching this very closely. Your analysis of the situation as we sit here this evening.
I guess it's very pessimistic, because I've been studying this regime for a very long time. I hope I'm very wrong. I hope that they do have a change of heart and they stop all of their bad behavior, whether it's towards the Iranian people, the protesters, whether it's the regional behavior with funding proxies and amassing missiles and drones and nuclear material, or it's exporting their ideology across the world. This is what we have seen over and over and over again. Look, the Trump administration did something that no administration before him did. With the same set of facts, he decided that this threat is worth launching a kinetic war. That kinetic war, those actions are what brought the regime to the table at this point. Now, we should not squander the leverage that we have gained up to this point through the military war by now giving away all of these different concessions, whether it's releasing the money or the loosening of sanctions or just the positioning of taking our foot off of the neck of a regime that has been deadly towards the United States for almost 5 decades.
So your sentiment basically is that the punishment has not been harsh enough and that the American government are being a little bit naive almost in trusting them with this agreement.
Yeah, diplomacy is through the lens of the American diplomat, through the American politician. The Iran does not understand this brand of diplomacy. They understand force. They want to export an ideology. They have said death to America from day one. And when you raise a child, you say nature or nurture. In this case, I see why diplomacy has been nurtured. The Americans, whether it's J.D. Vance or Witkoff or Kushner or President Trump, have done what they can to nurture a good deal, what they believe is a good deal. But you have to look at the nature. The nature of this regime will not change and has not changed. Just look at the rhetoric that is still coming out of the regime while we are still in talks. If they're not showing their best behavior at this moment, what makes us believe that once that deterrence is gone, they're going to start behaving? When they say IAEA inspectors will now go into Iran, that doesn't make me any more hopeful than I was yesterday. Why? Because the Iran regime knows how to work around these kinds of regulations. They work around around sanctions, they work around the inspectors, they turn off the surveillance cameras, and they continue doing what they always do. The very existence of this regime is to continue on with the same ideology that has kept it in place for 47 years. So that means centrifuges will begin spinning again, and they will start amassing missiles and drones again, and they will use every dollar not to put into the main street economy for the people, for food, supplies, for medicine, but for weapons. That is what keeps it in power.
But you can't defeat an ideology, can you, Lisa? That's the problem. Unless you kill. How do you do that? How do you do that?
Okay, so, you know, the approach here has to be like the approach that we had during the Cold War, that we believe that that ideology, not a few men, is what is killing us and will continue to kill us. We played whack-a-mole. We took out some of their leadership. We had to continue going. This war was not over yet. If we had the appetite to start this war, we should have had the appetite to go a drop further. The tipping point, we weren't yet at the tipping point. And what is that tipping point? In the beginning of this war, Donald Trump looked to the camera and said to the Iranian people, we came to your rescue. We will collapse the regime to a certain point, and then we're going to pass the baton on to the Iranian people to do the rest, to reclaim their country, to determine their future. It's not for us to put boots on the ground. It's not for us to determine who should lead Iran. It should be for the Iranian people to do that. But how do we get there when the Iranian people don't have weapons to come back out onto the streets? We needed to go further to degrade this regime, continue to kill more of the IRGC and the Basij. Let there be more defections. Let them worry about continuing to wear that uniform and continue carrying those weapons and to continue fighting for this deadly regime. You would have had more of them on the side of the people. You would have had more weapons on the side of the people, and the calculus would eventually change. You had your guest Eugene talk about nobody wants a forever war. Nobody has an appetite for war. I don't want war. I hope this doesn't sound like I'm a warmonger. Nobody wants war. But we needed to go further on the war we already started in order to make this the last of the wars. We are only extending and guaranteeing that the Iran regime will continue to be at war with us for 50 more years by signing this MOU and going further and loosening sanctions and allowing them to have the money, have the breathing space, and to have the power to continue doing what they have done and will continue to stay in power. That is what they want. They want to stay in power.
Lisa, brilliantly and passionately articulated as usual. Lisa Daftari there from the Foreign Desk. Thank you so much. I've got to open this debate up to my panel, and Matt, I've got to start with you. You know Marco Rubio well. You know what he stands for. You know that he has been beating this drum consistently for 10, 15 years, it's fair to say, possibly longer, in terms of what he wanted to achieve in Iran. What do you make of Lisa's assessment that you just haven't done enough?
Well, with all due respect, I think that's wrong. I think, you know, the truth is the administration said all along the goal here is not regime change. The number one priority here is to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and that's the goal. And right now, I think you're seeing great progress towards that being achieved. You know, you're seeing, for example, allowing inspectors to go in. You're seeing, you know, really a metrics-based agreement here put in place, and that is, look, if Iran plays ball here and plays by the rules, well, then guess what? We're going to unfreeze some of their assets. Guess what? We'll hand over some of their funds. But in the end, you're not going to have peace in the Middle East. You're not going to have peace in Iran through war. You're going to have it through wealth. And the truth is, you got to be able to have economic partnerships here that you're already seeing in places like Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And I think the goal here ultimately is to have a good economic partnership here with Iran. You're already seeing, for example, Vice President Vance bring up using some of these unfrozen assets to provide those to U.S. farmers who will then provide food to the people of Iran. So all along, I think the administration has been consistent. This is about ensuring there's not a nuclear weapon. That's going to be achieved here hopefully soon.
But if Lisa was still with us, she would say, you're being naive. You don't know what you're dealing with here. They aren't like any other regime. They are taught death to America from the first moment that they can understand in that country. And so that all sounds lovely, but unless you'd given the power to the Iranian people, genuinely firepower to overthrow the regime, you're just going to be in the same position again 2, 5, 10 years' time, Matt.
But the question is, who are we dealing with, right? And only truly the administration knows who they're dealing with in these negotiations. They have the full understanding on that. And President Trump decimated over 40 of the Iranian regime leadership members, killed them. So, the truth is, we are better off today than we were before this war. And the truth is, we may very well be dealing with people who are willing to work with the United States in Iran. Not those hardliners, but instead those people who are much softer, who are willing to understand that there can be a greater economic partnership here. Again, I go back to, I think President Trump is working to reset the Middle East here. This is not just about Iran. This is truly resetting the Middle East and having finally, for the first time in my lifetime, peace in the Middle East.
Benjamin, what do you make of that?
Well, look, it's correct to say that the most effective way to get progress is through wealth and not war. That's the lesson of the last 80 years, that countries get richer and they become more reasonable and more considerate to their people. But so long as you have this Islamist regime running Iran, the idea of them having more wealth terrifies me, because they've shown time and time again that they are fundamentally dishonest and that they use any money they can get to fund their proxies and to fund targeting Israel and targeting Western countries with all sorts of undercover operations. And so I'm afraid I felt very nervous by the moves that have happened in the last week or so, and I'm not convinced of the honesty. Letting weapons inspectors in is certainly the right thing to do, but I'd just like to come back to this conversation in 6 months and see whether they honour that word.
Absolutely. Right, we've got to move on, guys. That hour's gone very quickly. More to come in the next hour, including this. Oh, it looks like Ben Leo's formed a band there in Boston. We're going to be looking ahead to England's second group game against Ghana, this time on the back of that impressive display against Croatia. And we'll see what the fans there think about Starmer resigning and potentially incoming Andy Burnham. Stay with us. This is The Late Show, live only on GB News.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom, with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976, but it's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s. And those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversations.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
bowl.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way. You will not want to miss it, trust me.
The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Very good evening, good morning, live from Washington, D.C. This is Bev Turner on GB News with the stories that are shaping Great Britain and the United States of America. And of course, this is leading the headlines.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Keir Starmer, he finally bowed out. The writing was on the wall, of course, but the parliamentary support has now disappeared. His authority is gone, and he's got to make way for this man.
Because I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill.
Now, don't get too excited. Not that man. Serves me right for ad-libbing. I thought we were going to a sort of Andy Burnham there. That was, of course, President Trump. He is not, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, going to be leading the UK. There was an unlikely romance, of course, a bromance between President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer. Initially, the relationship quickly soured. Where did it all go wrong? We'll discuss that. And also this.
Really enjoy it. I mean, we don't get it very often, do we? So we've got to make the most of it.
I won't be out and about too much, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big lover of the heat.
I've got water with me and I've got suntan lotion, so yeah, I think it's fine.
Oh, it's going to be lovely as long as you've got your suntan lotion and a hat and a bottle of water and maybe a bit of shade if you need it. The temperatures are going to soar to apparently almost 40 degrees in the UK. And guess what? Schools are closing because we're teaching our youngsters that you have to just surrender and collapse at the slightest sign of any discomfort. Also tonight, this. We're going to be looking ahead to England's second group game, this time against Ghana, on the back of that impressive display against Croatia. What's going to happen this time? I'm Bev Turner and this is The Late Show Live. Still with me for this third and final hour, former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, Matt Terrell, is with me, and former Obama policy advisor Laurie Watkins. And in London we have GB News favourites Leo Kearse and Benjamin Butterworth. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Did you get excited then, Leo, when I said that Starmer's making way for this man and then we played President Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Benjamin felt just the same way, didn't you, Ben?
Thrilled, utterly thrilled.
Utterly thrilled. Right. It is, of course, the story
Wishful thinking.
dominating every headline. Wishful thinking, says Laurie. So Keir Starmer, of course, resigned today as Prime Minister. He's going to be replaced by Andy Burnham, very likely. In the last hours, President Trump gave this reaction.
And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration and crime.
So that was President Trump, and he was gesturing there to Pete Hegseth. He said, you know, that was the first. He didn't let us use the island in terms of, I think he's probably referring to, it's either Chagos or Diego Garcia. But it was also Cyprus as well. I think it was our military base there that I think they wanted to use, wasn't it? And we didn't
Cyprus,
let them. It was Cyprus.
Yes. For air defence, and he said...
Yeah, exactly. Whilst they were doing the huge journey over to Iran, of course. Now, despite early attempts by Number 10 to portray this as a bromance, the same two differences kept coming up time and time again: energy and immigration. So for the Trump-Starmer relationship, where did it all go wrong? Let's speak now to the host of the Michael Knowles Show. It is, of course, Michael Knowles. Michael, thank you for joining us. So your reaction, first of all, to the news that we're going to have a new Prime Minister. It is not going to be Keir Starmer. It's very likely to be this guy, Andy Burnham. What do the Americans make of us?
I was just over in your country, what was it, a couple of weeks ago. I was at the Oxford Union. I was at the GB News studios. I'm not claiming that I am responsible for the resignation of Keir Starmer, but if people want to give me the credit, I'm just noting it's coincidental timing. Far be it from me to, you know, be an interloper in British politics, but this seems to be very, very good news. Not because Andy Burnham is going to be any better. I don't see any reason to believe that. But because it shows that Labour is very, very afraid. It shows that the whole political establishment really is very afraid. They've seen the massive gains that reform has made. They're trying to stop the bleeding. They realize that Keir Starmer was a total dud. He was not going to be the man to do it. The problem, though, for Labour, and frankly, for a lot of the conservative establishment politicians themselves, is that there are these structural issues. The establishment has not provided answers in your country or in mine, frankly, on these big issues: energy, sure, and especially immigration. So unfortunately, I think you might see the merry-go-round keep going with the prime ministers. Britain is supposed to be a place of great stability. And now I fear you guys are starting to look like Italy, which hasn't had a functioning government since Octavian. This is a structural issue because it's not just a British problem. In the United States as well, and throughout continental Europe, the governments just have not been responsive to what the people have clearly told them they want.
But why is that, Michael? Because I can relate to what you're saying. Now, some people would say, of course, that President Trump got in because the public felt that he did understand their woes, this idea that he was in touch with the common person on the street, if you like, and God knows why people voted for Starmer in that regard. I think there was never any suggestion that he had any idea what's happening in people's households. But what do you mean when you say that? Like, governments around the world aren't in touch with the real people, and if so, why?
Well, the clearest example probably comes from the UK, which is that the people voted for the Brexit. It was pretty clear. And then they didn't really get their Brexit. Governments, people throughout continental Europe have voted time and time again to stop the mass migration, all of the demographic shifts, the crime that has come from that. And the governments just don't really give it to them. In the case of the United States, President Trump has been singularly responsive to what the ordinary people want. And the establishment has opposed him every step of the way. Changing all of the voting rules in the lead up to the 2020 election, trying to kick him off the ballot, trying to put him into prison, and even justifying multiple assassination attempts against him. He's had a real uphill battle, too. Part of the reason is that the West doesn't really have a solution to its birth rate problem. Part of the problem is that the West no longer really believes in the principles and the religion that has made the civilization what it is. And part of the problem is that technocrats and liberal politicians have ensconced themselves in power to the point that they don't really have to be responsive to the people, no matter how they vote.
And that is, of course, because why? Because countries all around the world have signed up to treaties and agreements drawn up in boardrooms across the world by non-governmental organisations, by people who haven't been voted in, by the UN and all the other little acronyms, all these organisations all around the world. So do you think that Trump is working against some of those agreements, and is he doing so successfully? And do you see maybe Andy Burnham as being something of an antidote to that kind of globalist agenda? Because he's been in Manchester for 10 years. He hasn't even been in Westminster, never mind Davos.
Well, President Trump certainly has worked to undermine the globalist power and stranglehold that has kind of been his raison d'etre since he descended the golden escalators. And he's reasserted American sovereignty. Ultimately, that I think is the hallmark of his political project. In terms of Andy Burnham, he'll get better PR because he comes from Manchester. But I really see this move as just a response to reform, which is offering something that is genuinely different from just swapping out one Labour politician for another. And of course, no one more than Nigel Farage has come out and told those international unresponsive institutions where they can stick all of their dreadful policies that the people don't like.
Let's just talk about this relationship that we've seen deteriorate between Keir Starmer and President Trump. Therefore, I don't think Trump is very polite about him. He says he's a nice man. He's not that polite about other people, such as, I don't know, London Mayor Sadiq Khan, who he never misses an opportunity to give him a public kicking whenever he can. But we saw their relationship polite on the surface, a kind of fake harmony, even though ideologically very opposed to each other. Just talk to me a little bit about how that relationship has panned out and how you think it's left Trump and this government viewing the UK.
President Trump is a very personal leader. He leans a lot on personal relationships, and he clearly has something of a great man theory of history. He is really the total opposite of these bureaucrats and technocrats who think that the world is just governed by impersonal forces. And I think Keir Starmer really made some bad steps here. You were referring earlier to the refusal to let President Trump use the island for the Iran expedition. And elsewhere, he didn't have the personal charm, such that you can see someone like Macron, who disagrees with Trump politically ad infinitum. Nevertheless, he was able to manage a personal relationship with Trump that seems genuinely warm a lot of the time. Starmer didn't have it. He just came across as flaccid, impotent, and now he's soon to be out of power.
Yeah, I was going to say, tell us what you really think, Michael, but I think you just did, actually. And in terms of Andy, I mean, Keir Starmer isn't here to defend himself against accusations of being flaccid and impotent. But in terms of Andy Burnham and what we know about him, and I know that he isn't a well-known figure internationally at all, what does he need to bring to the Oval Office to have a strong relationship with President Trump?
Well, I think that he needs to take Trump seriously. I think he needs to show him respect. These are really basic aspects of political relations. But people seem to think that Trump is all personality, that he's all sizzle, no steak. This was the real error that a lot of Trump's opponents made in 2016 and continue to make. They think that Trump was elected for his personality, despite his policies. And yet, I think, if anything, the opposite was true. Trump is a little loud, and sometimes he puts his foot in his mouth. But he really offered a different policy agenda than the left, and even than many Republicans, especially when it comes to issues like immigration, when it comes to sovereignty, when it comes to foreign policy. And so my advice to the most likely incoming prime minister would be, you need to take those issues seriously. And if you're not willing to work with the United States on those sorts of issues, then no amount of personal charm is going to take you very far.
A big issue between our two countries at the moment, Michael, actually is the Online Safety Act safety, the digital clampdown on freedom of speech. And we know that there are some very powerful voices in the State Department here in America that are working very hard to turn the dial for the sake of the West. It's no exaggeration for British people to remain free to have conversations online in the town square online that aren't going to be compromised by either big business or specifically the government. That, for me, is one of the main issues that I want to see where Andy Burnham sits on that. How closely will this government in America be watching him in relation to freedom of speech?
Well, freedom of speech has been such a crucial issue. And, you know, we have a very special relationship because the United States and this administration in particular clearly have a great affinity for Britain. They're clearly Anglophiles. Just look at how President Trump interacts with the royal family. Yeah. We recognize that we come from Britain. As Edmund Burke points out, the American Revolution, in the conservative understanding, was an assertion of our rights and our disposition as Englishmen. And so it is particularly troubling to see freedom of speech so severely curtailed in the United Kingdom. When we see videos going viral throughout the States of women praying silently across the street from abortion clinics and being arrested for that, when Brits are not allowed to wave the flag of their own country, when they're not allowed to object to obvious two-tiered systems of justice. This is particularly troubling, more so than it would be across the world or even in continental Europe. So that is a top three issue probably for the administration. Trump has run on it and won on it since 2016. And I hope for not just for the Prime Minister's sake, with his relationship here, but for the British people, I hope that he takes the issue seriously.
Yeah, hear, hear. Michael, thank you so much. Michael Knowles of the Michael Knowles Show joining us this evening. Thank you so much. Let me ask my panel about this particularly. Some people think that Trump is all sizzle, no steak, Laurie Watkins. I like that phrase. And
I'm going to use that, can I?
Yeah, well, all sizzle, no steak. But as Michael was saying, that is, to believe that is to misunderstand President Trump and to underestimate who he is in relation to any sort of policy meeting that he might have with people like incoming Andy Burnham.
So we're talking about this. If we're talking about Iran, I'll have a different response for you. But, okay. Yes, he's had a lot to say about Keir Starmer. I think he was very, visibly, publicly, he was very miffed. He couldn't believe that somebody like Keir Starmer would not capitulate or do exactly what the president was asking him to do on multiple fronts, and we've discussed that. Specifically, those military bases and using them. It's really important also to be able to refuel in Europe and use our allies to make that long journey, as you were talking about, over to Iran. Donald Trump, he's hopefully going to start off on the right foot, but you know his personality. He's going to try to jab him, wield his power, see how far he can get. And if this guy stands up for himself, then we'll see what happens. But if he, bends over backwards to do some things, which I don't think he's going to do, by the way. I think he learned and saw what happened with Keir Starmer, but I don't think he's going to go full tilt.
This idea of faith, Leo, that Andy Burnham is a Catholic, had a Catholic upbringing, education. He's walking into a very godly White House here. That will matter. It matters in this town. I think that is something that is going to be one of the best parts of his peace offering that he brings here. Because let's face it, this is a bridge that needs to be built, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of agree with that. Although I think Americans need to understand that British Catholics, British Christians aren't. It's become very wokeified and very sort of almost minimised. Some of this stuff, I know Catholic Church is different from the Church of England, but some of the stuff that the Church of England says, it makes me almost want to vomit. It's like going to like a pride march or some far left political rally rather than something that should be based on thousands of years old tradition and sacrament. So I do think it'll it provides some sort of common ground, common heritage. But I think Burnham is actually going to deliberately distance himself from Trump, possibly even deliberately antagonise Trump, because he knows it'll play well with the Labour backbenchers, and it'll play well with the people on the far left, people who've gone over to the Green Party, who he wants to win back to the Labour Party. And he also knows that, you know, it might not do him so much damage in the long run, because, you know, Trump, how many years has Trump got left? Like 2 years? So after that, he'll be dealing with
midterms in November.
Yeah. So in 2 years' time,
2.5.
you know, he'll be dealing with J.D. Vance or somebody like that.
But you see, that is, of course, if the Republicans win the next election, and I'm sure you would correct that assumption, Laurie Watkins. But if Matt, if he does come in, if Andy Burnham does look at the relationship with Trump and somehow weaponises it to impress the British Labour backbenchers and the base who don't like Trump, what might the negative consequences of that be for Andy Burnham and therefore the UK?
Well, I just think a continued partnership that's not as strong as it could be. You know, I think what you saw in the very beginning was Keir Starmer had a strong relationship with President Trump because they were working together on a trade deal. And the first trade deal that was really successful was the UK-US trade deal. It was a good deal for the UK, many would argue, a good deal for the US, many would argue. And then obviously you saw Keir Starmer not allowing us to use bases, not supporting the United States with Iran, the list goes on. But look, the truth is, it's not President Trump who needs to get off to a good start here. It's really Andy who needs to get off to a good start here. And the truth is, this is a reset moment potentially between the UK and the US. We all know that it's been a strained relationship. It's a special relationship between the UK and the US, no question about it. But I think President Trump is not happy with how Keir Starmer handled the situation with Iran, among other situations. And I think there is an opportunity here. And so, look, I think it could be what Mandani has done in New York as mayor. He obviously has disagreements with President Trump, but what did the mayor of New York do? Just the first couple hours of him being elected, he went up to New York and met with President Trump in the Oval Office because the mayor of New York knows that federal funding comes out of the Oval Office. I think at the end of the day, this new potential prime minister is going to recognize that the UK needs the US. It's a special relationship, and it's important to bolster that relationship. And getting off on the wrong footing with President Trump is not going to be a wise move for him to be a successful prime minister.
Yeah, Benjamin, what do you think of that? Because you would think that if, in terms of, I'm hearing in this town, a source I was talking to the other day said there are many meetings going on here, particularly in the State Department, which are demonstrating that America is pivoting away from the UK, and they are starting to build close relationships to actually a more kind of Eastern Europe, a kind of Hungarian, a Polish. Have you heard this as well, Matt?
Yeah. To build on your point, Bev, real quick, I'll just say I think the new NATO is actually becoming the Middle East. I mean, you see what President Trump is doing right now. He's shifting away from Europe, away from the UK. He's moving towards having a greater partnership with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, with countries that are willing to do business with the United States at an enormous scale in terms of investment.
Business with his family personally.
It's about the United States. It's about the United States at the end of the day. And what I think President Trump recognizes, I'm going to go real quick here. I think what President Trump recognizes is that they were there for us by and large when it came to this Iran conflict. They've been with us when it comes to massive investment coming out of the Middle East into the United States and vice versa. What do you have out of the UK? The UK taxing tech companies. How is that going to make the UK a good place for US companies
or threatening the tech company leaders with prison if they allow content on their site that Ofcom doesn't like? Laurie, just come into the point that you were trying to make there to Matt.
What about the
Middle East? About the Middle East?
About the grifting by the Trump family? No, I would agree about the Middle East. This administration has paid very intentional, specific. They're putting all of their energy into the Middle East and into Southern Asia, I would say, as well. There's been a very close focus on Southern Asia. But I just want to go back generally to say, if they can prove that they are a partner to the United States, and I say the UK overall, right? And if he is the leader, are you a partner? Are you a partner that the United States can work with? And can you create a relationship or start to create one where the United States sees you as a partner as well, and vice versa. I think that's what this administration, specifically Donald Trump, is interested in, is whatever, and what a partner means to Donald Trump. You know, we can read between the lines of what that is. It basically is, I'm going to suggest or tell you what I want done, and hopefully that you're going to do it. And if not, then there will probably be consequences with that. But I think if he sets an even tone, and if he shows enough force or enough chutzpah at the very beginning and sets the tone, like, look, I'm not going to let you run all over me, but I am the leader not just of my people, but I am a leader that needs to be an ally to other countries. Right? He's also coming on the world stage, not just to the United States and Donald Trump, but to the rest of Europe, to the rest of the world. So what is that going to look like? But the word that I keep focusing on is partner. Can you be a partner?
Can we be a partner, Leo? Do we want to be? I mean, if President Trump is moving towards a kind of Eastern Europe coalition and then further to the Middle East and also South Asia, as to Laurie's point, where does that leave us? In a way, that should be top of Andy Burnham's agenda coming in, shouldn't it? Win back over what was traditionally our closest ally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing that brought America and Britain together, I mean, apart from the fact that, you know, British men kind of founded America, is our common values. But we're drifting apart on values. America is staying, you know, free, staying capitalist, staying democratic, whereas in the UK we're drifting to the left. And Andy Burnham is going to increase that drift. And you know, the left, we're seeing them import huge numbers of people to sort of tilt the electoral balance. They think these people they're bringing in are going to vote left wing, and we're actually seeing that, you know, when they've got enough numbers, they're voting for their own candidates. You know, we've got Islamist candidates in Parliament putting forward motions about you know, marrying your cousin or you know, other Islamist things, or things like Gaza. So we really need to get back to being Britain, I think, rather than trying to be some sort of sloppy third world leftist banana republic.
Is Andy Burnham the guy that's going to come in, Benjamin, and say, we're going to be Britain again?
What an interesting question. I don't think we've stopped saying we're Britain, but I think he will be very aware of what the people that voted for him, that have not been voting Labour for at least 2 years since the last general election, are expecting. And I think the fact that he won a constituency like Makerfield, which is very tempted by reform of that strain of politics, will be at the forefront of his mind. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of red, white and blue in the way he governs. I don't think there's any danger of him picking a fight with Donald Trump for the sake of it. I don't think he's a confrontational character. He's not really that sort of politician. And I suspect that his charm will work fairly well with the US president. The fact that he is a very committed Catholic, and actually when he was last in government, he didn't vote for some of the abortion and gay rights legislation that government brought in. He was abstained on so-called ethical grounds. And so he is actually sort of more socially conservative than most of the Labour movement. So there may be commonalities there. But of course, you know, British religion is we have quiet religion. It's not flaunted in the way that American politicians tend to use it. So I don't know how central that will be. But I would suspect that there would... I mean, I'm sure there'll be a positive relationship. One thing that occurred to me, though, is that Starmer, until very recently, worked out how to deal with Trump very effectively. You know, he found a surprising amount of common ground on things like the trade deal. So you'd think that that would be great for Andy Burnham, because there's a guy that's been in the room, that's done a good job most of the time. But Burnham and Starmer are not talking at all. So is a lot of that benefit he got from the relationship with Trump, the intelligence isn't going to be passed on to the new Prime Minister, so he might be going in there blind.
Oh, that is a very good point. Surely Starmer has to just put aside any sort of petty squabble. Well, it's not petty, clearly, it's his entire life. But he has to put aside any sort of difference for the sake of the country. If he's serious about doing what's right for the country, he needs to have a courteous and mature handover of all of this, doesn't he?
You don't want to lose that institutional knowledge, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think, Benjamin, do you think Starmer's the kind of man that would cut his nose off to spite his face, or to cut his nose off to spite the face of the nation, which is what we've just described?
I mean, we know that they haven't been speaking throughout this process of the by-election, that he didn't congratulate him privately, that he didn't respond to a text message. And so clearly it's very uncomfortable. They've never liked each other, ever. In fact, there was an interview... I think it's mutual, actually, as it happens. I think it's mutual, but it's definitely not leadership. But there was an interview years ago. Keir Starmer Andy Burnham was his boss in a shadow ministerial team, and he said, I always knew I was better than Andy Burnham. I thought I could do a better job. Well, that's come back to bite him. I think that, I think Keir Starmer is a broken man. I think he feels like he's given some of the best years of his life and worked very hard, and the Labour movement has thrown him out, and all these MPs have moved on so quickly. So, presumably he has to talk to his replacement, but it's very hard to imagine him sitting down and spending hours courteously explaining everything and genuinely caring about Andy Burnham's success.
Well, he has to. He has to, doesn't he? He has to. That's his job. You don't get to leave a job like that in a sulk and in a mood and just go off and say you're going to be a really good dad and a really good husband. You've got to hand over what you know and give advice to the incumbent to take the country forward. Surely, are they literally that childish, Matt? Are politicians that stupid and petulant that they can't put their egos to one side?
Absolutely. Politicians can absolutely be like that. Now, look, you expect that. Of course, a handover, there'll be some time yet to do all that. Look, at the same time, every leader governs in their own way. And, you can have all the institutional knowledge in the world, which I think is important, no question about it. But Andy Burnham, assuming he's the next prime minister, is going to have to figure out how to work with President Trump. He's going to figure out how to govern. And I think the biggest thing is having conviction. I think the biggest challenge that Keir Starmer had, at least in my humble opinion, was he didn't seem like a man without conviction. I think many people in the UK were not certain what he stood for. Was he making decisions based on polling and being popular and keeping his job, or was it based on what he thought was right for the country? And so I think if you're Andy Burnham, it's figuring out how can you figure out what is important to you, what's going to be important to the country. I think it's clear right now, immigration, crime, energy, those are the things you got to focus in on, including building a relationship with President Trump to be effective.
And let's face it, Starmer was trying to push through that digital ID every opportunity he got. He's like, if I just do this before I get out the door, they'll be pleased. And if I just do this, I can walk into one of the highest paid jobs in the world in a kind of lovely Swiss village somewhere, and I'll get paid millions to just talk about the time that I've been in as Prime Minister. And he didn't do it. And Andy Burnham's now got to take on that poison chalice as well. So let's see. Right, let's have a quick think about the football that's going to happen tomorrow night, because England is going to make it to the knockout stage of the World Cup if they beat Ghana in their Group L fixture tomorrow night, or tonight. For you lot there, tomorrow night for us. The Three Lions had, of course, a dazzling attacking display to beat Croatia 4-2. Can you tell I didn't write this? Ghana got a last-minute winner against Panama, and they boast a few players who have played in English leagues. But what threat do they pose to England? Is it too premature to get excited about our chances? Well, obviously, I have absolutely no idea. But one man who might is the senior reporter at the Daily Mail, Nick Pisa. And Nick, I spoke to you just moments after that victory of England just last week. What? Tell me again. Treat me like an idiot, Nick. What do I need to know about this match tomorrow night?
Well, okay, it's the second group stage match. It's being played in Boston. Well, I say Boston. It's actually being played in Foxborough, which is about 35 miles south of Boston, inland in the Gillette Stadium, and it is against Ghana. They'll be playing against Ghana for this game. And yeah, you've got to expect England to win. And if they do win, they should progress as group winners into the knockout phase.
And where might the threat lie from Ghana, Nick? What are they good at?
Well, African football has come on in leaps and bounds in the last few years, as you may probably know, Beth. So they are a very good attacking force. And they also, as you mentioned, they have a couple of Premier League players in there. They've got Thomas Brandon Asante, who is with Coventry City now. In fact, I've been speaking to a couple of Coventry City fans here in Providence, where I am, and they're saying that they hope it's a 3-1 win to England, and they don't mind Brandon Thomas Asante getting the one for Ghana in that game if it goes that way. But yeah, I mean, it's as you know, there are funny things can happen in football, but maybe we should just touch wood a little bit and hope that England can can go on and win that game and then go on into the knockout stages.
I'm just going to be a little bit maternal here for a minute, Nick. Are they all right, our players? Like, I'm worried about injuries, about illness. Are they all in tip-top physical condition?
Well, the latest we've heard is that they did all train. They've all arrived in Boston and they trained at the ground this evening. The only person who's got a slight injury doubt is Bukayo Saka, who apparently has been training away from the squad, but he should be fit for that game tomorrow night. The only threat, Beth, that we might have is the weather, actually. And we saw that earlier on this evening with the game involving France and Iraq, which was delayed for 2 hours. It's been a really steady drizzle here since about lunchtime today. A really annoying, niggly drizzle. But they're expecting possibly thunderstorms towards kickoff in that game, as you say, which is tomorrow night our time here in Providence and late on today in the UK. But they are expecting possibly, as I say, thunderstorms. And there is no roof at the Gillette Stadium, so the fans will be in the open air.
I mean, if it's drizzling, Nick, that's going to be perfect for our boys. They're used to playing in nothing but drizzle in the UK. It might not be normal for the Ghanaian lads.
Yeah, well, absolutely, Beth. That's what I was just about to tell you. Yes, because it is, let's say, forecast to be made, should we say, like a typical English summer's day with sort of dreary, overcast 22, 23 degrees with a bit of drizzle. But yeah, they are, I don't quite understand why. It is just drizzle, but they closed the fans park here in Providence this evening for some reason. They're saying because they just can't take any chances with the weather. But I've not seen any thunderstorms or lightning here as they had in Philadelphia. But I do understand the weather's quite bad in Boston, a bit further up the coast. But here it's just that annoying drizzle, basically. But they decided to close the fans park.
I thought it was only our country that overreacted to a little bit of extreme weather, Nick. It's good to know the Americans do it from time to time as well. But from your assessment now of what you've seen so far in the tournament, who are looking like the favourites?
Well, everyone I've spoken to obviously is quite patriotic and is saying for England to go on and win. I say the guys I spoke to here this evening in Providence were all very upbeat and all very confident. They like the way that Tuchel has brought the side together. They said that game in Croatia, which we discussed last week in Dallas, was fantastic game. One of the best England performances they've seen in a while. They were really attacking. But, as always, Beth, as you know, there is a but. The defence, they were a bit worried it was a little shaky. But, you know, yeah, there's England, Argentina you can't rule out. France, we just saw this evening. They beat Iraq 3-0 as well. Germany are always dark horses, sadly, aren't they? Well, normally ends up with penalties against them, doesn't it? So, yeah, but I think England have got a good chance to go quite a way in this tournament. And it's about time, really, isn't it?
And what's your prediction for the score tomorrow night, Nick?
I reckon it'll be 2-0 to England, yeah.
It's been, I mean, look, what do I know? But it looks like it's been quite a high-scoring tournament so far, has it? We've not had many 0-0 draws, have we?
Well, we had a couple. We had one yesterday between Belgium and Iran, and then we had one on Saturday, Ecuador against, who were they playing? Curacao as well. They're the two that spring to mind. So, but I mean, as you say, yeah, there have been quite high-scoring games. I think Germany beat Curacao 7-1, didn't they? We had a 3-0 this evening. Yeah, so there have been quite a few high-scoring games. Let's hope it goes that way, because that's what the fans want. But here in Providence, where I am, there's quite a few England fans. They've decided to come here because they're saying it's a lot cheaper than being in Boston. And I'm finding it's the sort of more discerning England fans, shall we say, here in Providence. They all seem to be a little older. Excuse me. A little older and are more sort of retirees, pensioners, people who said to me that they paid off their mortgage and they have a bit of extra cash, because obviously if you're a working person, it's really expensive to come out here and stay out here for the duration of the tournament.
Well, very nice. You've just confirmed the suspicions of some GB News viewers that the old people in the UK have too much money and the youngsters haven't got anything. But Nick, they've earned it. Listen, good luck tomorrow night, and we might talk to you after the match as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let me know what you think. That's very controversial there. I don't know whether you're aware, Matt, but there's a sort of ongoing theme with GB News viewers as to whether we look after the pensioners too well or not well enough in the UK.
Finding the balance, right?
Finding the balance.
There,
It's a bit tricky, yes. Yeah, Nick just opened a can of worms there. I don't go on your say. Now, of course, GBNews' chief US correspondent and my fellow presenter Ben Leo has been amongst both England and Scotland fans in Boston. They talked about football, and of course, he got a reaction to the news about the outgoing Sir Keir Starmer. Let's have a quick look.
Very excited, yeah. Just come from Texas. It was a wild week, so yeah, excited to be here.
Oh, good man. So you're at the Dallas game?
Yes.
How you feeling? You still hungover?
It's been
pretty much.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, positive for the game tomorrow. Managed to get tickets. He's still waiting, so best of luck to him. But
oh no, you've not got a ticket.
If anyone's got a ticket, let me know. Under £1,000.
So you two are mates?
Yeah, all three of us. Yeah, all mates.
You got a ticket as well? You have. You haven't. You've stitched him up. How did that work out?
Yeah, to be fair, they didn't go to the one in Dallas, so as long as we have someone representing us at the game, it's fine.
Yeah, good boys. Good luck to it. Oh, Keir Starmer's resigned as well. Any comment on that?
No comment.
To the football.
If I speak, I'll be in big trouble.
Cheers, boys. Did you know Keir Starmer's resigned today?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
What's happening? Is it Andy Burnham that's getting in?
Probably, yeah.
Heard that Donald Trump announced it before he did.
Hey, he's a naughty boy. He went on social media the day before.
Did he now?
Are you happy Starmer's gone?
Do you know, if Andy Burnham can do for what he done for Manchester in a bigger scale, that would be good, right?
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. How you doing, boys? Got the Oasis going?
Yeah.
Were you singing Wonderwall at the end of the, what game was it? The first game? Who did we play in Dallas?
The Croatia game, mate. Yeah, Croatia game.
Were you at the game?
Yeah.
They were belting Wonderwall out, all the team was singing.
Absolutely. To be fair, that's got to be my top 3 best moments.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Bellingham was loving it, Harry Kane.
Yeah, mate. They probably...
spirit this time. There wasn't. They seemed like a good bunch that actually keen for it now. They're all standing at the end. I think you can see the appreciation for the support that was in front of them that maybe wasn't there at the Euros previously, but yeah, crossed, isn't it?
So you all going to the game tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to the game tomorrow, and then we're heading back. We're absolutely broken. A couple of weeks.
What on earth have you been doing?
It's been a long couple of weeks. We've started from Houston, worked our way to Austin, Dallas, and then we've gone from Dallas to Washington, to Philadelphia, New York, and now we're up here.
Wow, that's amazing.
Road trip. So.
Trip of a lifetime.
Trip of a lifetime. You don't do it every week.
We just came from Nashville, and that was just mental.
Oh, I'd love to go to Nashville.
Mate, it's one of the best places I've ever been.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Oh, awesome. Score tomorrow, what's it going to be?
I'm going to go 3-0. I think it's going to be a convincing win tomorrow. I'm feeling confident.
You boys?
4-1. We're conceding a goal now. There's goal. I think we're going to concede. We're looking at the defence. 100%. We look like a Premier League team these days, though. Like the way he wants us to attack, we've got so many goals in us, but the defence is going to shit one.
John, hello. Where are you from in the UK?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Whereabouts?
Well, we've just moved outside to Lichfield now. So
oh, nice. Good man.
Staying over there.
Good man. Are you looking forward to the game tomorrow?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Well, how long have you been here in Boston?
We've just got here yesterday, but we flew into Canada and done a bit in Canada first before we come down.
So many people are doing that. They're sort of having massive adventures and holidays and combining it with the football.
Yeah.
Trip of a lifetime?
And then the wife, she loves the country and music, so we're going to New Orleans and Nashville when we get to Atlanta, if we're still in Atlanta.
Very jealous, very jealous. I've never been to Nashville. I was meant to go a few weeks ago. Tell me, how are you going to prepare for the game tonight? And if we win tomorrow, what are your plans? Is Boston going to be torn apart?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I should think there'll be a few beers drunk, won't there?
Yeah, good man. Yeah. All right, also, Keir Starmer resigned today. Did you hear?
That's good, isn't he?
I don't know, is it?
That's a result for England, isn't he?
Yeah, good man. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And of course, when I am on air tomorrow night, Ben will be there in Boston, and we will go to Ben to see the response to all of the to the result tomorrow night. Let me bring in my panel here, Laurie. Have you got World Cup fever here in America? You're doing a very good job, I have to say. Social media is full of people filming themselves in America and saying how amazing America is.
That has been the content that I am living for, especially right now in my hometown of South Florida, in Miami. The Scots getting ready for the game that is going to be played tomorrow night. There's a Miami Marlins game going on, and it's like a clan parade, whatever you call it, the Scots. They marched to the stadium. The people that live there are just just like, this is the most glorious, beautiful thing. There's people that jumped in with like Cuban bands, jumping in with the Scots, playing the bagpipes. Like, it's just, that's to me what America is all about. Like, embracing everybody, all cultures, all people, and having a good time.
Yeah, and Matt, I've been looking at social media, all these people talking about how amazing America is. I know it. I am here. I'm fortunate to spend some time here. I can see what it is, but it also speaks to the fact that we have, like, there's so much dissatisfaction in the UK. People are getting excited here about things like you can drive your car and you can park it without a camera giving you a ticket. Like,
Or go to a park without graffiti, Brits were saying, and like stuff isn't broken and it's safe.
Correct, and they're like, you can go into a place and a vending machine works.
Right.
Like, what is it telling you about the UK when you see the reaction of America, of football fans being in America and celebrating things like being able to park their car?
You know, America's great, and people are seeing it. And they're not just people are so used to watching like the BBC and seeing kind of what's reported around the world. But when you come here and you actually see what the United States is like, it's an amazing country, and I see them loving the big gulps. They found out what ranch dressing, salad dressing is all about.
And do not bring that in your suitcase and send it home. It will explode. The warnings are going out. So be mindful.
There's World Cup fever, and in the United States, we call it soccer here. I know it's football where you all are, but it's taken off. You look at the popularity of sports right now. You have football, basketball, and then soccer is number 3 right now here in the United States. So I think the American people are really having this fever as well. It's a global fever right now, and I think people are loving it. I'm glad so many people around the world are enjoying the United States.
Hey, Bev, real quick, I was with people over the weekend at a house party, on the river, 8 people, and all throughout the weekend, World Cup dominated everything. When's the next match? When can we go watch? We went to a restaurant. Everyone there was watching it on the TV screens. I mean, the pandemonium for the World Cup is something that I love it.
Yeah.
I'm here to see it.
It is. It's great. Benjamin, are you buying into it?
I find it funny that Matt says World Cup fever is making it the 3rd most popular sport in the US, while the rest of the world, every other country on the planet, it's the most popular forever. I actually love the World. I love the World Cup. I don't care for football. It's not even my 3rd most popular favourite sport. But honestly, there's something brilliant. All the videos that come out. I think I saw the Boston Tribune, the newspaper. They took out a full-page advert in tribute to the Scots that had turned up there for the match last week, which was just so beautiful and so moving of how much they loved the two cultures. And I think that's one of the nice things about the World Cup, is that it brings people together. It feels like a shared moment, and that's something we often lack these days.
It really does. And Scotland have got to win against Brazil, have they, Leo Kurz? Have I got that right?
Yeah, well, it should be pretty easy. I mean, I don't know much about football, but I think Scotland are better than Brazil. I know that Brazil put the last time we were in the World Cup in 1286. We got put out by Brazil. But I don't know. Football's I find it a kind of boring sport. If I wanted to watch a bunch of rich guys roll around on the ground clutching their ankles, I'd go to the Bally. I miss the fighting. Remember when they used to all fight in the streets after the. I used to love watching the footage. Like English guys, the skinheads going over and smashing up some poor town centre in France. That was entertainment. If that happened on the pitch, people would watch.
Right now.
We don't.
We like the joy.
Ranch dressing, big gulps. It's all we need. There you go.
And Buc-ee's.
And Buc-ee's, yeah.
What's a Buc-ee?
Buc-ee's, the huge the convenience store. Oh, Ben Leo's talked all about it, where they have all the jerky in the world, the nuts, all the snacks. There's 50 gas pumps at this one gas station. Buc-ee's, look it up. B-U-C-C-E-E.
I'll ask Ben about that tomorrow night when he's on. I haven't seen that. Now, still to come this evening on The Late Show Live, this.
Really enjoy it. I mean, we don't get it very often, do we? So we've got to make the most of it.
I won't be out and about too much, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big lover of the heat.
I've got water with me and I've got suntan lotion, so yeah, I think it's fine.
Less than that.
Oh, temperatures are going to soar across the UK. It's going to be nearly 40 degrees. It's going to be marvellous. Of course, the schools are panicking and saying they're going to have to close down. Let's have a quick look at the weather and just how glorious it is going to be.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976. But it's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s. And those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
See, how lovely is that weather going to be? The Telegraph this morning for you is reporting that schools have closed as Britain prepares for a heat wave that could see temperatures as high as 40 degrees. Primary, secondaries and nurseries across England shut early on Monday, apparently, while a dozen schools confirmed they would close entirely on Wednesday and Thursday. Give me strength. The Met Office has issued a red weather warning for extreme heat, which will last from Wednesday morning until Thursday night across 6 regions of England. And the rare alert, the first issued since July 2022, indicates it is very likely there will be a risk to life, according to the forecaster. While the UK Health and Security Agency, never liked it when they changed that branding, claimed the heat wave could prove fatal for healthy members of the population. Let me come to my panel on this. Leo Kurth, I think you might bring a dose of common sense to this particular debate. Do you know what? I had my teenagers on the phone today pestering and pestering and pestering. I don't have to go to school tomorrow, do it. I don't have to go to school on Wednesday, do it. I can have a day off. I'm going to go to the pub. I'm like, no, you're going to school. It's hot. Take water. Don't sit out in the sun. Put some face cream on. Because if you've got a job, you're probably going to have to go to work one day when it is hot. Leo, what have we become?
Yeah, and also schools need to understand that they're not actually there to teach kids anything. They're there to provide a babysitting service so we can do our jobs and make some money to pay taxes to pay for the school. That's what they're for. So don't close. Just get air conditioning in. For some reason in Britain and in Europe we've got this opposition to having air conditioning. I've got air conditioning in my house because I'm inordinately wealthy, and it means I can sleep in comfort at night, and my pregnant wife isn't going to, you know, like sweat too much from her face, and we can enjoy the summer. Air conditioning is wonderful, and also for all the net zero people, when you've got your air conditioning on, it's because it's sunny. So that's when all these solar panels that Ed Miliband forced us to put over our farmland, that's when they're making energy from sunlight. So it's the perfect time to run lots of electrical devices.
Benjamin, it wouldn't be sensible to go out in the midday heat, let's say, and try and run a marathon if you're not used to doing it. It wouldn't be sensible to be an old person and sit inside under a blanket and not drink water on a 40-degree day. But don't people generally have intelligence to know their own bodies and not put themselves at risk?
Well, I think if we were talking about 30 degrees, then that would be a reasonable conclusion. But actually, the weather reports are saying we could have 37, 38 degrees Celsius in the coming days, which is very, very hot. This is not temperatures and weather that we're used to in Britain.
It doesn't melt their brains. It doesn't literally melt their brains. So all that common sense they had at 30 degrees hasn't disappeared at 40 degrees, has it?
Well, first of all, we're talking about schools in this story, right? So in the UK, for those that don't know, we really don't have air conditioning. It is not normal. Many of our buildings are old with thick walls. So I think those school environments could get incredibly hot. And actually, you know, you're raising kids. Kids that are that uncomfortable are not going to be focused, are not going to be engaged, are not going to be easy to manage. So I think it's not unreasonable that if it's 37, 38 degrees, that they're not forced to sit there in that kind of temperature. And I looked at the statistics. The last time we had weather this hot, 3,000 people died during the heat wave in the UK. Many of those people were elderly rather than children. But that shows this is a danger to life and we should take precaution.
But the cold kills more people.
With those figures.
Why? Why do you want old people to die of heat waves?
Let me ask my Americans here, who are used to heats of upwards of the high 30s, which is not unusual for here. Laurie, you grew up in Florida, you like a bit of sun. What would your advice be to British people who are thinking of cowering at home with the curtains closed this week?
Well, I'm very mindful, and I'm going to speak for it. There are people who don't have the means to have air conditioned or even those windows units. So yes, I'm concerned about people like that. But schools, don't y'all have air conditionings in your schools? I imagine.
No, we don't. We don't need it. We have these things. It's really old-fashioned, but they're called windows. And I know you can't actually open windows here in America.
Well, you can't open windows when it's that hot. So if you don't have air conditioning, then I am going to push back, because that's probably not safe for kids to be in those conditions, or the teachers as well. But I don't know. I'm from Florida, where it gets over 100 degrees, and people and children and teachers, I mean, they go to school down there year-round, right? They don't cancel school in Florida.
Correct. They don't cancel school. And Matt, surely as teachers you would go, right, you're all allowed to wear shorts and T-shirts. I expect you all to have a cap on. You've all got to bring a water bottle. You've all got to bring some sun cream. And we're going to do something different. You know what? At playtime, we're going to have water balloon fights or something. Like, use their imagination. Make a virtue of it.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I mean, we want people to be safe. No question about it. I think you should listen to your body. But this is just a typical day in Arizona or Florida. I mean, this is like standard here in the United States. I'm from Wisconsin, so I'm the wrong guy to ask. But I absolutely agree. You know, yes, want people to be safe. Listen to your body. If you don't feel safe, it's one thing. But at the same time, listen, we're getting a little bit soft out there too. It's a balancing act, and I think Ben, you're making good points.
Yeah, and it's about what we're teaching the next generation.
Right.
About the fact that, you know, life is tough, but you are tougher. A day is hot, but do something about it. Honestly, I despair. We used to have the occasional day when we were younger. If it was really freezing cold on an ice day, you might have it closed, but it was almost never. Right, thank you all. I will be back tomorrow night. Of course, we're going to be bringing you all the reaction from that England match tomorrow night, so make sure you tune in midnight in the UK, 7 p.m. here on the eastern coast of America. Good night, sleep well, see you tomorrow.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom, with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976. but it's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s, and those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week, and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Boxed Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show. It's not a bad brand. Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me. Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to stop. You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
The GB News audience is different, it's unique, because they see through the nonsense.
We want to debate with each other, we want to listen and maybe learn.
We have a chat, that's what we do, we try and have a chat.
They'll watch my programme while they're eating their tea, they'll watch breakfast while they're busy getting their kids ready for school.
We want to hear what matters to you, what is news for you.
And what's brought you out here today?
What are the biggest issues affecting this particular area?
The audience are the best thing about GB News.
They're friends. their family. They're people who need to have their voices heard.
They're passionate about the channel, they're passionate about what they believe in.
The one thing about GB News is you get a chance to speak.
Talk to me about why so many people have gathered here today.
Do you want to say something back in return? The GB News audience is what makes GB News special.
It's incredible to see.
They shape our programmes, they shape our output, and they shape our channel.
That's what makes us the fearless champion of Britain. It's 9 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's. Tonight,
every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Keir Starmer has resigned and it's gone down well with the public.
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
And Keir Starmer nearly cried.
To my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Oh, boo-hoo. Now you know how we felt for the last 2 years. But obviously, the most annoying man in Britain, Steve Bray, had to make a scene.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy.
That's actually Keir Starmer's favourite song, Ode to Joy, in the background there, so he probably loved it. Anyway, now, this man is about to become the least democratically elected Prime Minister in history.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
Should we have a general election now? Farage wants one.
I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election.
But we've had 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. Britain is becoming a tin pot nation. Even the Italians are laughing at us. So much to go at tonight, so much. On my panel, we have got journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth. We've got Reform UK's Sir Jake Berry and GB News contributor Connie Shaw. So look, get ready, Britain. Here we go. It's the day you've all been waiting for. Next.
Good evening, your 9 o'clock news from the GB Newsroom with me, Bethany Elsey. Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister and has promised an orderly handover of power within a matter of weeks. In an emotional speech outside Number 10, Sir Keir said every decision he's made in office has been about putting the country he loves first. The new Labour MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, looks set to replace him, with the former Health Secretary Wes Streeting ditching his own leadership campaign to back him. But GB News understands there are calls from within the Labour Party for the new Prime Minister to be a woman. And there are also reports tonight dozens of MPs are backing Starmer's Chief Secretary, Darren Jones, to run in the leadership race. Meanwhile, opposition leaders, including Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage, are calling for a general election. Former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty of 18 historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children. A jury at Newry Crown Court convicted him of 1 count of rape, 13 counts of indecent assault and 4 counts of gross indecency. His wife, Eleanor Donaldson, has been found guilty of aiding and abetting his crimes, which spanned a period between 1985 and 2008. The Met Office has issued a rare red warning for extreme heat. It covers parts of central and southern England and Wales on Wednesday and Thursday. Meanwhile, a 4-day amber weather warning is already in place, with temperatures expected to reach up to 38 degrees this week. Health officials say the wider population is at risk, not just vulnerable groups, and are urging people to take care around open water. A toddler who ended up in a zoo's crocodile enclosure is now stable in hospital. The 3-year-old boy from Cambridgeshire has been in a critical condition in Adensbrook Hospital since last Thursday after he was allegedly thrown into the enclosure at Johnson's of Oldhurst. A 30-year-old man from Norfolk was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder and later bailed after he was assessed as not being fit for interview. The suspect reportedly has learning difficulties and had been on a trip with carers. And a 36-year-old man has appeared in court charged with 5 counts of attempted murder, aggravated by a terrorist connection after a series of attacks in Edinburgh on Friday. Lewis Hawkes was also charged with 1 count of assault and robbery and 2 counts of breach of the peace. The attacks across the city left 5 people injured and are suspected to have an anti-Muslim motivation. He's been remanded in custody until another hearing in 8 days. Those are your latest headlines. Let's get back to Patrick.
The worst Prime Minister in British history has resigned. Keir Starmer goes in disgrace, but Britain is in big, big trouble. Here is Starmer announcing his resignation.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
And this went down very well with the British public when they played it out in pubs across the country.
Has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Yes, he went on to try to list his achievements.
And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy that is stronger, growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built. An end to austerity.
That bloke has got more front than Katie Price. The economy is in the toilet. We've got record youth unemployment. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their jobs because of him, and he is an absolute joke on the world stage.
Where's the United Kingdom? Where's Russia? Come here. Is everything going good?
Very good.
It's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice.
But this is the bit that got me.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Oh, he nearly cried there. He didn't cry after Southport. He didn't cry over Henry Novak. He didn't cry about Rhiannon White. He didn't cry over the Pakistani rape gangs. He didn't cry for farmers or for pensioners or for pub landlords or for children who've had their education ripped away from them thanks to his spiteful VAT hike on private schools. He didn't cry over the horrific attacks on the Jewish community. No, he just cries for himself. Goodbye, good riddance. And good riddance, this horrible little man as well. Starmer's great mate and the Attorney General Lord Hermer, always on the wrong side of history. I believe this man detests all the best things you think our country stands for. Now he can get back to doing what he does best, representing jihadis, people linked to the IRA, and helping to bring prosecutions against innocent, brave British veterans. Get lost. Look at the way the establishment media fawned over him. Kay Burley, I expected more from him. Why? Why did you? You didn't bother to hold him to account at all when he got elected. You probably voted for him. Like Paul down Boris Johnson over Partygate, but didn't seem to care about the unrelenting shower of scandal oozing out of Downing Street for the last 2 years. It takes huge restraint to give a speech as dignified as that. Oh, jog on. Seriously, just jog on. Starmer's speech was interrupted by the utter nuisance Steve Bray with his giant speakers.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security.
But what was playing was actually Ode to Joy for a while, and Keir Starmer said that was his favourite song. So I don't really see what the problem is there, to be honest. After Starmer resigned, this happened.
Andy Burnham is just arriving into Euston now. He's got a lot of people to meet and a lot of people to talk to.
Andy Burnham got a train from Manchester to London, riding in like Lenin, travelling from exile in Switzerland to Mother Russia to lead the revolution. Then this happened. Wes Streeting, yes, Wes Streeting, decided to back Andy Burnham to be Labour leader. So it looks like there'll be no contest. More on that in a minute. Andy Burnham arrived in London, which must have been awful for him because he's northern. He just likes the north. He just likes chips and gravy, polo tops with jeans and trainers. Then Andy Burnham found a suit, which again just must have been awful for him. Perhaps he just dusted off an old Armani number from his wardrobe and he was sworn in.
Rome is saved.
Yes, Rome is saved, someone shouted. Look at this. All the Labour MPs there, grinning like Cheshire cats behind Burnham. Oh, please, sir, please, can I have a cabinet position? Oh, I love you, Andy. Oh, the King in the North, yay. Andy Burnham has won 0.03% of the national vote. 24,947 people have just elected our new Prime Minister, probably. We've had 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. These are numbers that tin pot third world African countries would look at and go, oof, bit dodgy that, isn't it? This is Downing Street, a revolving door of mediocrity, misery and incompetence. And we, the British public, are the victims. This isn't democracy. What we're going to see in Britain in the coming days and weeks is not democracy. At least Liz Truss was actually in cabinet when she became PM. Labour manufactured a by-election and parachuted in a bloke who has tried and failed to become Labour leader twice already, who has a bad record in government, and they're going to let him stand unopposed by the looks of things, so nobody gets to scrutinise what he actually stands for or what his policies are. When Keir Starmer won that Labour landslide, I had sat in this chair and told you that in 1 year and 132 days' time, Keir Starmer would resign and Andy Burnham would have essentially been anointed as Prime Minister, you'd have called me mental. Well, here we are. Labour promised change. They've delivered the most chaotic, undemocratic and incompetent government in British history. Let's get the thoughts of my panel this evening. We have got Reform UK member Sir Jake Berry, GBNews contributor Connie Shaw and journalist Benjamin Butterworth. Look, Jake, I'll start with you. What do you make of what we've seen today in terms of Keir Starmer's resignation?
Well, look, I think the public is probably really pleased he's gone. He is the most unpopular man in politics in British history. I mean, I just reflect on the fact this is King Charles, or the new Prime Minister will be King Charles III's 4th Prime Minister in 4 years. This element of instability is really bad for our country. And anyone who thinks that Andy Burnham, someone I actually had quite a lot to do with when I was in the Cabinet, I was Minister in charge of local growth in the north of England, he was a mayor in the north of England. I like him, he's a really likeable guy. I just don't rate him. I just don't think he's very good. I don't think he makes tough decisions. He changes his mind as often as other people change socks. Andy Burnham isn't going to be the saviour of our country, nor, in fact, is he going to be the saviour of the Labour Party, despite those hundreds of Labour MPs stood behind him thinking, all they're thinking is the person who has arrived in Westminster who might help us save our jobs. They don't care about the country. I think it's an extraordinary situation. What we now need is a proper general election, a real opportunity for the British people to have their say.
Connie, what did you make of Keir Starmer's resignation speech, trying to list some achievements?
Yeah, I mean, despite anything good that Labour may have been able to do, such as perhaps, you know, the Renters' Rights Bill, I know that many people who rent are happy with that, including many of my own friends. But ultimately, I think the thing that's most shocking about today is that it feels surreal that we're here. For so long, we have been thinking, how long will Starmer be able to hang on for this? And like you were saying earlier, the emotions, the fact that it's the first time that we've seen any real emotion from him, on a human level, I start to feel sorry for him, but also then that feels really strange because after the last 2 years that this country has been put through, it feels very wrong to feel sorry for him, but then the human reaction to feel sorry is also natural. So it almost feels like we're being gaslit, and I don't doubt that obviously it's clearly been a really tough time for him. But I think Keir Starmer, I mean, it was reported a few days ago that he felt betrayed by people he thought were his allies. So when people have been thinking that surely he's delusional to think that he can carry on, it seemed he really did think up until this point that he could carry on and that his allies would stick by him, but clearly not. And I'm just fearful for what's going to come, because I think the people who voted for Andy Burnham, who was simultaneously the anti-reform and anti-Starmer candidate, are not necessarily going to get what they think they might be getting after this.
I mean, it could actually, seriously, be quite interesting to put a bet on as to whether or not at the general election Andy Burnham loses that seat.
Because make or break a field.
Yeah. No, it could be. It could be. Because that vote... No, seriously. Because that vote was so fickle. There was so much wrapped into it. It was a vote to get Starmer out. It was all of this stuff. Look, don't get me wrong, he did very well there. He did very well. He got a fantastic result. Reform underperformed. Restore didn't do as well as they said they were going to do. Obviously, the Lib Dems aren't at the races there. The Greens aren't either. But it'd be fascinating to see what happens there. Andy Burnham in power for a couple of years, maybe. And I would not be surprised. That is, naturally speaking, really quite a reform area, but you know we'll have to watch and see. Benjamin, did you feel sympathy for Keir Starmer standing there today as he gave his resignation speech?
I feel very flat today, if I'm honest, because I think that, you know, Keir Starmer is a person of decency, of dignity, of discipline. I'm afraid I think your monologue...
Is he?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the evidence of that?
Well, the evidence, he's a man of extraordinary discipline. That's one of the reasons why I think he sometimes struggled to be agile as a politician.
You said decency.
Yeah, he's a person of decency.
What's the evidence?
He has behaved in an honourable way. He has honoured the office. He has...
How?
He has been an excellent statesman on the world stage.
You're not actually giving me an example. Sorry, I've asked you a few times for actual examples of that.
I am. He has behaved excellent on the world stage. He's had relationships with incredibly difficult allies like Donald Trump. I think he has carried out the responsibilities without degrading them, like people like Liz Truss and Boris Johnson perpetually did. And I think that he is a person that was motivated to go into politics to fix things. I'm afraid if anyone's not reflecting with decency, it's you to mock him when he talks about the respect he has for his wife and kids.
I'm showing Keir Starmer the exact same level of respect that man has shown patriotic, hard-working, law-abiding British citizens for the best part of the last 2 years. I'm showing him the exact same respect. And if he doesn't like it, then I'm sorry, he should have been a better person. I actually can't see any evidence of him being a decent bloke, to be honest with you, Jack.
So I think the thing is, Benjamin, I'll just pick you up on one thing. There's lots could pick you up on. The idea that he has a good relationship with Donald Trump is for the birds. He has destroyed in 2 years the special relationship with the United States, to the point that Donald Trump, the final humiliation for Starmer was Donald Trump announced his resignation on Sunday before Starmer was going to. And actually what I think would have been interesting, if you want to work out whether he's been a decent Prime Minister, you're right, he struggled. I couldn't really hear any achievements. He said, I'm list my achievements, they were sort of tailed off. If he had listed his U-turns, you know, winter fuel, farm tax, you know, all of the U-turns that he's done, and all of the people that he'd lost through incompetence and corruption in some cases in government, we'd still be here now. I mean, this, by any measure, has been a disastrous premiership, both for Keir Starmer and for the Labour Party. This has been a terrible time for Britain. But I'm sorry to tell GB News viewers, I don't think it's going to get better with Burnham.
And look, at 10 p.m, I'm going to be doing a comprehensive roundup.
You're going to list all his U-turns
Keir Starmer's time in office, right?
So we get bingo cards.
We can go through it all. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a while, but we're going to do it because it actually, you know, this guy will be remembered when the history books are written. He'll be remembered terribly, and I'm glad about that. Because I don't think this guy likes our country. I just don't. And Connie,
you have no evidence of that.
Trying to give away Chagos, approving the China spy hub,
who are you to insult
prosecuting
a man?
British veterans.
How dare you assault a man paying tribute to his wife and kids and who served as British Prime Minister for 2 years? Your monologue was factually inaccurate. You got the time he was Prime Minister wrong. He is a person who has given some of the best years of his life while he has his teenage kids, as he's said in the papers in recent days, to serving this country. You are welcome to disagree with everything that he did, but to say he doesn't love the country...
I don't think he loves the country.
He has spent 6 years as Labour leader and 2 years as Prime Minister.
Yeah, OK, so what was his role as a lawyer?
Politics.
What was his role as a lawyer?
Degrade
why did he... Well, I'm not going to take lectures from you, mate, on this, I'm afraid. And I think anyone...
He's done more than any of us, quite frankly.
He's done much more to prosecute British war heroes. Yes, he has. You're absolutely right. That's something I'm willing to say that he's done.
There are 500,000 kids being lifted out of poverty.
No,
there are people on minimum wage that now have a better chance of paying their bills. There are young people like Connie who now have a better chance of a secure home.
people unemployed, Benjamin.
That is what looking after Britain does.
400,000 more people unemployed.
Your far-right mates and billionaires that wanting to take over this country through Nigel Farage are not getting a good deal.
I don't know any billionaires.
Keir Starmer has behaved
I think you touched a bit of a nerve here, Patrick.
I think you get very defensive.
Look, he's been terrible. The country is in ashes. We may have a new
not in ashes.
Well, we've got 20% unemployment. We've got 17%.
We don't have 20% unemployment.
We've got.
Facts don't care about your feelings,
You're wrong.
Sir
Sorry. 21% of all people of working age. You're wrong. It's not 20%. It's 21%.
Well,
of all people of working age. All people of working age are currently not employed in education. 17% of young people are unemployed. And you're trumpeting this as some economic miracle. They've crashed the economy. They've destroyed employment. We've never had higher taxes. This has been a disaster.
Look,
Good riddance to it.
And can I just say, the central problem will not be fixed by changing Prime Minister.
You're right, yeah.
And that
the problem is left-wing politics and high taxes.
Absolutely, and we're going to be asking that. Go on.
Benjamin, you just gave an excellent example of why this government has been so much of a failure and has become so unpopular. You instantly jumping to smearing Patrick as having far-right friends. I mean,
he was smearing the Prime Minister's honour.
I'm not. I'm actually giving a factual account of his time in office.
My point being is that Keir Starmer, I think, will be remembered as the Prime Minister who had to deal with the moment that multiculturalism combusted. And their response to the combustion of multiculturalism has been to, instead of addressing the problems, to suppress dissent. And having to deal with Southport as immediately as they get into office, their reaction to the rape gangs becoming basically an international focus, and then calling people for wanting a national inquiry, of accusing them of jumping on a far-right bandwagon, and then eventually U-turning on that. The way that just the lack of urgent response to the migrant sex attacks we've been seeing, the fact that they have capitulated to the demands of Islam, to anti-free speech, the way that they've brought in the Islamophobia definition, and that so many more people. Now, I mean, when Keir Starmer came into the power, the FSU had 14,000 members. We now have over 45,000 members. And that is evident of the fact that this government is particularly authoritarian, and they've done exactly what you have just done there by shaming people for criticising them. And that is what this government has been about, by suppressing dissent rather than tackling the issues.
All right, well, look, luckily, we get to revisit all of this at 10 p.m. And, Benjamin, you can go into bat for the Prime Minister again. Absolutely, we appreciate you coming on and giving your views. Anyway, a spokesperson for the Attorney-General, Lord Hermer, has previously said over a 30-year legal career, the Attorney-General represented many clients, including British military personnel, such as a British soldier killed by IRA terrorists and injured servicemen in the Iraq War. The Attorney has the greatest respect for the armed forces and the sacrifice they've made for our country. Right, OK. Well, time now for the Great British Giveaway, and it's your turn to be the Prime Minister of Great Britain. No, it's not really. It's loads of cash. Here's how you can be in it to win it.
There's just 4 days left for you to grab the chance to win big this summer. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21. And that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know.
Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of.
£76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer. Make sure you don't miss out, as lines close at 4 p.m. on Friday.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pooled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Welcome back. Well, coming up, got a bit of this.
We need a general election.
There should be a general election.
We need a general election. We need a general election.
Call a general election.
Oh, no, you just hate it when your own words come back to bite you. With Andy Burnham on course to become Labour leader and our next Prime Minister, is it time for a general election?
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/your say. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, welcome back. Is it time for a general election? It's time for the head-to-head. Yep, that's right. Should a new Prime Minister seek a fresh mandate from the British people? It's a question Labour repeatedly asked when the Conservatives changed their leaders. Here's a little reminder.
We need a general election.
There should be a general election.
We need a general election. We need a general election.
Call a general election.
Yes, and let's not forget that Andy Burnham has called for it a couple of times over the years as well. Yes, a change of Prime Minister should go back to the votes. We need to start demanding a general election at the end of this Tory leadership election, said Andy Burnham. Tonight I'm asking, is it time then for a snap general election? Going head-to-head on this tonight are Sean Matthews, Reform Leader of Lincolnshire County Council, and broadcaster and podcaster Lewis Oakley. Chaps, thank you very much. Great to see you both. So, Sean, I'll go to you first. General election?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, regardless of who's running this disastrous government, let's have a general election. I would have called for it last year. It's been an absolute disaster, and the sooner we get on and have a general election and get reform into government and save this country, the better.
Well, Lewis, I suppose just by judging Labour by their own standards there, you've seen the clip of like 6 of them, big hitters, saying it, and Andy Burnham himself saying it, then there should be a general election, shouldn't there?
Well, no, because, they clearly have no principles. I'm not here to defend Labour. They said what they said, and they're going to have to face. They're going to have to face it. But what I do think we have to have in politics, if nothing else, is principles, right? And we don't have a presidential system. We're not America. We don't vote for the leader of the party. We actually vote for our individual local MPs that are elected on a manifesto. So, in principle, if Andy Burnham comes in, picks up the manifesto, and says, "Yeah, I'm going to bring this to life," then that's kind of fair enough to me. And I think, a general election right now is not going to be in the public interest, is it? If we have a general election right now, as much as he's talking a good game, Reform aren't ready to fight a general election, the Greens aren't ready, the Conservatives aren't ready. That means we're going to have to rush out candidates, rush out a manifesto, and the British public are going to get to choose between some rushed options and a guy that just became Prime Minister 5 minutes ago. That's not what we need. This system is clearly broken.
All right, Sean, do you want to come back to that?
Yeah, look, we're ready. We've been ready for the last 6 to 8 months. Nigel Farage told us in Birmingham last year that there would be a general election in 2027, if not sooner. The party has been preparing for this the entire time. We're ready to go, completely ready to go. And if that's what's holding you back, don't worry about it. We'll be fine. We will win the next election, and it will be hopefully.
Sorry. So reform gets in, fine, and then, God forbid, Nigel Farage gets a call from his doctor within the first week and unfortunately has to step down. Nothing to do with his policies, to do with his health or the health of someone he loves. Should there then be a general election a week later, after you've just had a general election? We can't do, just because we've had people step down in disgrace, there are other reasons people may leave office. If we change the rules that every time a prime minister steps down, you have to go back to the public, we could be going to the public all the time. And that's not to as well.
It's a very good option, thing to talk about. And actually, Nigel Farage mentioned it today. Unless there's ill health, I don't think, and I think the party agrees with us, that you can change your prime minister willy-nilly. I think it's time we stop that nonsense. 7 prime ministers in 10 years is absolutely uni-party policy all over the place. It's got to stop. And actually, health is the only reason that I would think that it's a reasonable excuse to change your prime minister.
I just want to bring up, there's a picture that we've got, I think, of Keir Starmer's manifesto that he launched. And so there you go. So that was the manifesto. So it was a big picture of Keir Starmer with the word change on it. It wasn't the Labour cabinet. It wasn't, all Labour MPs. It wasn't a map of Britain. It was, if you vote for Labour at this general election, you are voting for Keir Starmer to be your Prime Minister on this manifesto of change. And then if we bring up what Andy Burnham had during this Makerfield by-election, I think we've got a picture of it, I hope. There is not a single mention. There you go. Vote Andy. Vote Hope. That I can't see a single Labour sign there, unless I'm missing something, but I can't see a single Labour sign. So, Lewis, to your point about how Labour has a mandate because the people voted for them, they don't really, do they? They voted for Keir Starmer on a manifesto of change, and now we're going to get a bloke who doesn't want to tell anyone that he's actually Labour.
It doesn't matter what was on the front of the manifesto. The system is you vote for your local MP, and you I don't know how else to explain this to you. We are not America. We don't elect a prime minister. We elect the local MPs. I mean, and look, the thing is, I know that this all is good theatre for us because we're in the media, and a general election that'd be exciting. But realistically, I don't think it's what's good for the country. I don't think it's the principles we should have. I think that if we have that system that you're talking about, that if a prime minister goes and we have to go to a general election, I think that weakens MPs. I think MPs then are going to say, oh, you know what, don't really believe in the leader, he's not really good, but I'm going to keep him there anyway because I don't want a general election right now. I think that actually MPs being able to say, Prime Minister, your time's up, off you go, we have to get someone else in. It's probably a good thing.
You talk about principles. What about the principles of honesty and integrity? Are you starting a prime ministership with Unibrow Burnham with the largest hypocrisy you could imagine by standing there saying in 2022 we've got to have a general election, but you're talking about the Tory party, but oh no, it's not us, we're better than them, we don't need to do that, we tell them what we want, but we don't do the same back. That's nonsense.
Yeah, but this is my point really, because you also, Andy Burnham said this, Andy Burnham said that. I'm talking about the principles of how we govern, not about what one MP has said. The truth is we've had 7 prime ministers in 10 years. The system is clearly broken. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the 24-hour news cycle, the social media. These positions are not tenable.
I mean, there is that. It might be that they're useless. Look, I don't know how long it can realistically hold that we've got a bloke who's got something like 24,500 people voted for him in one constituency, and that he then is Prime Minister for a year. I just don't know realistically how that can hold. But both of you, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know, morally. I mean, remember those? Morals? Anyway, Sean Matthews there, Reform Leader of Lincolnshire County Council and broadcaster and podcaster Lewis Oakley. Right, OK, well, coming up.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy.
Oh, Keir Starmer's resignation speech drowned out in part there by an activist playing Ode to Joy. Do we need to ban that kind of stuff? But before that, Reform UK Treasury spokesperson Robert Jenrick. He joins us live in the studio next.
Be nice to escape the grey.
Clear skies, here we come.
As clear as our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Hello. The heatwave is continuing across central and northeastern parts of Europe. Thunderstorms now also breaking out, with temperatures have been 10 to 15 degrees above average. A cloudier picture across the Canary Islands with some showers here, but for the vast majority it's going to be hot again. Sunny spells, but also thunderstorms breaking out as we go into the week. And that theme does continue. We'll see more in the way of some thunderstorms, but the heat moving its way further eastwards.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me. What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back to Patrick Christie's Tonight. There's only one story in town, isn't there? The resignation of Sir Keir Starmer. Andy Burnham has now been sworn in as the Labour MP for Makerfield following last Thursday's by-election victory. He's expected to become Labour's next leader. Well, here's what Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has had to say.
What is going on here, frankly, is reminiscent of a banana republic that has totally devalued the very process of general elections and democracy. I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election.
Well, joining us now is Reform UK Treasury spokesperson Robert Jenrick. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Is Reform ready for a general election? Should there be one?
Yeah, absolutely. We're ready, and bring it on. Look, you've got Andy Burnham coming down to London. He's got the mandate of one constituency. He didn't even stand at the last general election on the Labour Party's manifesto. He doesn't seem to know what he's going to do. He is now going to take at least 3 weeks to come up with some policies and a cabinet and choose his chancellor if he hasn't already done a deal with Wes Streeting. Maybe it's going to be longer than that. Maybe the whole thing drags on over the summer, in which case we just have a lost summer where literally no one is running our country. This has got to come to an end. Look, we need to have a general election. And I tell you, it's not just the drift and the delay and the lack of a mandate. It is that Andy Burnham is going to turn out to be Keir Starmer in a polo shirt. He's going to be exactly the same kind of leader. He's trapped in the same mindset. It's going to be high taxes to pay for people on benefits. It's going to be high energy bills for Ed Miliband's madness with net zero. He's not going to stop the boats and secure our borders. If you want real change in this country, which is what I believe millions and millions of people are seeking, the only way we can get that is if we have a general election and get Labour out.
OK, all right. I wonder if it might be a slight case of be careful what you wish for. There was some polling, I'm sure you've seen this, it was by Ipsos, I believe, earlier today, which I think I'll be able to bring up. And it's basically a straight head-to-head of Nigel Farage versus Andy Burnham. Now, Nigel Farage beats Burnham when it comes to personality, OK, which is not so much of a shock. However, on everything else, Andy Burnham does win. Things like, is he in touch with ordinary people? Is he a likeable person? Is he an experienced leader? Which is a bit odd, but anyway. Is he a capable leader? Burnham wins. Is he good in a crisis? Burnham wins. That kind of stuff.
Sure, Patrick, but he hasn't yet been tested. That hasn't hit the reality of actually running the country, and I am confident that he'll be found out by the British public pretty quickly.
OK, all right. And, your thoughts there as Keir Starmer stood at Downing Street and gave his resignation, his chin wobbled a bit at one point. Did you feel sorry for him?
Well, not especially, no. I mean, these are all human sagas and politicians are just human beings at the end of the day. But you are the leader of our country, and invested in you is an incredible responsibility. And the truth was that Keir Starmer was fundamentally unsuited to be Prime Minister. He was not a leader. And worse than that, he broke his promises to the British public, and he's just the latest in a long line of Prime Ministers who did that, who said they're going to do one thing, did the opposite. And where are we as a country? Well, we've continued to drift and decline for another 2 years. And I just worry that unless we arrest this decline, at some point it is going to be too late for this country. And for people like you and I, for our kids, we were bringing up, I just worry that at some point this is going to be, we're going to go too far down this line, and you've got to have someone to come in and actually grip this country and get it back on its feet. That was not Keir Starmer. He didn't even really try. I don't believe it's going to be Andy Burnham. That is why we need a general election, so we can get somebody with courage and conviction to be our Prime Minister, with a clear sense of direction, and get this country back on its feet. And I think that's Nigel, and it is reform.
Look, I know that some people on the left will be saying, well, look, when you switched from the Tories to Reform, you didn't have a by-election in your seat, so why should we have a general election now? Andy Burnham, he's won the mandate of the people of Makerfield.
Well, I tell you one thing. He campaigned for a general election when there were previous changes of Prime Minister. So he would be a massive hypocrite, wouldn't he, if now he finds himself in exactly the same position as Boris and Liz and Rishi when he was firing off tweets back in the day, if he went into number 10 and didn't call a general election. That's the difference here, that he campaigned in the past for others to do exactly the same.
OK, all right. And, of course, it does mean several other things as well. I mean, Rachel Reeves probably goes. She had a face like thunder today. I think she realised she might have to go back and
Well,
work
I don't think the country will mourn the loss
department.
of Rachel Reeves. And I guess she can dust off that famous CV and say that she was Chancellor for 10 years, like she was an economist to the Bank of England for 10 years. But look, I mean, of course there's a degree of personal sympathy for people in difficult times, but if you look at what Rachel Reeves has done over the course of the last 2 years, the disastrous decisions that she made to hike taxes on business so it's harder to employ people, 200,000 more people out of work, what she did for small businesses, for pubs and hospitality, for farmers. I literally met with GB News the son of a farmer who'd hung himself, a day before her first budget, because he was so fearful of the family farm tax that actually came in. And so there have been real life tragedies, immense harm done to our country over the course of the last 2 years, with Rachel Reeves as our Chancellor. So
just finally on this, I know you want a general election, and there's obviously a strong case for that, just kind of democratically speaking, absolutely. But slightly fearful of a Tory bounce. I mean, they won Aberdeen South, didn't they? And Kemi Badenoch's had a bit of a bump in the polls recently, I think.
Look, I think that the Tory party is basically irrelevant. They exist in pockets of the country, like the sort of right-wing Lib Dems, if you can call them that. You know, maybe they're in Aberdeen's most salubrious suburb. Maybe they're in Kensington and Wandsworth, but they're not in Newark and Nottinghamshire. They are not a national party anymore. And it is more clear than ever today that if a general election comes in the next few months, or indeed in 3 years, it will be a straight choice. Do you want Andy Burnham and Labour to run this country, or do you want Nigel and Reform? And the only reason that Labour have got rid of Keir Starmer today is because they're so worried that Reform is going to win the next general election. Because of the election results in May, because of what they're seeing and hearing on the doorsteps across the country.
All right, Robert, thank you very much for your time. As always, Robert Jenrick there, who is Reform UK's Treasury spokesperson. The message is loud and clear, isn't it? Their general election now. Coming up.
Well, what a mess.
Yeah, what a mess indeed. More on that shortly. I'm going to be breaking down Keir Starmer's achievements, if you want to call them that, in office. First, though, an activist playing a song nearly drowned out Keir Starmer's resignation speech. Do we need to ban what that bloke does? That's next.
Yeah.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there. With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Well, in about 10 minutes' time, I'm going to be stuck right into Keir Starmer's achievements in office. But before that, anti-Brexit protester Steve Bray has been slammed for blasting Ode to Joy as the Prime Minister resigned.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defence and national security, and
But he's got form, hasn't he? He was there when Rishi Sunak announced the 2024 general election.
Earlier today, I spoke with His Majesty the King to request the dissolution of Parliament. The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
Police did actually arrest Steve Bray in 2024 and confiscated his speakers for breaching restrictions on loudspeakers around Parliament, but a magistrate acquitted him, ruling that he had a reasonable excuse under European human rights laws to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Is it time we changed those rules, do we think? Joining us to discuss this now is free speech lawyer Elliot Hammer. Elliot, thank you very much. Where are you on this then? You know, do you think that Steve Bray is annoying but should be allowed to carry on, or do you think we should ban him?
Yeah, he's very annoying, but I think we should let him carry on because it seems to me, as you just saw in your report then, he did the same to Rishi, he's doing it to Keir, and to be perfectly frank, Keir Starmer has been such a dreadful Prime Minister, I don't really want to listen to him. And it brought a bit of joy to my life when I heard the music pumping over Keir Starmer. So I think we need some protection. We need people to be able to take the mick out of our Prime Minister.
One of the problems that I have, Elliot, sorry, we've got a little slight issue with your microphone there, but we're going to persevere. One of the issues that I've got with Steve Bray is that, like, it's fun sometimes. It's comical. I get it, you know, fine, OK, everyone's got the right to do it. But we have got a little clip of he does it during news broadcasts, or he certainly did do it during news broadcasts quite often. And sometimes that has coincided with actually really terrible news, right? So you're talking about, like, the death of someone or something. And because he's not actually listening to what's being said, he just starts blasting stuff out the back of it. So there's a decency aspect to it there. But also it is very disruptive. I think we've got a little bit of a clip here of you'll see them around the Parliament area where all the news people stand. And we did have the clip. I think we'll get it back in a second. But, you know, where basically he's out there, they're blasting the music and they're just ruining it. You can't hear what they're saying. Here it is. And why does Steve Bray's human rights overrule the human rights of everybody else in the country to be able to listen to the news?
Can you hear me, Royce? So yeah, I mean, it's a typical question. It's a typical kind of conflict of rights here. We all want to hear the Prime Minister speak, but he wants to play loud music. And look, yeah, he's a complete pain. I get that. But the thing is what are we going to do? Are we going to have a rule that says in Westminster, when the Prime Minister is speaking, you've all got to be very, very quiet and hush and hush, and nobody's allowed to speak above a whisper? What are we going to do? What kind of law are we going to pass for that?
Yeah, well, quite indeed. Look, I do appreciate you coming on, Elliot. I'm very, very sorry. There is a slight issue with your microphone, but I think most people were just about able to hear it, so we will leave it there. But it's Elliot Hammer, though. It's a free speech lawyer. And look, this might not be the most popular view because I do find Steve Bray quite annoying. That's his shtick, though. He's deliberately annoying, isn't he? So we're supposed to find him annoying. That said, though, I don't think I really want to live in a country where people like that are banned. And it's interesting that you have I'll just call them left-wing journalists like Lewis Goodall, who did not, as far as I can see, particularly seem to complain about when he did it to Rishi Sunak, but said it was terrible when he did it today to Keir Starmer. So potentially a bit of hypocrisy there. But anyway, coming up, got a bit of this.
Well, what a mess.
What a mess. Keir Starmer has resigned. I'm going to basically delve into his legacy. And there's all of tomorrow's newspapers and also Andy Burnham. We need to get to know who this guy is before he wanders into Downing Street. I've got all the gory details.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Temperatures will continue to rise over the next few days, probably peaking on Thursday. We have Met Office amber and a red extreme heat warning. The red in place for Wednesday and Thursday, broader amber warnings in place for much of this week, covering most of England and Wales. Temperatures are going to be breaking records, pushing the mid to high 30s. We've seen temperatures over 30 degrees today, some heavy showers crossing eastern parts, very hit and miss, but some thunderstorms likely here and there. It's nowhere near as hot across Scotland and Northern Ireland. A reasonably comfortable night across northern Scotland, but the warmth is pushing north into southern Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the south, temperatures likely to hold up over 20 Celsius in some towns and cities. Still a possibility of the overnight heavy thundery showers across parts of the southeast early on, but they should be clearing away. And then it's basically a sunny and hot day to come on Tuesday. It might start fairly cloudy, perhaps a little misty in some locations, but generally a fine start to the day. Some showers across Shetland. They should be pulling away through the course of the morning, as should any showers over northern England or the far southeast, drifting away to reveal plenty of hazy sunshine up and down the country with light winds. And as we're starting the day in the high teens or even low 20s, the temperatures are just going to tick up steadily with the powerful June sunshine, so that by the time we get to the afternoon, we're looking at widely over 30 Celsius across England and Wales, high 20s for parts of Northern Ireland and southern Scotland. And in this central zone, we could be up to 35, 36, maybe 37 degrees Celsius, potentially the hottest June day on record. Wednesday, hotter still. Again, lots of sunshine across the country. Temperatures probably peaking on Thursday before dipping a little on Friday. Those weather warnings are on the Met Office website in full.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
From cold mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen,
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter? So that's a very live question. Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain. So he can say whatever he wants. A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's 10 p.m. I'm Patrick Christie's. Tonight,
every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
finally, Keir Starmer's gone, and it's gone down so well with the British public.
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Oh, and of course, he nearly cried.
To my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Well, boo-hoo. Now you know how we felt for the last 2 years. But obviously, the most annoying man in Britain, Steve Bray, had to make a scene.
Ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy.
Yes, now this man is about to become the least democratically elected Prime Minister in history.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
Should we have a general election now? Nigel Farage wants one.
I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election.
But we've had 7 Prime Ministers in 10 years. Britain is becoming a tin pot nation. Even the Italians and various different African countries are laughing at us. So much to go at tonight, including a first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages as the country reacts to the PM's resignation. There you go, Starmer bows out, says The Guardian. On my panel tonight, we have got Reform UK's Sir Jake Berry, GB News contributor Connie Shaw and journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth. So, get ready, Britain. Here we go. Starmer's about to get exactly what he deserves. Next.
Good evening. Your top stories at 10 o'clock from the GB newsroom. Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister and has promised an orderly handover of power within a matter of weeks.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support.
In an emotional speech outside Number 10, Sir Keir also paid tribute to his wife and family.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me.
The new Labour MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, looks set to replace him, with the former Health Secretary Wes Streeting ditching his own leadership campaign to back him. But GB News understands there are calls from within the party for the new Prime Minister to be a woman. And there are also reports tonight that dozens of MPs are backing Starmer's Chief Secretary, Darren Jones, to run in the leadership race. Meanwhile, opposition leaders, including Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage, are calling for a general election. Former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty of 18 historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children. A jury at Newry Crown Court convicted him of 1 count of rape, 13 counts of indecent assault and 4 counts of gross indecency. His wife, Eleanor Donaldson, has been found guilty of aiding and abetting his crimes, which spanned a period between 1985 and 2008. The Met Office has issued a rare red warning for extreme heat. It covers parts of central and southern England and Wales on Wednesday and Thursday. A 4-day amber weather warning is already in place, with temperatures expected to reach up to 38 degrees this week. And a 36-year-old man has appeared in court charged with 5 counts of attempted murder aggravated by a terrorist connection after a series of attacks in Edinburgh on Friday. Lewis Hawkes was also charged with 1 count of assault and robbery and 2 counts of breach of the peace. The attacks, which left 5 people injured, are suspected to have an anti-Muslim motivation. He's been remanded in custody until another hearing in 8 days. Those are your latest headlines. I'll be back with more at 11.
Good riddance to Keir Starmer. Over the course of the next few days, you're going to see people try to rewrite history and praise him for the job he did as Prime Minister. So show them this. Keir Starmer shouldn't have even really been Labour leader. He somehow got away with beer and Cormagate during COVID. He also got away with meeting his voice coach during lockdown. And he got away with using Lord Wahid Ali's penthouse to give speeches during COVID, calling for us all to be locked in our own homes for longer and sticking a few family pics behind him to make it look like he was slumming it in his home like the rest of us. There was a constant tidal wave of scandal, freebies and cronyism. Starmer's son used Lord Ali's £18 million penthouse to revise for his GCSEs, despite his exams reportedly finishing way before he moved out. Starmer failed to declare around £32,000 worth of clothes and £2.5 grand's worth of glasses that Lord Ali bought him, as well as the thousands he spent on clothes for Starmer's wife. Keir Starmer gave Lord Ali a pass to Downing Street. Massive scandal. Then we had the free tickets to go and see Taylor Swift perform at Wembley. Starmer appointed Rachel Reeves as the most incompetent Chancellor ever, a woman who stands accused of lying on her CV.
You told Stylist magazine that you'd worked at the Bank of England for a decade. In fact, it was only 6 years. It was stated that you worked as an economist at the Bank of England, the British Embassy in Washington, and latterly at the Halifax Bank of Scotland. But according to your former colleagues, in your actual job, you actually worked in a support department at Scottish Bank, and you sort of helped out with admin and IT, and that's all earned you the nickname of Rachel from Accounts. Did you enhance your CV?
Well, she can go back to working in complaints now, can't she? Starmer tried to remove the winter fuel payment from pensioners, meaning they might freeze in their own homes. He crippled farmers with a death tax. One poor farmer took his own life because he was that worried about his family's finances as a result. He hammered pubs. Somewhere in the region of 520 pubs have closed since he became Prime Minister. Unemployment is up by somewhere in the region of 400,000. Youth unemployment is over 16%. 27 non-EU migrants were offered a job for every 1 British national. He's introduced or raised about 60 taxes in just under 2 years. He said he'd smash the gangs.
Smash the gangs, smash the gangs, smash the gangs, this smash the gangs, smash the gangs.
We have had record days in the channel. The asylum backlog is now the biggest it's ever been. 123,000. Rapists, murderers, terrorists, paedophiles, they've all flocked to Starmer's Britain, and they've been moved out of hotels and into military barracks or taxpayer-funded houses in your area. Then you've been called a racist for not wanting them there. His government went to court to fight to keep migrant hotels open and argued that the rights of asylum seekers trump the rights of local British people. He spent about 17 seconds laying a wreath at Southport after the massacre by a lunatic who probably would have been sectioned if he wasn't black. Then he went back to Downing Street and attended a garden party with a load of lovey celebrities. Disgusting. Then Starmer called for people to be locked up for social media posts.
And I'm now expecting substantive sentencing before the end of this week. That should send a very powerful message.
Starmer tried to give away British sovereign territory, the Chagos Islands. He can't stop people crossing the Channel, but when British citizens go to Chagos to protect their own islands, he could get a border force boat to the most remote islands in the world within 24 hours to serve them with an eviction notice. He was so weak he couldn't cut the welfare bill. So now we have record amounts of people on benefits and not enough money for our armed forces. And Rachel Reeves cried about it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
He tried and failed to delay the local elections, like a dictator. There were times he pretended to get it.
We risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together.
Then he said, sorry, I didn't mean that. I hadn't even read the speech beforehand. I don't believe that. Whoopsie. We've had a huge rise in anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic terror attacks. So what does he do? Recognises Palestine as a state and lets them open an embassy in London with Hamas still in charge of Gaza. And I don't remember him actually calling for them to return the hostages during the speech where he did that. Mental. He showed he did not care about the victims of Pakistani rape gangs by delaying a national inquiry into the scandal.
Calling for inquiries because they want to jump on a bandwagon of the far right.
His government has ruined the education of about 30,000 children because of his jealous, chip-on-the-shoulder politics of envy private school tax hike. He was just constantly, utterly, relentlessly humiliating.
I call again for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the return of the sausages, the hostages.
He introduced votes for 16-year-olds, in my view, to try to rig elections towards the left forever. The NHS is now experimenting with puberty blockers on 11-year-olds again. That is sickening. His government took ages to issue guidance to block blokes from women's toilets. He approved a Chinese super embassy so that China can almost definitely spy on every single one of us. Madness. They promised to sort out your energy bills.
And that's why the Labour Party has a fully costed plan to freeze energy bills this winter.
Your bills have gone up and now they've found asbestos in wind turbines. Right to the last minute. He was a national embarrassment for us on the world stage, being blanked by Trump at the G7.
First time in 32 hours.
It's the fact he tries to join in a bit that really gets me. And then he even missed the photo call, so he wasn't there for the picture. They empty-chaired him. He welcomed a literal Islamist jihadi terrorist, Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara, into Downing Street. He did nothing to stop more than 100 Russian shadow vessels sailing through the English Channel. He eventually boarded one of them, and he just wanted to look like the big man, didn't he, after his Defence Secretary and Armed Forces Minister resigned. And then he covered for the Kremlin after the Russians shot at a couple of British pensioners in the Channel. He pressed ahead with prosecuting British war veterans. Members of our most elite SAS unit resigned because of it. He was mugged off at the darts. He was mugged off again at the football. He was mugged off again at the races. A pathetic, unpatriotic, weak, unprincipled, empty husk of a man. Finally, he has found the right words for the occasion to show how the British public really feels.
Off.
Sorry, just so we're clear again. Sorry, Sir Keir, what was that?
Off.
Yeah. Goodbye, good riddance. History will remember you terribly. Let's get thoughts on my panel this evening. Journalist and broadcaster Benjamin Butterworth. We've got Reform UK member Sir Jake Berry and GBNews contributor Connie Shaw. Yeah, Jake, I mean, is that Starmer's legacy there, really? I mean, I've probably missed a few things out.
Well, you didn't get into the U-turns, but, yeah. I mean, just what a terrible 2 years. This guy was elected with what was dubbed by the media as the Ming Va strategy, which is you're so desperate to get rid of the Conservatives, the Tories, you'll literally vote for anything, no matter whether it tells you, whether the Prime Minister tells you what he's going to do. He was elected on a very shallow mandate. He had no plan to govern. He had no plan for Britain. And he's been found out very quickly by the British people. It's goodbye, Keir, good riddance to you, and let's hope for Britain what comes next will be significantly better than the appalling 2 years we've had under his leadership.
How do you think he'll be remembered in the history books, Connie?
Well, as I said earlier, as one of the most authoritarian or someone who's led the most authoritarian government in recent years. Let's not forget that the very person who stepped down in order for Andy Burnham to run in Makerfield was Josh Simons, who had a huge part to play in Labour together, which was, I mean, the FSU's exposed, basically we've called it Starmer's misinformation mafia. That organisation going after journalists who criticise the Labour Party has just been extraordinary. I mean, yes, the absolute just suppression of any dissent, because ultimately, the way that the demographics of this country has changed so rapidly over the last 30 years, and Shabana Mahmood, said it herself, that 1 in 30 people living in this country arrived here in the last 5 years. You cannot possibly govern a country where the British people are, against their will, being forced to accept something that is entirely alien to them, and if they are, and it means that because different communities or different populations demand different treatment, and because this government in particular has chosen a specific and very determined path of appeasement of these certain communities, then that means that you cannot govern everyone fairly. And I think there's this deep sense in the country that British people feel like they are not being treated equally under the law, and I think that is what it's two-tier Keir, 2-year Keir now. I mean, there's so many variations of this you can come up with. That's what he'll be remembered for, I think.
Yeah, Benjamin, I mean, look, you obviously are much more supportive of Keir Starmer than anyone else here, fair enough, but, I just can't get my head around it. I feel like he was the worst possible Prime Minister at the worst possible time for Britain with everything that we've got going on as a country.
I think Keir Starmer, and he said this often before he got the top job, was someone who didn't like politics. He came into it because he saw that there were problems and he wanted to fix them. And having, been Director of Public Prosecutions, that gives you a lot of things that you can fix and have impact on, and not so much political public critique. I think the problem is that he ultimately couldn't fix a fundamental problem with himself, which is that he's incapable of telling a story about the things he's doing or engaging emotionally with the public. And in a democracy, that is essential to get permission to fix things. And so I think that has been his undoing. What I don't accept is that he is an indecent man or an unprincipled or undignified person. I think he is all of those things. But I think, I'm hardly the first to say that maybe he could have had more impact in a different job to the one of Prime Minister. He always said his dream job was Attorney General, and he rather overshot his own expectations. But I don't think that... I think ultimately the fact that he was hated by part of the electorate says more about the electorate than him. Well, I think Britain has got itself...
Hated by a lot of people, mate. He was the least popular Prime Minister in British history.
I
just said that myself. You made it sound like there's like a small cabal of people who don't like him. It's like, almost everyone.
Well, it's not almost everybody. That, of course, is a ridiculous exaggeration,
it's not.
like much of your monologue. But
thank you very much, Benjamin.
The truth is that Britain is in a position where it has been for far longer than these 2 years infantilised and misled by politicians. And I'm afraid that I don't see anybody, including so far Andy Burnham, who is being serious and confrontational about the problems.
OK.
That remains.
All right. I think, look, there's just so much I could have put in there, but, like, literally, I could have doubled that monologue. But it's the lies. I think he's the most deceitful Prime Minister we've ever had, Jake. I mean, there was the one bit that really stands out for me, just to emphasise, I think, how easily this man lies, was at the Labour Party conference, he stood up and he told this anecdote about how he went round to some woman's house, I think it was in Oldham, and he went in for a cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit, and they spoke a bit about immigration or something, and it was all lovely. Anyway, we tracked her down, and she said, actually, what happened was Keir Starmer knocked on my door, he came in, I complained about immigration, he called me a racist, and she kicked him out. I mean, he couldn't even be honest about that, and that was basically the only anecdote he had in his life about an interaction with the British public. I mean, the guy lies like we breathe.
Yeah, I think, actually, it's a similar problem as Boris Johnson had. You can't be untruthful, because eventually your lies will catch up with you, won't they? And the thing he criticised Boris for, I think he was just as guilty, arguably more guilty, because at least Boris never claimed to be a saint. Keir Starmer did, and we found out that he wasn't. Look, the real challenge this country has is that as long as we have a government that is believes the cure to the problem we have in this country, unemployment, the challenge with our energy prices, is to become more and more left-wing, the problems will never go away. And that's to talk about what will come next. Clearly, Keir Starmer has failed. I think the next iteration of this Labour government will fail again, because the MPs who greeted Andy Burnham in Westminster Hall earlier today, they all genuinely believe that the reason that Keir Starmer isn't popular, the reason the Labour government isn't popular, is because they're not left-wing enough. What this government actually needs is some real change, lower taxes, restore things like freedom of speech, restore pride in our country again, and then we will stand a chance of turning the corner.
Well, before we go, give kind of the final word on this. I mean, you know, I do think that Keir Starmer has lied repeatedly about things. Do you think that's one thing that's done for him here?
I think his ultimate problem is that he isn't a person who's able to explain why he's come to a conclusion, and I think he's a mediator more than a leader. And so I don't think that he is a liar or an untrustworthy person, but he sometimes struggled to come to strong conclusions, and that led him down that path. But you know, I think the central questions remain the same, and we need to build houses, build infrastructure, and turn off the champagne taps for pensioners. That is what the next Prime Minister needs to do.
Absolutely ridiculous thing to say, and you know it as well. The champagne taps for pensioners.
170 billion on welfare for retirees is unsustainable.
There you go.
I hope Andy Burnham
Next time I go up to a place like Stanley in the northeast, where they're living in old cottages, where they used to all work down the pits, and they were having their winter fuel payments taken off from them, with the best will in the world, Benjamin, I don't think those people have seen a bottle of champagne ever, right? So I think that's a really nasty thing to say about some elderly
It's
people.
not nasty, because we give money to the wealthiest part of the country and not to the people that you're describing, and that is a central problem.
One of the things that stands out for me, and I hope this is a lesson for people, because for a long time there's been a lot of very snivelling people around the North London area who work in human rights law and all of this, who've thought, oh, we know how to run a country. Well, we've given it a go now. We elected a bloke who used to want to abolish the monarchy. We've elected a bloke who's got a track record of a human rights lawyer that, frankly, makes most self-respecting people in this country wince, given his back catalogue of people. We put one of them as the Attorney General, you know, someone who I think is probably a bit ashamed of our flag and needs Gary Lineker next to him so we can talk it up. We need to just never do this again.
Yeah, I think, as you say, Patrick, the feeling that these politicians think that the issue isn't them, is that actually the British people, their thinking just needs to be corrected. And even what you were saying there, Benji, the problem is with the electorate. I mean, even looking at Andy Burnham's speech, he's going to be he said the best thing about his win was the fact that Makerfield had avoided another event where this country had turned towards darkness and division. Yeah. And he is referring to people who voted for Reform UK and Restore Britain. But he also simultaneously claims that he will proudly represent every person in Makerfield, no matter whether they voted for him or not. Yeah. But he's still insulting these people, wanting darkness and division. These politicians think that they know best, and they pretend to understand the concerns of people up and down the country, no matter whether they've themselves have been affected by immigration, and instead would rather suppress those and dismiss them rather than actually address the problem.
Well, it's a great point to end this discussion on, because actually we are going to look at now Andy Burnham and what he stands for or doesn't stand for, what kind of Prime Minister, as it looks increasingly likely he will be, what kind of Prime Minister is he going to be. But I do need to tell you about the great British giveaway. Yay! It's loads of cash. Here's how you can to win it.
There's just 4 days left for you to grab the chance to win big this summer. Someone has to win our stunning cash prize of £76,543.21. And that person really could be you. Imagine all of the fun you could have this year with that. You could treat the family, treat your friends, make it a super summer for everyone you know.
Or just enjoy a bit of me time, safe in the knowledge all those day-to-day financial stresses have been taken care of.
£76,543.21 in totally tax-free cash could be yours in time for summer.
Make sure you don't miss out, as lines close at 4 p.m. on Friday.
For a chance to win, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entry start start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB21 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 26th of June. This is a network giveaway. Entries will be pulled. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, coming up, all of tomorrow's newspaper front pages. But first... Oh, sorry, including the Metro, yes, but first...
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
But Andy Burnham was sworn into Parliament today. So who is the man behind a political comeback? And I've got a sensational clip for you. David Lammy has just done the media rounds, and we're going to play that for you when we come back.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right. GB News breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country. There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor. Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Patrick Christie Tonight. So, the Prime Minister in waiting, Andy Burnham, was sworn into Parliament today after his victory in Makerfield last week, and Keir Starmer's resignation timetable set out. The so-called King of the North could be Prime Minister within weeks. But who is the real Andy Burnham? Should we take a look? Well, he tried and failed to be Labour leader twice. As Health Secretary, he faced criticism for failing to act on the serious failings and deaths at Staffordshire hospitals. Burnham was the only high-profile moderate shadow minister who did not resign under Corbyn in 2017. Even Keir Starmer did then, actually, apparently. And the Home Office, when he was there. He tried to roll out the identity card scheme, which proved to be deeply controversial. As Mayor of Greater Manchester, he missed his homelessness target. He wasted around £104 million on cameras for a clean air zone that never happened. He gave a luxury property developer between £600 and £800 million in taxpayer-backed loans, but they didn't build enough affordable housing. He's been accused of allowing Manchester police to mark their own homework on the rape gang scandal. Look, there's loads, frankly. Joining us now to discuss this is the former Labour councillor and political commentator, Sebastian Saleh. Sebastian, thank you very, very much. So, Andy Burnham, really, is he the man for the job, do you think?
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, look, there are two things he has where he is strong and Starmer was a little bit weaker. The first is communication. He's very good at that, clearly. You get the sense that he knows how to talk to people. He knows how to connect with people. And the other is his political nous. Look, he's been in this game for a very long time. He's played things incredibly well to make it to where he is now. It's not easy coming into Westminster to try and become the Prime Minister, and it looks like he's about to do exactly that. So I hope that those are skills he'll use in the role if he gets there, because he's got a very big job on his hands, isn't he? And we don't still really know what he's going to do policy-wise. That's my area of concern. Still waiting to see exactly what his plan is.
Well, on that, Seb, because it's a great point. It's a great point because if he stands uncontested, there's rumours tonight that maybe Darren Jones is going to stand against him as some kind of almost like paper candidate, I suppose, to force something that at least looks like democracy in a way. But if he doesn't have that, then he does stand unopposed, and actually that means he doesn't really have to publish anything like a manifesto before he wanders into Downing Street. So do you think that there should be a leadership contest here?
I don't think there needs to be a leadership contest, but I do want to see him lay out some kind of plan. I think it's only fair if you come in that you say what you're going to do with the job, because, look, he's got two options. He can either carry on with the current manifesto that's in place, and then what's the point, really? You've just replaced the figurehead at the top. Or he can come in with a new set of ideas. I think that's the much more likely route he's going to go down, but we deserve to know what those ideas are, and I think he's probably going to end up going towards an election as well, because he's going to need a mandate at some point from the people.
Yeah, great. I mean, that's, again, my other question here, really. I mean, there's something like 0.03% of the population. I mean, look, I get it. This is the country we live in. These are the rules, etc. You know, fine. I get it. But it was a manufactured by-election deliberately designed to get Andy Burnham in and Keir Starmer out. Something like 24,500 people voted for him. You know, again, that's the rules, but that's not really enough of a mandate, is it? So, I mean, how long do you think, realistically, he can survive without calling an election?
Yeah, I think that the real question is when is the pertinent time to call an election? And given that the honeymoon period seemed to be getting shorter and shorter, I mean, it was incredibly brief for Starmer, wasn't it, when he came in? Yeah. It might make sense to do it quite quickly because there's never going to be a better time. And we've also seen that he can, at least in Makerfield, beat reform, which is going to be the crucial challenge for him when it does come to a general election. So maybe there's an argument for do it now, get it out of the way, and then you can get on and govern.
I actually saw this during the top of the last hour when I was scanning through social media. It looks like David Lammy has already jumped ship from being a supporter of Keir Starmer to being a supporter of Andy Burnham. But there's a clip here. Let's listen to it.
Look, I've known Andy Burnham for over 25 years, I think, in politics. We were both protégés of the late Tessa Jowell. And worked together very closely when he was back in Parliament. I think I supported him for one of his previous bids to become leader of the Labour Party. So if it is the wish of the Parliamentary Labour Party and the Labour movement that he should lead us, he will command my full support.
It's a bit comical, isn't it, really? I mean, this guy's been going into bat for Starmer the whole time, and now it's for Burnham. We saw the MPs lining up behind our Andy earlier today. I mean, yeah, what do you make of that, really? It's not great. I just find it's like, this is why people don't really like politicians.
I can see why it looks like that from outside of the Labour Party, but this is a party that, you know, the reputation is that everybody hates each other, everybody disagrees with each other politically. I think it's quite nice when you can get on board. I think, look, if I were an MP at the moment, I could certainly have sat in a Starmer cabinet. I could certainly sit in a Burnham one. They are not as opposing as they may seem. I think they both have their strengths. And so I think, yeah, they are not so far away from each other that it feels disjointed. Look, if it were Corbyn coming in, I'd be giving a very different answer. But Burnham, I think, is flexible enough in the past that I do see the overlap there.
He did actually stick with Corbyn, though, didn't he, Burnham?
Burnham Well, in a sense, he did, but he also got out pretty quickly. He made a very canny move and went up to Manchester and sat out the whole of the Corbyn period, which was horrible for the Labour Party. Nobody really gained from that. Sadiq Khan did a similar thing. He stood down in 2016 and became Mayor of London. And that, I think, has paid off for both of them. They're both enjoyed a lot of electoral success, a lot of popularity in their respective cities. And for Burnham, it seemed to convert into the premiership of the country. So fair play to him.
All right, OK, Seb, thank you very much. As ever, Sebastian Salek, the former Labour councillor. Right, OK, coming up, we're going to have a little look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages. And yes, as you imagine, there's quite a lot of that. Burnham set for coronation. And by the way, my list of Starmer's lowlights earlier on, I somehow managed to skip the bit where he appointed Peter Mandelson, the friend of the world's most notorious paedophile, to the role of US ambassador. So, yeah, there you go. Just shows exactly how much bad stuff there's been that somehow I managed to skip that in my list of doom. But anyway, I'm sure we'll get to that next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hello. The heatwave is continuing across central and northeastern parts of Europe. Thunderstorms now also breaking out, with temperatures being 10 to 15 degrees above average. A cloudier picture across the Canary Islands with some showers here, but for the vast majority, it's going to be hot again. Sunny spells, but also thunderstorms breaking out as we go into the week. And that theme does continue. We'll see more in the way of some thunderstorms, but the heat moving its way further eastwards.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
the People's Channel?
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're
the failure is...
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Let me get you a first look at tomorrow's newspaper front pages then. The Independent go for regime change. Emotional Starmer quits with, quote, good grace 2 years after huge win. I mean, good grief, honestly. The Daily Telegraph, Burnham set for coronation. Well, the noises are tonight that someone like Darren Jones might stand against him just to make it a bit of a contest. But in the meantime, what happens to the country? I suppose we all just trundle on. And they've gone for the picture there of all of those Labour MPs lining up behind him. Please give me a job, Andy. And then we've got The Guardian. Starmer bows out as Burnham swoops in. The Metro, Keir's tears. Well, didn't technically cry, did he? But looked close. And Andy's crown. Starmer quits and Streeting backs away. And The Express, they go for a slightly different front page. They go for give us a proper Brexit. The Express crusade, 10 years since Britain voted to leave the EU. I mean, look, hey, I suppose it's a decent front page. However, you can tell that's one that they kind of had in the can before Starmer resigned today and decided to go for it anyway. So there we are. We've got a clip shortly for you. President Trump has actually reacted on camera to Starmer quitting, so I'll be able to play that for you soon. But yes, I mean, just dealing with these front pages, really. I mean, the Telegraph's one there, I think, is fascinating. They go for King of the North, expected to become PM within weeks. Sir Keir accepts, with good grace, calls that down. I mean, I think the thing for me, Connie, here is that basically, even since the local elections, Starmer's been a lame duck PM because loads of people quit, and now we've potentially got a few more weeks of nothingness. This country needs to be grabbed by the scruff of the neck and dragged upwards, kicking and screaming. And these politicians they're all smiling. They're about to go on the summer holidays. They'll come back. We'll have Andy in. It's not good for Britain, this, is it?
No, I mean, one thing we spoke about earlier, or one thing that you said, Benjamin, was about, and many people say it about Keir Starmer struggles with telling a story, but you can't tell a story when there's no substance. And that's largely what Andy Burnham has done as well. The complete flip-flopping, being pro-trans to being pro-rejoining the EU to suddenly knowing what a woman is and saying, oh, no, I'll respect the Brexit vote. That might have something to do with the fact that the electorate in Makerfield voted 65% in favour of Brexit. These people don't have any principles when it comes to government. We all knew that it was a stepping stone when it came to Andy Burnham standing in this seat. So, yeah, I mean, they're both of them are kind of metaphors for how the Western world has basically become. They've lost their way. They have no idea what it is that makes them politicians of Britain. I've actually heard some people say, actually, perhaps the strongest thing Andy Burnham can do, and I know he didn't shut the door on calling for a snap election, would be to hold a general election. Mm-hmm. He's just proved that he can beat Reform in Makerfield by a fantastic win by all accounts. Maybe he could prove it again. If he's so confident, why doesn't he hold a general election? Of course he's not going... I mean, maybe he will, but I'd be very surprised.
I think there's 400 people stood behind him in that photograph who would be
wouldn't be very happy if he did. Yeah.
I mean, no Labour MP wants a general election.
Yeah, some of the breaking news lines coming out this evening for you are that apparently Andy Burnham is choosing between Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband or Shabana Mahmood to be the next Chancellor. Who would you despise the least?
Well, I don't really know enough about what any of them stand for, but I don't know what Andy Burnham stands for. This is the challenge with it. This is the undemocratic nature of him winning this by-election. Yes, it was a good victory, but then being propelled to be leader, we have no idea what he's going to do. Is he going to put taxes down? Is he going to cut taxes? Is he going to increase benefits? Is he going to reduce benefits? He has no mandate, and the British people just simply have no idea what he is going to do or his Chancellor is going to do. And this is unique, actually. I think this is people say the Conservatives had lots of people who became Prime Ministers without holding elections. In fact, Boris held an early election, as did Theresa May. But what united them was they all stood on a manifesto, an election, and they were elected on it. Andy Burnham had no manifesto in the Makerfield by-election. You just don't do one. So he really has no mandate. And I think that's why Labour figures have been calling for a general election today. I just don't think it's going to happen. OK.
Well, I've got a clip for you now. This is in the last few moments. President Trump has commented on the demise of Keir Starmer.
And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said, we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. So that's what Trump said, really. But yeah, so I mean, Starmer gone, Burnham potentially in, really. And you're not actually a massive fan of Andy Burnham, are you?
No, I've really never liked him at all.
Why not? Why not?
Because I think he is quite vacuous, quite insincere, quite unpredictable. But you know, ask me in a week's time and I'll say the opposite.
How is it any different?
Like Andy Burnham.
You're going to have to spend the next 2 years defending him every Monday night, can't you?
But do you know what? What I would say, though, look, I think if the question was that we have a problem with flip-flopping, I've struggled to see that Andy Burnham was the answer to that. But where I take some hope is that when Andy Burnham was actually in government, he was one of the most hardline centrists in Blair and Brown's governments. And so that gives me some hope that when he isn't having to face the questions of left-wing Labour members, he may govern in the way that he did when he last was in Cabinet. And the question over who his Chancellor will be, well, apparently tomorrow's Times newspaper reports that he's going to give a speech saying he will absolutely stick to the fiscal rules and that borrowing is too high.
He's not what they are yet, because he didn't on Victoria Derbyshire.
Indeed. Well, hopefully he'll give some interviews to answer that. I really hope, you know, I would have, without any difficulty, I was very enthusiastic. I think Wes Streeting would be an outstanding Prime Minister. Given that Wes Streeting has not stood for the leadership, I think I would hope and expect that he is the person who'll get Chancellor. And he is very much, to put it in simple terms, a Blairite, and so that would give me some hope that this will be a moderate Labour government.
It's all going to fall apart from it. This is what's going to happen. It is going to fall apart for Andy Burnham, almost, in my view, quicker than it did for Starmer, because if he is going to do that, stick to the fiscal rules, he's going to have to do things like tackle welfare, and the hard-left Labour Parliamentary Party...
The Labour Parliamentary Party is not hard-left
who have backed him, well, they call it soft-left, I call it hard-left.
It's not soft-left.
Depends where you stand. Who backed him thinking he'd be the next Prime Minister, are going to go berserk if he reverts to type, which is a sort of centrist. They're going to...
Well, just on that, more of tomorrow's newspaper front page is coming your way. The Times is reporting Burnham angles for power. I think we're going to be getting some kind of statement from him tomorrow, so watch that space. We'll try and find out what he's going to say. That's next.
I've been in Westminster for a long time, but I know that though power may be here, its effect on people's lives is across the whole of the country. We may be where rules are made, but it's where they're implemented that matters. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for forthright and frank discussion on where Britain has come from, where it's going, and where it will end up. That's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Vox Populi, Vox Dei.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches,
from football to tennis, in the car,
in the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there with the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again to start your day just right.
GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back. The remainder of tomorrow's newspaper front pages for you now. The Mirror, out of time. Emotional Keir Starmer resigns as PM. Picture of him there with his wife. At the Times, Burnham angles for power, yeah. And the Daily Mail, Messiah without a mandate. There you are. And that is the thing, isn't it? Was it 0.03% of the vote, I think? You picked up on a point, though, Jake. Andy Burnham got on the train in Manchester, what, wearing a T-shirt?
A black T-shirt, and got off in London wearing a white shirt and a suit. I just sort of wonder, he's a bit sort of Superman-esque. He's obviously getting changed in the loo, so he's not just the King of the North, he's also Superman.
I wonder if he travelled first class, because that seems to matter to people on the left.
Well, do you know, I highly doubt it is, because he's too good at politics for that. But I put this to Connie earlier. What security does Andy Burnham get? Because he's the man that seems very likely to be the British Prime Minister in a matter of weeks.
He'll have it.
But right now, you know, he wouldn't automatically be entitled to any serious security. So, you know, how...
I don't know what the rules...
So the point is security is based on risk. He will now be a at-risk person, because unfortunately that's the country we live on. I saw the same with Boris Johnson when he was sort of nailed on, even in the leadership election of the Conservative Party before he even made it. Security, because I worked really close with him, just sort of appeared and said, hello, we're here, we're your security. He will already have it.
Yeah.
Which I think is how they got him out of Euston from the underground car park.
You were also, Benjamin, telling me about something about how he was asked what his favourite biscuit is that
yeah, when he ran for Labour leader, one of the times he lost, one of the times he actually had to run for Labour leader rather than being given it.
Right.
And he was asked, I think it was 2010, he was asked what's his favourite biscuit, and he said, oh, I'm Northern, I have chips and gravy, not biscuits.
And now all he just says is... Now all he just talks about is those bloody buses in Manchester. Every question he goes, well, on the B network in Manchester, my buses. Yeah. I think that's going to wear very
that's what I don't like. I mean, look, we all Northerners, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Where are you from?
East Anglia, I think.
OK, fair enough.
North East Anglia.
But yeah, North East. No, but I find this performative northernness very pathetic. I find it quite offensive as a northerner.
It's a bit like Northern face, isn't it? Instead of blackness. But do you know what? I might find it a little bit...
So I said, yeah, before you finished your sentence there, and I wish I hadn't.
I might find it a bit tedious and a bit ridiculous. But actually, if you look at what did Keir Starmer get wrong, he didn't have a character that you could easily identify. And people know Andy Burnham is... they feel like he understands the working class, the North, a part of Britain that's overlooked. Right. I think it's probably an asset as a politician.
Son of a tool maker. Oh, no, that was the other bloke.
The thing is, though, people talk about wanting normal people in politics. And obviously, Andy Burnham has been trying to play this character as a normal person. Yes, he has very humble beginnings, and you know, that's fantastic. But he is now a career politician. There's no doubt about it. And the other candidates, for example, Rob Kenyon in Makerfield was actually a normal person. And when you get that, the media hate it. The fact that they were digging up stuff that he said on social media. I'm telling you now, when my generation get into politics, that will not work anymore, because no one will be safe.
The problem wasn't that Rob Kenyon was a normal person. The problem was that he was a sexist and a bit thick, right? It's an insult to the working class to say that just because someone is working class, that qualifies them for the role.
I'm not saying it's because he's working class. My point is that people who never imagined themselves going into politics will, of course, said things that are not savoury for public life and politics. And when my generation...
Saying I am a sexist, as he did...
But actually,
oh, my God, can you understand sarcasm?
Hold on.
There's actually a woman here who does that.
So what he actually said is...
He said women shouldn't drive.
No, he didn't. He said, women are bad drivers and they can't do directions. Now, if you go in the car with me and my wife and listen to what my wife says, she says exactly the same thing about me. We were on a journey last night. She goes, "You're a terrible driver and you won't follow my directions." That doesn't make her a sexist, nor does it make Rob Kenyon a sexist. It's just the sort of thing that normal people say. Normal people say. Oh, well, he sort of said, "Oh, ho, ho, maybe I'm a bit sexist." It's just sort of normal conversation people say. I mean, you get Andy Burnham, the professional politician, coming to Westminster. I actually think you're absolutely right. We need more real people coming into politics, and if we exclude them because they talk like, 99% of the population, then Westminster will be empty.
Well, luckily we've got another hour to get stuck into the front pages and more as well. Apparently they're going to shut schools because it's too hot. That's next.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Temperatures will continue to rise over the next few days, probably peaking on Thursday. We have Met Office amber and a red extreme heat warning. The red in place for Wednesday and Thursday, broader amber warnings in place for much of this week, covering most of England and Wales. Temperatures are going to be breaking records, pushing the mid to high 30s. We've seen temperatures over 30 degrees today, some heavy showers crossing eastern parts, very hit and miss, but some thunderstorms likely here and there. It's nowhere near as hot across Scotland and Northern Ireland. Reasonably comfortable night across northern Scotland, but the warmth is pushing north into southern Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the south, temperatures likely to hold up over 20 Celsius in some towns and cities. Still a possibility of the overnight heavy thundery showers across parts of the southeast early on, but they should be clearing away. And then it's basically a sunny and hot day to come on Tuesday. It might start fairly cloudy, perhaps a little misty in some locations, but generally a fine start to the day. Some showers across Shetland. They should be pulling away through the course of the morning, as should any showers over northern England or the far southeast, drifting away to reveal plenty of hazy sunshine up and down the country with light winds. And as we're starting the day in the high teens or even low 20s, the temperatures are just going to tick up steadily with the powerful June sunshine, so that by the time we get to the afternoon, we're looking at widely over 30 Celsius across England and Wales, high 20s for parts of Northern Ireland and southern Scotland. And in this central zone, we could be up to 35, 36, maybe 37 degrees Celsius, potentially the hottest June day on record. Wednesday, hotter still. Again, lots of sunshine across the country. Temperatures probably peaking on Thursday before dipping a little on Friday. Those weather warnings are on the Met Office website in full.
Today's outlook: cool, calm and completely horizontal. Boxed Aircon sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, Keir Starmer's finally gone, hasn't he? His chin wobbled a little bit, but I suppose now he knows how we feel. I suppose we've probably also seen the back of Rachel Reeves and Lord Hermer, so all in all, a good day. But Andy Burnham has made it to Westminster, which obviously he must hate because he doesn't like to leave the north, as he keeps going on about. But anyway, he even put a suit on, didn't he? So we're going to find out what Andy Burnham stands for. I think we might be getting a speech from Burnham tomorrow, and there are rumours about who he's going to make the next Chancellor. I'll reveal all next.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world. Am I allowed to talk now? No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints. How many fingers have I got up? About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, welcome along to a seismic day in British politics. It's time for tomorrow's newspaper front pages now with late edition.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Was it all about putting the country first, appointing Mandelson, the mate of the world's most notorious paedophile? Anyway, Sir Keir Starmer has resigned after less than 2 years as Prime Minister, but... Andy Burnham is swooping in as his successor, completely unopposed. And he also made a very witty reference to that scene from Life of Brian on the way.
He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy.
Indeed, probably the sort of wit that Sir Keir Starmer has been missing, and...
What is going on here, frankly, is reminiscent of a banana republic that has totally devalued the very process of general elections and democracy. I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election.
Well, yes, Nigel Farage is demanding a general election. I do regret to inform him that it's not just reminiscent of banana republics. There are banana republics that are now laughing at us. So there you go. Also...
I want to rejoin. I hope in my lifetime I see this country rejoin the European Union. I'm absolutely clear about that.
Well, tomorrow's Daily Express has reminded us that tomorrow, Tuesday, marks a decade since the country voted for Brexit. But will Andy Burnham try to reverse it? And finally...
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Oh well. We'd simply be remiss just not to talk about Rachel Reeves today. Look at her there, in that picture, realising that actually she can go back to handling people's complaints. Joining us this evening, we are joined by broadcasting royalty Christo Foufas, GB News contributor and comedian Leo Kurz, and journalist Benjamin Butterworth. But first, let's get the latest news headlines with Bethany Elsey.
Patrick, thank you. Good evening. Your 11 o'clock news with me, Bethany Elsey. Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister and has promised an orderly handover of power within a matter of weeks.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support.
In an emotional speech outside Number 10, Sir Keir also paid tribute to his family.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
The new Labour MP for Makerfield, Andy Burnham, looks set to replace him, with the former Health Secretary Wes Streeting ditching his own leadership campaign to back him. But GB News understands there are calls from within the party for the new Prime Minister to be a woman. And there are also reports tonight that dozens of MPs are backing Starmer's Chief Secretary, Darren Jones. Meanwhile, opposition leaders, including Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage, are calling for a general election. Dozens of schools have been forced to close this week, and transport bosses have warned people against all but essential travel amid rare red warnings over extreme temperatures. A heat dome settling over Western Europe could bring temperatures of up to 40 degrees Celsius in some parts of England and Wales. The warning covers an area stretching from London to Swansea and Somerset to Birmingham from 9 a.m. on Wednesday until 9 p.m. on Thursday. Health officials say the wider population is at risk, not just vulnerable groups, and are urging everyone to take care around open water. Former DUP leader Sir Geoffrey Donaldson has been found guilty of 18 historical sex offences against 2 women when they were children. A jury at Newry Crown Court convicted him of 1 count of rape, 13 counts of indecent assault and 4 counts of gross indecency. His wife, Eleanor, has been found guilty of aiding and abetting his crimes, which spanned a period between 1985 and 2008. And a 36-year-old man has appeared in court charged with 5 counts of attempted murder aggravated by a terrorist connection after a series of attacks in Edinburgh on Friday. Lewis Hawkes was also charged with 1 count of assault and robbery and 2 counts of breach of the peace. 5 people were injured in the attacks, which are suspected to have an anti-Muslim motivation. Hawkes has been remanded in custody until another hearing in 8 days. Those are your latest headlines. Let's get back to Patrick.
Welcome along to a special edition of Late Edition. It's the day that many of you will have been waiting for. Keir Starmer has gone. And let's get you all of Tuesday's newspaper front pages. Yes, there is a theme there. The Independent. Regime change. Emotional Starmer quits with, quote, good grace 2 years after huge win. The Telegraph. Burnham set for coronation. There you go, Coronation Street, Andy Burnham, there you go. Jokes write themselves, don't they? Fantastic. The Guardian. Starmer bows out as Burnham swoops in. He came in, didn't he, on the train today, like Lenin, coming from exile back to Mother Russia to lead the revolution. The Metro, Keir's tears and Andy's crown. Starmer quits and Streeting backs away. The Express, give us a proper Brexit. 10 years since Britain voted to leave the EU. They're questioning whether or not Andy Burnham will just try to take us back in. I mean, again, this is something that didn't make my long list earlier on, but I mean, Keir Starmer said that we would get those e-gates, didn't he, airports, which is something that we give to basically all European nations. But I am yet to see an e-gate. I don't know if we've actually got that. Anyway, the Mirror there, out of time as his wife looks at her husband there. She must be proud. The Times, Burnham angles for power. The picture of those Labour MPs behind him. David Lammy doing what all politicians do. He's already thrown his considerable weight behind Andy Burnham, whereas 10 minutes ago he was full square behind Keir Starmer. There's a joke in there somewhere. Won't make it. The Daily Mail, Messiah without a mandate. They go for, Andy Burnham, the kind of, is he the Messiah or just a very naughty boy? The Sun. He thinks it's all over. And it probably is now, definitely for Starmer. The I paper, Prime Minister in 3 weeks. Burnham arrives for coronation. The thing is, will it even be 3 weeks, though? Because if there's not a challenger, then does it not just have to happen straight away? The thing is, again, with these politicians, you see them all grinning gleefully in that picture behind him. Still a Creasy right behind him, looming large, good grief. But, yeah, they don't want to do anything before the summer recess. And it just sums up the country, doesn't it? It's like, OK, we've had total paralysis for a very long period of time because the Labour government's incompetence. Starmer was a lame duck after the Mandelson affair in the local elections, and then now we'll just plod along, so they all go on the summer holidays, and then they'll come back and they'll have a new leader. Meanwhile, we're all here just paying the highest taxes that we've ever paid, you know, watching people being moved into HMOs, left, right and centre, the whole thing, you know, but, oh, don't worry about us, we're just the voters. Anyway, might as well bring up the Daily Telegraph's front page first. Burnham set for coronation. Keir Starmer goes. Could I just play you a quick clip, please, of Keir Starmer, the moment of resignation?
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
OK, so, Christy, you were shaking your head throughout that. What's going on?
Because I am apoplectic with rage.
Wow.
I really am. I'm so furious with the self-indulgent narcissism of these career politician, lanyard-wearing, incompetent numpties, mediocre just melts that we've ended up with in Parliament. That photo, look at that photo. They're all so smug and self-indulgent. They're all so supercilious, looking at like they're the cats that have got the cream. Look, oh, look, we've done it. We've still got a job. We've still got a couple more years of being able to inflict abject misery on the whole of the UK. Andy Burnham has stood there in front of them all like he is the second coming. I mean, he wore sandals at the weekend. Should have been flip-flops because of the fact that he's changed his mind on so many things. That stupid Ashfield, was it Ashfield, rally that he did on Friday, where he seemingly gave a speech that was against everything that he was doing when he was last in government. Under Blair, it was neoliberal, doesn't like that anymore. A couple of weeks ago, he said that he wanted to be back in the EU, but now he said he doesn't want to anymore. Let's not forget he didn't want to be in hot to the bond markets, but he quite likes the bond markets now. He had said previously as well that he wants to sort of tear up the fiscal rules. Now he will stay with the fiscal rules, but he doesn't know what the fiscal rules are. He is U-turned on absolutely every single thing he has ever stood for. He was centre-right under Blair, then he was a Corbynite, now he's going to go even further left in order to pacify the numpties behind him. We're going to have the biggest benefits bill in history. We are nearly bankrupt. I mean, they're smiling, they're smug, they're absolutely thrilled. Do you know that we are nearly bankrupt? £12 billion last month in interest payments alone. That is 4 times the entire annual budget that Andy Burnham has ever dealt with when it came to Manchester. He's never had a real job. He's never actually had a job outside of politics, and we're supposed to celebrate this claptrap?
Wow. You've been storing that up for a while, haven't you?
I just had to get it out because that photo broke me today. It absolutely, the rage I felt seeing how smug they all looked, it absolutely broke me.
Well, talking of broken men, I'll put this to you, Leo. I want to see whether or not your heart of stone can be chiselled away at it. Here's Starmer very nearly crying.
To my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Did that make you feel sorry for him?
How can anybody fail to be moved by that? There's a man who's tried his very hardest in very challenging circumstances, I might add, and look what he's delivered for this country. Are we not one of the greatest destinations for migrants in the world? Have we not got the best looked after fake UGs in the world? This is something we can be proud of. You know, our government made a pledge: no migrant hotel is going to be more than 3 minutes walk from a primary school, and they delivered. They delivered. No, in fairness to Keir Starmer, there's a couple of things he's actually done all right on. He led the charge and rallied Europe to support Ukraine when Donald Trump pulled back, and that's actually paying off. And Ukraine, as we saw in Moscow last week, Ukraine is doing better than it's done in about 4 years. And Keir Starmer brought down immigration. And let's not forget, it wasn't Labour who caused immigration to soar to just unprecedented heights. Net migration over 1 million, non-EU migration over 1 million. You know, this isn't guys from Brittany coming over. This is guys from, you know, the Horn of Africa. Really, you know, really quite alien cultures coming here. So that happened.
Sorry, what do you mean by alien culture?
I mean the literal dictionary definition of the word.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know why people have a problem. You know, why people are trying to pretend that Somalia is exactly the same as Salisbury. It's a nonsense. But yeah, I mean, Keir was handed a poison chalice, and to be fair, he just added more poison.
Poured more poison into it and then drunk it. Yeah, I mean, good grief. But look, Benjamin, you did feel sorry for him. That clip there of him, you know, talking about his wife and how she's been a rock. You actually thought that you know, I was being quite insensitive earlier on about the fact that I just don't care.
I think any decent human being, but also any functional democracy, would recognise that the people that put themselves forward to answer these questions for high office are people, and it is an extremely difficult job. I think it is a poison chalice. It might be an impossible job at the moment. And he's clearly had a very difficult time. He is somebody, Keir Starmer, who has openly said before being Prime Minister that he doesn't like politics. I think
great job for
politics didn't like him either, did it?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Oh, sorry.
And I think his skill set is that he likes to fix problems, he likes to be serious, he likes to be studious. He's disciplined as a person. These are all great assets. I think what he struggled with was to convey his vision convey the narrative he had for what the country should.
No, because now what you're doing is you're doing exactly what all of these numpties doing by basically saying, well, you know, all of those people in that photo genuinely believe that Labour are doing a good job at the moment, and that the problem is the comms. The problem is that we all don't get the great job. He's not been able to convey the message. So essentially, the message isn't the problem, it's the fact it's not being conveyed properly. No. What is the problem is that they are all incompetent. What is the problem is that we've the highest taxes in history, that we've now got someone who's going to potentially come in as Prime Minister who has literally done nothing, has failed in pretty much every office that he's ever held.
That's nonsense, Chris.
Yes, he had.
When he was Health Secretary, it had the highest approval rating in the NHS's history.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because they built endless amounts of hospitals on borrowed money that he signed off on the Private Finance Initiative that we're still paying off under the NHS budget today at massively high interest. Andy Burnham was Health Secretary when that happened. So no wonder that there was satisfaction back then. We are all paying the price today.
The last Labour government had the longest period of economic growth that Britain has had.
Well, that's because he was a neoliberal then. And that's because he was. That was because they had Thatcherite economic policies. Tony Blair was Thatcher's best achievement. She said that herself. Burnham was a Thatcherite at that point. Now he argues against all of those policies that he was in favour of when he was last in government. They're all hypocrites, all of them.
They're not hypocrites at all, and I think he was.
Don't think that's hypocritical.
I think he was Chief Secretary to the Treasury, so he could take some compliment for how well the economy did. My hope...
But he hates that economy now. He's literally given speeches saying that neoliberalism and Thatcherite economics is wrong.
Well, hang on. First of all, that is actually often the argument put forward by Reform that say that 40 years of things going wrong.
Well, tell that to someone who represents Reform.
The question is that I think Andy Burnham was a very sensible, moderate politician during his time as a Cabinet Secretary. And so I am hopeful. For example, one of the questions is, well, who will the Chancellor be? If it's Wes Streeting, that will give me a lot of confidence that this will be a growth-led Labour government. And the people in those photos on the front pages behind Andy Burnham are showing that, unlike the chaotic years of the Conservatives, the Labour Party is united and is trying to pull together to answer the problems rather than have internal rows.
The years of chaos that they promised solemnly to end, and that they would always put country over party. I mean, that's really happened, doesn't it?
The Independent's front page, they go for regime change. Smiling Burnham sworn into Commons and takes a Westminster selfie. I don't know if we might be able to also just bring up the Daily Mail, because they go for Messiah without a mandate. As tearful Starmer departs, his assassin arrives in Westminster in scenes of near hysteria. But in a Mail readers poll, 89% say that he's not got a mandate. OK, well, people will say, well, it's Daily Mail readers, fine. Yeah, fine. But, I mean, literally, it is true, isn't it? He hasn't really got a mandate. 0.03% of the population have actually voted for Andy Burnham to re-enter the House of Commons. Something like 24,500 people near Wigan have decided the next Prime Minister. How mad is that? when you think about it.
Yeah, it's mad. And Keir Starmer, I mean, he didn't have a vision, but he did have a mandate. He had a huge majority. It might have been a shallow majority, but it was 411 seats, unarguably a massive stonking majority. It's crazy that Labour have hoofed him out after less than 2 years. Burnham is coming in. He's got no vision. He changes what he thinks all the time, and he's got zero mandate. It looks like he's not even going to have a mandate inside the Labour Party. They're not even going to have, you know, how the Tories, when they started cycling through leaders, they at least had internal battles to see who is going to be the next leader.
It looks like he's just been in the government.
Yeah, he's just going to be airlifted into that seat. But now Labour have got a taste for regicide. The Labour backbenchers, they've got blood on their hands, and they like that taste. They've taken down Keir Starmer. They're going to take down Burnham. All the things that they think Burnham is going to deliver, he won't be able to, because if he puts up taxes any higher, which, you know, is what they all want him to do, and which Keir did for them, and, you know, they didn't seem to be grateful. If he puts up welfare anymore, which Keir actually did, they weren't grateful about that, then Britain won't be able to follow him.
He is going to put up taxes more, though, because he's got the only thing we know that he now suddenly believes in, because he's not a neoliberal anymore, is this land tax. You know, that he's argued about before, where he's going to re-evaluate every single person's property, and then you're going to pay something like, I think, 0.3% of the overall value of the property, and that will replace council tax and stamp duty. So good luck if you've already paid stamp duty to buy your property, and then you're going to be paying more again, so that other people don't.
How does that work? Just explain that. Because the cynic in me, at first hearing of that, the cynic in me would say that is a way, and again, I say this as a northerner, of a northerner deliberately taxing the south.
Yes.
Because properties are worth more in the south.
So he's going to, what has been mooted, what he's argued about in favour of before, is taking a tax, a land tax that is a percentage value of your property, and that you pay an annual amount of that every single year. And it replaces council tax and stamp duty. So when you then go and buy a property, you don't pay stamp duty anymore, but you will then pay this annual tax instead of council tax and instead of
which they have
stamp
in Florida,
duty.
for example, which is hardly a left-wing utopia.
But the problem with that is, firstly, people are going to end up inevitably paying more, especially those people who have already paid more for their property. But more importantly, if you've already... There's not going to be a discount. If you've already paid stamp duty to buy your property, you're then paying more for a second time, so that other people don't pay stamp duty, and so that other people get cheaper council tax. Well, they've already got a cheaper property. Why do you get to pay cheaper council tax as well?
And also, if the government is going to value your property and base the tax based on that, are they going to give the option of giving you that value? If you don't want to pay that tax, well, they'd be like, oh, yeah, we'll give you 600 grand for that house.
But it's ridiculous.
For migrants.
It's ridiculous that council tax bans are based on measurements taken 3 decades ago that are wildly out of sync with the needs and the requirements and the values that we have today. I think it is a fundamental problem of economies like Britain, not unique to Britain, that we tax income too highly and assets too low. The fact is that people are making a lot of money as assets have inflated beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Meanwhile, we are paying ridiculous levels of tax on income, especially young people who don't have the access to assets.
Do you think income tax is going to come down as a result of this asset tax?
Well, that is exactly what Andy Burnham has said in the remarks.
There's no way.
Refers to.
Taxes never go down.
I don't think it's something Andy Burnham will do, because he will have 2.5 years and you can't do reforms.
Well, there is also a thing, again, so in 2010, when Burnham was in government, Burnham published a white paper proposing the creation of a national care service in England to provide free social care for the elderly, which sounds good.
The ones that didn't die in Stafford Hospital.
Until you realise how he was going to fund it, which is that he floated the idea of a compulsory flat rate levy of up to £20,000. Remember, that was in 2010, so goodness knows that would be now, on people's estates after they died. And this was just called...
pay for it?
This was just called a death tax. We people pay for their own, don't they? People pay for...
Well, that'd be a lot more than £20,000.
Yeah, but I suppose it... Well, but I mean, it's interesting because at the time they said it was a rip-off and that it was a death tax and all of this stuff. But, you know, it's...
What you've shown there is exactly why, if we had Andy Burnham still in government after 2010, we probably wouldn't have the awful state that there is of the care system for the elderly and the unwell that we have now. There he was trying to answer a fundamental question about people's care and dignity 15, 16 years ago. If only only he'd remained in power, it might not have got so much worse.
But you know why there's so many
there might be a few more people dead from Stafford Hospital or still paying more for the public finance initiative.
All right, fine. Guys, we'll put a pin in this for a second and we're going to come back to it. But, yeah, coming up in just a moment.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles.
Right, well, Andy Burnham wasn't the only person sworn in today. No, there was a lady from the SNP who crossed her fingers as she did the oath, and we're going to play you that as well. And David Lammy, I mean, this guy, unbelievable, just more front than South End. He's gone from backing Starmer to now he's backing Andy Burnham. This is why people hate politicians. That's next.
I'm Tom Harwood. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB Newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, and this is GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, welcome back to Late Edition. So, look, a lot of the front pages, well, all of them really, are going off on the scenes today. And you'll notice that a few of them, you know, for example, like The Independent or The Times, actually, if we bring that Times up, Burnham angles for power. And there's a big picture behind Andy Burnham. It's a selfie that he took with a load of Labour MPs behind him there. They're all there smiling away. They're all saying, oh, yeah, come on, Andy, please give me a job. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, you're our saviour. They also have a picture of Keir Starmer's wobbly chin underneath that. But anyway, but this is why people don't like politicians, because have a look and a listen to David Lammy. David Lammy has been standing by Keir Starmer. He was outside Downing Street. What did he say? 14 years taking us to get here. 14 years. You know, he's backed the PM relentlessly. He said he's been a good friend for ages. And now that the Prime Minister's resigned and Andy Burnham has been sworn in, listen to him today on LBC.
Look, I've known Andy Burnham for over
25 years, I think, in politics. We were both protégés of the late Tessa Jowell, and worked together very closely when he was back in Parliament. I think I supported him for one of his previous bids to become leader of the Labour Party.
Please, Andy, please give me a job. Go on, I've always liked you. I would have preferred it if you were leader to begin with, actually. It's just toe curling, isn't it? It's just really sickening.
Oozing fake sincerity as well. I've known him for 25 years. Oh, we're such pals. Oh, he's so competent. He's not even Prime Minister yet. This guy is not even the Prime Minister yet. And if he is, he would have got to be Prime Minister, just picking up on your point, after having just not been in Parliament, not even being elected in the last manifesto. I mean, are we going to have to pass a law about that now? That if you're going to be made Prime Minister, you have to have at least been made an MP in the last election that they were voted at. What skill? Tell me, please, someone explain to me what skill Andy Burnham has that is so special over the 400 MPs that they've got. Are they all such incompetent, thick as two short plank numpties that they actually can't find any one of them with enough of a brain cell to actually go up to become Prime Minister? Then they've got to go to Manchester and have a self-indulgent, narcissistic by-election fest in order to bring this guy in.
Well, he's got two things that are quite rare in the Labour Party. One of them's charisma. He's got that, stone roses on me jug, that sort of connecting with the average working man, which I wouldn't know anything about. I'm upper middle class, don't you know? And he's also got the sort of aura of being a winner, which he has. I mean, he won in Makerfield. He's won things before. He won £5 in a scratch card once. So, they see him as continuing.
You've said the magic word.
What?
Buses! Buses! He sorted out the buses in Manchester. Hallelujah! The new messiah of the double-decker is now going to be our Prime Minister.
You're just... I mean, a minute ago you were complaining about millionaire landowners getting a bad deal, and now you're mocking buses. Actually,
I'm not mocking buses. I'm mocking the fact that he relentlessly goes on about them because, frankly, that's his only achievement. And fine, the buses run OK in Manchester. Well done him.
I think that, actually, you are listing Andy Burnham's selling points. People feel like they can relate to him and he can relate to their lives.
Are you saying this with a straight face?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just checking, all right.
It's the only thing straight about me, Christo. People think that he can relate to their lives. They think that he has experience. He's held senior jobs in government before, which, to answer your question about other Labour MPs, one of the problems with landslides is that you lack that level of experience. He's also been the Mayor of Greater Manchester for 9 years.
What real job has he ever had?
And then he's been in politics for a long time.
What real job has he ever had?
But hang on.
Has he ever had a job outside of politics?
As being Mayor of Greater Manchester, that is a job in which he's dealt with those very practical things that impact people's lives. That's a good qualification. And the final thing that I think is really important is that Keir Starmer was uncomfortable in public life. You only had to watch Andy Burnham on the campaign trail or today as he weaved through the train stations. He likes people. That will go a long way.
Keir Starmer, I'm genuinely just not sure he's human. Honestly, I'm not sure he's human. And he doesn't exhibit any signs of wanting anyone to ever look at him or interact with him. He doesn't have a sense of humour. He's got no political nous at all. I mean, Andy Burnham does have some of these things. There's no denying he's got these qualities. There is an interesting poet. The only downside I would caveat this by saying that Andy Burnham got less popular over the course of his election campaign. So before he ran,
to answer questions.
Before he ran. So look, that's not true. No, the polling got better for his results.
No, sorry. In Makerfield, did very well. Absolutely, no denying that. Outperformed. But nationally, his approval rating dropped by between 10 and 15%. So the more the wider British public saw of him, the less they actually liked him. However, I'm going to caveat that with this. There was a poll of Burnham versus Farage. Now, Nigel Farage wins when it comes to the question, he has a lot of personality. Nigel Farage wins that. Andy Burnham wins everything else in the polls. He's in touch with ordinary people. He's a likeable person. He's an experienced leader. He understands the problems facing Britain. He's a capable leader. He's a strong leader. He acts with integrity. He has sound judgment. I mean, I could go on. Good in a crisis. He shares my values. He gets the big decisions right. On all of those things, as of today, that apparently the British public think that Andy Burnham outperforms Nigel Farage. So when Reform are calling for a snap general election, it could be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, I think it would be better for Andy Burnham to be in office for a while and to be torn apart by the Labour Party, to be hamstrung by the realities of politics. I think everybody's got this idea that, they're even putting it on the front cover. He's the Messiah. I know that was a joke in Parliament that he dealt with very well. It shows his one strength, having a personality. But he's going to be hamstrung by reality, just as Keir Starmer was. So I think it would be in Reform's benefits if there isn't a snap election, or we could have 5 years of Labour government starting now and a much more left-wing Labour government.
Well, Kemi Badenoch saying she wants a general election takes some brass neck. First of all, 8 Conservative Prime Ministers have come in without an election. But also, if there is, she'll probably have about half as many MPs as at present. So I'm not convinced by that. But I just point out, that polling you share, Keir Starmer never had numbers like that. He never won on many of those measures. He was never popular as an individual. And so that is a significant improvement for the Labour Party to have a leader like that.
I know, amazing. The Labour Party finally get good numbers from someone who's not been an MP.
Well,
brilliant.
There you go. Well, look, let's wait and see. Now, coming up, we will be revealing the moment that the new SNP MP crossed her fingers when she swore an oath to the King. I mean, it's just childish student politics writ large. I'll show it to you when we come back.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
From cold mornings
To warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car,
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
OK, welcome back. Look, Andy Burnham wasn't the only person sworn in today, although he has made all of the front pages. There is, of course, this SNP MP who did this.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to the law, so help me God.
So there you go. Yeah, I mean, that was an SNP MP, Laura Bird there, the new MP for Broughty Ferry in Arbroath, I believe, who crossed her fingers whilst pledging allegiance. Well, Leo's our resident Scott. Well, what do you think of that kind of behaviour?
Oh, it's so infantile. I mean, this is high office. You can't. It's not the playground. Like, you can't rescind an oath by crossing your fingers like that. What else is she going to do? What else is she going to try and win debates by saying triple tag backs, no backsies? You know what I mean? Is she going to be giving the speaker a Chinese burn? Is she going to be telling the opposition politicians that they can't come to her birthday party? This is absolute infant behaviour.
Yeah, she ended it by going opposites day, so it doesn't count. I mean, it does feel quite lame, to be honest, and the sort of shaking of the head with the attitude isn't very encouraging.
Yeah.
But, you know, it may well be that... Obviously, there are lots of people in Scotland, especially, who don't like the monarchy, don't like the history, want to have their own rules, and she may well be speaking for those people.
Like, grow up, though, you know? I mean, come on. Can we watch it again? Is that all right? Can we just watch that again of new SNP MP, Laura Bird, there being sworn in? It's her big moment. Her family's probably watching. Her friends are there. Oh, go on, Laura, do the thing that we dared you to do. Do the thing we dared you to do.
I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to the law, so help me God.
It's a sassy bit at the end, isn't it? Have that, King. That showed him.
I hadn't actually seen that. I knew she'd done it. I hadn't actually seen that. It's infuriating. Oh, the smugness and it's like, you know, when you have to apologise. Right, fine then. Sorry. Yeah, sorry I did that, you know, to your older brother or something. And it's like, she's an elected member of Parliament, for goodness sake. Why is she acting like a 12-year-old that's been grounded? I'm just so sick of these people. I think this is a bad night. You shouldn't have got me on tonight.
First day in the job.
Oh, great.
I'm so sick of them today. I'm so sick of them today. Yeah. I think I've reached my threshold. I think this is it now. I think I'm going to have to quit broadcasting.
You know what's funny about Scottish nationalists?
This is your fault, Scotland.
So this is the Scottish nationalists. They say, oh, a Somalian who arrived on Tuesday is as Scottish as anyone. He's a new Scot. They've got this term, new Scot. It's sort of like trans woman, as in... Yeah. Not a woman, not a Scot, you know, but they've got this term, new Scot. But then they say that I'm not Scottish because my mum's English. So even though I was born in Scotland, I sound Scottish, I act Scottish, I'm drunk right now, they say I can't be Scottish.
You know what, because it's such a similar thing that the Green Party did in the Gorton and Denton by-election, where they ran a whole thing about Matthew Goodwin's not from round here, right? He's not from here, you know, he doesn't know about local issues. Oh, by the way, do you only speak Urdu or Bengali? We've got a campaign message for you. You are our kind of guy. And if you could just tell your wives how to vote as well, that would be delightful.
But also, Matt Goodwin is from round here. Gaza. Let's talk about Gaza as well. Like, oh my God, these people.
It cracks me up, this kind of stuff. Anyway, we've also got President Trump, who has just, in the last hour or so, spoken about Keir Starmer's resignation. Here is President Trump's verdict.
And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you now. That was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems, energy and immigration and crime.
So you know that you are dressed identically to Donald Trump.
Well, I didn't until I saw it, yeah.
That you've got exactly the same tie, exactly the same thing. All you need is just the little pin.
The little pin. I don't know. Apparently, we're going to bring that up again because I think the eagle-eyed will not have, might not have missed it. And if we got it, I think it was there in a second anyway. But Trump actually stuck the knife into Starmer last night. I mean, Trump posted last night, Keir Starmer's going to resign you know, like, I mean, it's a bedroom. I mean, he mugged him off even on the way out, didn't he? Oh, there you go.
There you are.
There you are. Right.
Which one is Trump?
Yeah.
I think you're wearing a bit more fake tan, but
Thank you. I've actually gone new Pamela Anderson tonight, which is no makeup.
You've even got similar hairstyles as well.
I've got more of it, mate. Thank you very much. Anyway,
I won't go into hair.
Yeah, although just like Leo, I'm not sure his is real.
I've just got off very lightly there. I like the way Christo just went, yeah, it's all up for Leo's. It's all up for Leo's transplant.
Imagine having a hair transplant.
What kind of guy would do
sad
that?
is that?
Anyway, sorry. So, not the news, is it? So what do you make of Trump sticking the knife in?
And show us that hairline, Benjamin.
Moving on. I think Donald Trump, he degraded his office, as always. It's not for him to say who the British Prime Minister should be, whether he's resigning. And also, of course, I don't believe that Keir Starmer had told Donald Trump. He was just sat there like a gossip in the playground repeating what he'd heard going around.
That's obviously not true, is it?
Any of us could have said that by Sunday evening, right? It's not the US President's place to start telling us who our Prime Minister is going to be or not be. Although, to be fair, it is slightly better than Peter Mandelson, who told that JP Morgan executive, I think, that the Prime Minister was going to resign, Gordon Brown, before he did.
Andy Burnham said
he told
really bad things about Trump.
The paedophile. Narrow it down.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
Yeah, there were the emails that he told him, Peter Mandelson, it showed him, he told him before he resigned. So I suppose it is better than that. So we've improved in Americans finding out about our Prime Minister moving on.
Donald Trump was incredibly respectful. I think we should praise him for that.
And I think Trump would have been told by a Chinese diplomat who'd bugged the Prime Minister's office.
Well, quite. So Andy Burnham has previously said, although this was after the January 6th stuff, any UK politician who gave Trump the time of day should be ashamed right now. So, going to be interesting to see how that special relationship continues, isn't it? Anyway, loads more coming your way. Some other non-Burnham related news. Apparently, they're going to close schools because of the heat wave. So, depending on what age you are, good news, I suppose. That's next.
I forecast a perfect holiday in the sun.
Weather looking good then?
For sure, and no worries about our travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello. The heatwave is continuing across central and northeastern parts of Europe. Thunderstorms now also breaking out, with temperatures being 10 to 15 degrees above average. A cloudier picture across the Canary Islands with some showers here, but for the vast majority, it's going to be hot again. Sunny spells, but also thunderstorms breaking out as we go into the week. And that theme does continue. We'll see more in the way of some thunderstorms, but the heat moving its way further eastwards.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Dordme, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
Oh, no, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you.
Bulletins on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From court mornings
to warm family brunches.
From football to tennis in the car.
In the kitchen.
GB News Breakfast is there.
With the stories you need and the conversations that matter.
Anyway, let's talk business.
Well, it has been a historic night in British politics.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
We're here again.
To start your day just right. GB News Breakfast.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Let's just finish with the story that's at the bottom of tomorrow's Daily Telegraph. Schools close amid heatwave power alert. Schools have closed as Britain prepares for a heatwave that could see temperatures as high as 40 degrees. Primaries, secondaries and nurseries across England shut early today, while a dozen schools said they would close tomorrow and on Thursday. A prolonged spell of hot weather could trigger blackouts as wildfires damage power lines, grid operators have warned. But we had wildfires.
That's what we're being told. I don't know. Don't we have flame-proof pylons? I think everybody should just deal with the heat wave by getting air conditioning. Like, our schools should be air conditioned. It's not the Middle Ages anymore. If you go to America, everywhere is air conditioned, and it makes sense. And also, people are like, oh, but what about the energy? The air conditioning is running when it's hot. That's when the sun's shining, and all those solar panels that Ed Miliband made us build, they're making lots of electricity.
Sorry, apparently there was multiple fire crews are actively fighting a large moorland fire that broke out at Marsden Moor and Holmfirth in West Yorkshire. Apparently Halifax, firefighters using specialist wildfire equipment to tackle an active blaze at the Cold Edge Road area. They've had wildfire warnings in southern England. The Widnes chemical plant fire, not a wildfire, just a separate major incident. Fair enough, so it's just a fire. Anyway, so yeah, probably there have
places in the north.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think we are experiencing extreme heat. I mean, it could be 37, 38 degrees in the coming days. No, that is extreme heat. And
it's just hot.
Also, a lot of people are vulnerable who are elderly. They will suffer.
You're always abroad in places like Sudan, Somalia, Saudi Arabia.
It was South Sudan, actually.
That's going to be even hotter, isn't it?
I was once in the hottest place. Well, I was in the hottest place on Earth the other day. In Djibouti, which is a place in the Horn of Africa, and it was more than 40 degrees, and people live there, but it's absolutely excruciating.
People live there? Oh, my God. So people live in hot places where the weather gets hot? It's almost as if you can survive.
So is it not hot in Djibouti?
You can't really survive. That's the difficulty. Look, 37, 38 degrees, you're right, we don't really have air conditioning in this country. We haven't discovered it, apparently. And so those schools could be pretty horrible, old, thick walls. I feel for those kids.
Well, then why don't they just get a Dyson?
A what?
A fan.
Get a fan. Apparently, I'm just being told in my ear that apparently planning regulations prohibit air conditioning in many places due to net zero.
I mean, that's a nonsense. We need to tear down these regulations. We are so over-regulated. Yeah. We're letting kids get sweaty because of net zero. That's a nonsense. You've really got to ask yourself, why do these Labour politicians want kids to be sweaty?
OK, all right. OK, right. There we go. Yes, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just remember the days when
surely not on air.
Are we still on air?
Yes,
we are, but probably not for long. We used to get the odd snow day. And that was it. And the joke was, you'd play. What I'd do is I'd end up playing clips of, like, in Norway, where there's these, like, 20-foot snow banks and kids are on the way to school. Canada, same thing. We'd have, like, half an inch of snow and it capitulates. And now it's like, I don't mind saying this. There's building work taking place at my block of flats. They weren't there the other day because it was too hot. They weren't there the other day because it was forecast for rain. It didn't rain. How do you run a business in England like that? Anyway, enough of my personal soapbox there. Let me whiz you through. Have I got time for the papers? Yeah, good. Start with the Independent. Regime change. Emotional Starmer quits. Good. The Telegraph. Burnham set for coronation. The Guardian. Starmer bows out as Burnham swoops in. The Metro. Keir's tears and Andy's crown. The Express. Give us a proper Brexit. 10 years since Britain voted to leave the EU. The Mirror. Out of time. Emotional Keir Starmer resigns as PM. The Times. Burnham angles for power. The Daily Mail. Messiah without a mandate for Burnham. The Sun. He thinks it's all over, and it definitely is for Starmer. The iPaper. Prime Minister in 3 weeks. Burnham arrives for coronation. Well, there you go. I imagine we'll be hearing from Andy Burnham at some point tomorrow, where he might make an attempt to set his stall out and say what he actually wants to do in office. Hopefully we do hear that. Thank you to my wonderful panel. Thank you to you at home for watching and for listening. I'm going to throw you over stateside now for the Late Show Live, where they're going to bring you right up to date.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much. Well, what is that man in the big White House down the road from here going to think of our new Prime Minister? I know he's not Prime Minister yet, but barring anything massively unexpected, we know that Andy Burnham is going to be in charge of our country any minute now. I will tell you what I think the relationship between President Trump and Andy Burnham might just look like, and we've got contributions from lots of guests this evening. What will the reaction be here to Starmer stepping down? See you in a minute.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Evening, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. Temperatures will continue to rise over the next few days, probably peaking on Thursday. We have Met Office amber and a red extreme heat warning. The red in place for Wednesday and Thursday, broader amber warnings in place for much of this week, covering most of England and Wales. Temperatures are going to be breaking records, pushing the mid to high 30s. We've seen temperatures over 30 degrees today, some heavy showers crossing eastern parts, very hit and miss, but some thunderstorms likely here and there. It's nowhere near as hot across Scotland and Northern Ireland. A reasonably comfortable night across northern Scotland, but the warmth is pushing north into southern Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the south, temperatures likely to hold up over 20 Celsius in some towns and cities. Still a possibility of the overnight heavy thundery showers across parts of the southeast early on, but they should be clearing away. And then it's basically a sunny and hot day to come on Tuesday. It might start fairly cloudy, perhaps a little misty in some locations, but generally a fine start to the day. Some showers across Shetland. They should be pulling away through the course of the morning, as should any showers over northern England or the far southeast, drifting away to reveal plenty of hazy sunshine up and down the country with light winds. And as we're starting the day in the high teens or even low 20s, the temperatures are just going to tick up steadily with the powerful June sunshine, so that by the time we get to the afternoon, we're looking at widely over 30 Celsius across England and Wales, high 20s for parts of Northern Ireland and southern Scotland. And in this central zone, we could be up to 35, 36, maybe 37 degrees Celsius, potentially the hottest June day on record. Wednesday, hotter still. Again, lots of sunshine across the country. Temperatures probably peaking on Thursday before dipping a little on Friday. Those weather warnings are on the Met Office website in full.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
I'm Andrew Pearce. This is GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Breaking news, live updates, stories that matter.
From the heart of the GB newsroom to every corner of Britain, with our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
GB News bulletins are there to deliver the latest news that matters to you. Bulletins on GB News,
the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. The King of the North prepares for a coronation.
Andy Burnham is buoyed on by Labour backbenchers as he arrives in Westminster.
What a 24 hours it has been. Less than a day since Keir Starmer announced his resignation.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Yes, we're going to discuss all the crucial moments in this very fast-developing story now, including this unforgettable moment where Starmer nearly cried.
To my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Well, US President Donald Trump shared his take on the turmoil engulfing Sir Keir Starmer.
Because I think he's a lovely man, but I said, you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill.
And as the world reacts to the news, should the former mayor of Manchester, Greater Manchester, should I say, Andy Burnham, call a general election as his first order of business?
Well, Sir Keir Starmer here in Downing Street still, probably just for a few weeks, but very little power. The man of the moment has all the momentum, but there will be real questions about his mandate, given he's been elected by just 25,000 people in Makerfield.
A decade today since the course of British history was changed forever. 10 years on from the Brexit referendum, we're going to be looking back at how it all went down on that fateful night in 2016.
Britain bakes. The nation prepares for record-breaking temperatures after the Met Office issued a rare extreme heat warning. Well, stay tuned to find out how you can stay safe in the sun.
And in sport, World Cup, obviously, it's England versus Ghana tonight, and a win will see us through to the round of 32. The World Cup Golden Boot race, that hots up. Messi scores 2, and Mbappe scores 2, and Haaland gets a hat-trick last night. And the 2023 Wimbledon champion, Marketa Vondrousova, is banned for 4 years.
Good morning, it's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Ellie Costello.
And I'm Alex Armstrong, and this is GB News Breakfast.
How did everybody sleep last night with the heat and the thunderstorms?
Yeah,
double trouble.
It was.
Double trouble.
It really was.
Yeah.
I slept through the thunder absolutely fine.
Did you?
Yeah. I slept. It was the heat that got me. It was the heat. I cannot sleep in this heat.
Yes.
It's dreadful.
It was the worst last night.
Yeah.
The heat was unbelievable. And then you had the trouble with Monty, and then we had Nelly jumping up, scared of the...
They were so scared of the thunderstorm,
Yeah.
So Monty's never been in a thunderstorm before, so he was just shrieking and wailing. I had to go down to him.
Did you
I hadn't slept a week.
Did you do the thing when you were a kid of when you were scared of thunder that it was you used to count how many miles away it was?
Yeah, I was doing that this morning.
Was that true? But is that a fact, or is that just
I think it is.
I think it's the science, yeah.
Do you think so? So the lightning, and then you'd count 1, 2, 3, then here, and that's how many miles away it would be.
Fraser Myers knows everything.
He will know. Fraser would definitely know.
There's definitely some sort of division you can do. Is it divide by 3 or something like that? I can't remember, but it definitely will tell you there is some way of knowing how far away it is.
So I'm just realising. So what are we actually counting? Where the lightning is?
Where
how far away the lightning is?
Where the eye of the storm is.
Yes.
How far it is. How far that particular jolt of lightning is.
Because it was 1, 2. I remember as a kid doing that 1, 2, and then it would try and calm me down a little bit, which made me
Anyway,
scared.
I don't feel like that weather was on the cards, no?
I think
anyone
no one got heads up in Cornwall last night. This is where it all started. I started seeing on social media loads of people sharing their lightning. This massive lightning strikes.
Yeah, pictures from the Midlands yesterday afternoon, and obviously it's come down.
Proper forked lightning this morning as I was driving along. Really, probably like to start Thunderbirds. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was quite scary driving in this morning.
Yeah.
Do stay safe if you're out and about this morning. But Fraser tells us it's stopped raining here in London. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
now I can hear something now.
The thing is now...
Hold on, count. 1, 2, 3. It's 3 miles away. Don't worry, we're fine.
I can definitely hear it pelting down outside now.
Well, now it's going to be really humid today.
And then we've got, this potentially record-breaking heat tomorrow and Thursday.
84% humidity.
Ooh.
Oh, it's going to be pretty severe.
Right.
That's the worst bit for me. I don't mind the sun. That's the worst bit, is the humidity.
Yeah, enjoy the sunshine, but do take care today if you're driving or out and about. gbnews.com/you'll say. Let us know if you managed to sleep last night, because we didn't.
At least the pollen count will be low.
The pollen count will be low. We'll be washing it all away as we speak.
Right.
Now to our top story this morning. Andy Burnham is inching ever closer to being crowned as leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister.
The self-proclaimed King of the North could be handed the keys to number 10 in just 3 weeks.
Less than 24 hours, would you believe, after Sir Keir Starmer gave in to demands and announced his resignation.
Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Well, in an emotional speech, he paid tribute to his wife and children.
And when I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife, Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Well, if Andy Burnham is successful in his bid to take over from Keir Starmer, he will be our 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years.
Yeah, look at this. This is a list here of the Prime Ministers we've had. It is absolutely astounding, isn't it? Even Italy is laughing at us at this point. Should we take a listen to the resignation speeches of our last 6 leaders?
When I leave the biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad.
Well, we know that Wes Streeting isn't going to stand in a Labour leadership challenge. So will Andy Burnham become Prime Minister without a contest? Or will a general election be called once he does become Prime Minister? So many questions remain.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, this is a very fast-moving situation now. But let's speak to GB News Chief Political Correspondent Catherine Forster, because, Catherine, we would say if this were the Tories, this wouldn't be so unprecedented. But with Labour, most of the British public haven't seen them go through such a tumultuous time with their party leader before. What should we expect to happen next?
Yes, good morning from Downing Street, and the Labour Party now doing exactly what they promised not to do, because people do not like infighting. And you were saying about a 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. We're actually going to have 5 in 4 years, because 4 years ago, we had Boris Johnson, then we had Liz Truss, then we had Rishi Sunak, then we've had Keir Starmer, and almost certainly now we are going to get Andy Burnham. And just like Boris Johnson, when that government was in a very deep hole with Theresa May, they looked at a popular Metro mayor who had a way of connecting with the public, and they thought that he was a winner and he might save them. And so it proved to begin with, though it all went horribly wrong. Of course, what will happen with Andy Burnham, because the Prime Minister, yes, he's still in that building behind me, but all the power really has drained away from here. All the momentum is with Andy Burnham. He was treated like a rock star. He had helicopters overhead of his trains. His taxi was tracked, and then he had this incredible welcome in Westminster Hall, where I saw so many cabinet ministers and hundreds of Labour MPs looking happier than I think I've ever seen them since the general election. But so much now that we do not know, because Andy Burnham was elected by 25,000 people in Makerfield. He's been focusing on getting elected there. We know he can beat reform there. But what about his policies more broadly? He's been pretty changeable. I think I can say that to be tactful on many issues, and he's going to inherit all the same problems. So despite the fact that I think most Labour MPs are happy with this change because they think that he is a winner, there are real concerns, even amongst allies of Andy Burnham, that he isn't quite ready, and we don't quite know what he's going to do in government. So it is possible that there may be a contest, somebody like Darren Jones, perhaps the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, somebody like Al Carnes, who was Defence Minister till he resigned, if they can get those 81 votes. Not that they would necessarily think that they were going to win, but to force Andy Burnham to flesh out his positions and to have a contest, because I think there will be real questions about his mandate to govern, given as he's only just become an MP, and we're already hearing that from opposition parties, Reform in particular, saying call a general election, and who will be Chancellor. That is a massive decision. We thought it could be Ed Miliband. We know the unions are not happy about that. Maybe Wes Streeting. He said he's not going to run, but that would upset many on the left of the party. So many questions, very few answers at the moment. But for Sir Keir Starmer, he had a drinks reception to his supporters and aides last night, where his wife thanked him. I think he must be feeling pretty bruised, but unfortunately for him, he just proved to be incredibly unpopular with the public.
Catherine, are you getting any sense when you're speaking to Labour MPs that there's fret or worry about what this all looks like to the general public? Andy Burnham, who didn't stand in the 2024 general election, who, as you say, was just elected by the people of Makerfield, something like 0.03% of the population, who could potentially be Prime Minister in just 3 weeks' time. As you say, he's largely untested outside of Greater Manchester. How do you think that looks to the great British public? And do you think that Labour MPs are aware of that?
Yes, I do. I feel that it was almost sort of euphoric, the mood yesterday, but clearly that can't last because the hard work is going to start now. Now, his aides up in Makerfield said to me last week that their preferred option was for him to come in at the beginning of September, unless there is a contest in which, you know, he might be exposed as not having the answers. He's going to be Prime Minister in just about 3 weeks' time, and even his supporters think he's not ready. I think Labour MPs are aware, and some are very, very worried about how this looks, because I don't think we've ever had a situation before, certainly not in my lifetime, where somebody has taken over as Prime Minister, where not only have they not been elected by the public, but they haven't at a minimum gone through some sort of leadership contest. I mean, actually, Theresa May, there was going to be a contest, and then Andrea Leadsom dropped out, so it didn't happen. The point was, though, she was already in government for several years. She'd been Home Secretary. This is completely different. This is a man who failed to get elected as Labour leader twice to Ed Miliband and Jeremy Corbyn, both of whom then went on, of course, to lose general elections. He's been out of the picture as Mayor of Greater Manchester for several years, and yet here he is, I think, highly, highly likely, 99% certain, to walk into that black door behind me in just a few weeks' time.
Yes, Catherine, indeed. Well, it's going to be a very fast-developing situation in Westminster there, so thank you for being with us there live in Downing Street. Thanks very much, Catherine. We'll come back to you again very shortly. In the studio with us now is Deputy Editor of Spikes Online, Fraser Myers. Fraser, good morning. Good to see you today.
Good morning.
What a day it was yesterday.
It was an absolutely extraorinary day. We had the Prime Minister resigning, finally falling on his sword after many, many weeks of people telling him to go, particularly after those absolutely disastrous local election results last month. And he tried to list his achievements. I think it was quite a dishonest speech, if I'm honest with you. Keir Starmer doesn't have many achievements to his name. He talked about stabilising the economy when really, you know, we just had a month go by where we borrowed £26 billion in an entire month, which is the same as the borrowing for the entire fiscal year of 2018-2019. He talked about putting the Labour Party in a better position to win another election. Well, he's currently third in a lot of national polls. He even had the gall to talk about the UK being in a good position on defence and him having sorted out the UK's defences. Well, I'm afraid that was one of the triggers for his resignation, because the entire Defence Ministry resigned. So I think it was a typical Starmer speech in its dishonesty. I don't think he'll be missed. I think he was probably one of the least honest and least competent leaders of our generation. And everyone has seen the graphic of the leaders, our Prime Ministers having shorter and shorter terms. Lots of people will say that means the country is ungovernable. I don't think it is. I think the public deserve a better quality of leader, and they're not getting it. And I dare say they're going to get it from Andy Burnham, who has many of the traits of Keir Starmer.
Yeah, because he's had this hero's welcome yesterday, didn't he, in Westminster? 200 MPs crowding in for a selfie with him. Do you think we're going to see a coronation, or would you like to see a contest?
I suspect we will get a coronation. You're right to describe it as a hero's welcome, and of course all of the news channels were following his train down from Manchester and crowding him at London Euston as he came out. Lots of people have described that or likened it to Lenin appearing at the Finland station in Moscow ahead of the Russian Revolution. I think Andy Burnham is more the politics of John Lennon, slightly airy-fairy, imagined soft left type politics rather than hard left figure. But still, you can see the wheels are in motion to give him a coronation. There are some leadership contenders popping up. So Al Khan's, for instance, has expressed interest in running. Darren Jones, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, has expressed interest in running. I think he has absolutely no hope whatsoever.
Especially these people who are putting their hat in the ring. They're not... obviously, I'm assuming none of them seriously believe they're going to beat Andy Burnham. Is this Is this posturing? Is this trying to get a bit of media attention? Is it trying to say, look, I'm dangerous, I want a cabinet position? Is that what this is?
It does seem like that because, you know, all of the heavy hitters, all of the potential other really serious leadership challenges, whether that's Angela Rayner or Wes Streeting, they've rode behind Andy Burnham by this stage. So a coronation is looking more and more likely. Now, there's a question as to whether that's a good thing for the country. Andy Burnham remains pretty much untested on the national stage. He failed 3 times to become leader of the Labour Party. Lots of people will say he's been successful as the mayor of Greater Manchester, but there are a lot of areas that are that he's not responsible for there. That actually, you know, it's the national government that has to take tough decisions. Whereas if you're a local mayor or a regional mayor, you can essentially bask in the you know, the good things and then blame Westminster on anything that goes wrong. He won't be able to do that when he's Prime Minister. It's not necessarily clear how he wants to govern. He's trying to, you know, what we're seeing in the press that actually that it's going to be continuity Starmer, in which case would we need a general election? I think we should probably be able to have a vote on our leader, especially if they want to change the direction radically. I can't see him wanting to do that.
Continuity Starmer, who was continuity Tory. This is the problem, and this is the reality, in my opinion. I'd love to hear what you guys both think as well, because it feels to me like the British public are going through Prime Ministers so rapidly because they're not getting the change that they're being told they are voting for.
Absolutely. You know, we have some very serious fundamental problems in this country, whether that's a stagnant economy, that could be out of control immigration, both legal and illegal, underfunded defence. The list goes on, and yet it doesn't seem as if any of the recent Prime Ministers have been able to get a grip on this. And that, unfortunately, is why their terms are so short and why they're being constantly turfed out of office. Not because the public is too fickle and, you know, doesn't understand the problems. And the governing class presents itself as sensible and measured and technocratic and competent. Time and again, they show themselves to be the opposite.
OK, Fraser, we're going to see you in the next hour. Thank you very much. Well, we had some crazy weather overnight, didn't we?
It was mental.
And potentially record-breaking temperatures this week. Ada McGibbon has got all of the details for us.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hi there, welcome to the latest update from the Met Office for GB News. Widespread sunny skies today, the odd shower or thunderstorm, but otherwise it's just increasingly hot across the United Kingdom with extreme heat expected in some places. Temperatures rising quickly once any showers and thunderstorms clear from the east of England. 1 or 2 showers could pop up across northern England and more especially the north and northwest of Scotland. Patchy cloud in northern areas, unbroken sunshine elsewhere, and temperatures widely across the UK looking at the mid to high 20s or low 30s, but across the heart of England into parts of Wales, temperatures into the mid-30s, 37 Celsius, the most likely maximum temperature. That would beat June's temperature record set in 1976. But it's going to get even hotter over the next few days. It's also going to stay very warm overnight, and you can see into the evening still temperatures in the mid-20s across a large part of Scotland, into Northern Ireland as well. Some patchy cloud here, blue skies continuing for many parts of England and Wales. 6 p.m. temperatures, 34, 35 Celsius for the likes of Oxford and London, for example. Those temperatures staying elevated overnight, especially around some western and southwestern coastal parts, with high humidity expected through the day and night of the next few days. We can expect a very oppressive feel to things, buildings and people struggling to cool down. So we start off Wednesday with temperatures already in the low to mid-20s, and those temperatures are going to rise very quickly through the morning. Wednesday, one of the hottest days of the week and one of the hottest days ever recorded in the UK. Patchy cloud and some showers in the north of Scotland, hot sunshine elsewhere, temperatures peaking at 39 Celsius, if not a little higher in places.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Some people enjoy lazy Sunday mornings, but not me.
What's the truth of the matter?
So that's a very live question.
Would you support him if he waters down these plans?
Before the spin sets in, I'll be getting to the truth.
This is personal.
No soft questions, no easy answers.
It's one thing if the state has rules in this country. It's another thing whether the police and others actually police them.
Setting the agenda and holding those in power to account.
You can't really blame her if the system is set up this way.
You will not want to miss it, trust me. The Camilla Tominey Show, Sundays from 9:30, only on GB News.
Right, well, rare red warnings have been issued as Britain braces for extreme heat this week.
Yes, forecasters say temperatures could reach 38 to 40 degrees in parts of England and Wales, potentially breaking that June record set in 1976. And so many of you get in touch and say you remember that summer of 1976 and just how hot it was.
Well, this is it. I mean, listen, also, so many people just want to enjoy the state today, which I also encourage.
Yeah,
really do.
Very few hot, sunny days.
We do, yeah, we do, and it'll be freezing cold before you know it. So do enjoy it where you can. But all we say is just be sensible. But also, we do know this country is not built for any change in temperature. So that means things like schools, transport workers and the NHS could all be affected with humid days and very warm nights, making it harder for people to recover.
Well, we're joined now by a friend of the programme, pharmacist Thorin Govend. Very good to see you this morning, Thorin. So let's talk about this red heat alert that's been issued. What could that mean for people's health?
OK, it's really important that if you're taking any prescribed medication that you carry on doing that unless you're advised to do so by a healthcare professional. But we know that some medications might make you more prone to the risks of heat. So some of our viewers might be on medications for their blood pressure. Some of them might be on things like diuretics, so they make you go to the toilet more. So if you are on medications that increase your risk of dehydration, we definitely need to be thinking more about keeping up our fluid intake.
Yeah, I guess what's the best advice, Thorin, for people who might want to be enjoying the sun, who, of course, also might be a little bit vulnerable? What sort of advice do you give them? Because we do get these very few rare warm days, and I know it's going to be exceptionally hot today and tomorrow in many parts of the country, but people still want to be able to enjoy themselves. So how can they do that safely?
Absolutely. So look, make sure you're sipping water little and often. Make sure you're reapplying sunscreen, because the big problem is people get excited, apply their sunscreen before they go out, and then they just forget to top it up. Make sure I would be recommending SPF 50. And make sure you're don't forget your ears as well. I don't know about you, both of you, but I feel like my technology is failing me a bit at the moment. The phones, the laptops just feel a bit slower.
Yeah, definitely do, Thorin, definitely. What advice do you have? A couple of things for you. What advice do you have for people who are suffering with hay fever this week? Because that's coming at us, quite high pollen count this week. And also many people up right now who haven't slept a wink last night, really struggling with sleep. So what advice do you have on those two things?
So top tips when it comes to hay fever, don't just think about medication. That's my top advice as a pharmacist. So things like Vaseline around under your nostrils, that will trap the pollen. Making sure you're washing your clothes before you come inside. Monty, our dog's going to need a wash before he comes into the house, so that we get all the pollen off. So I think it's just about making sure the pollen doesn't come into the house. And I know it's really tempting sometimes to get all the windows open, but actually that's the worst thing you can do, because it's letting all the pollen in, but also all the heat's coming in as well.
And Thorand, when people are out and about and they're trying to get from A to B today, is it good? What sort of practice should they take? Should they take water with them? Should they take extra sun cream? What sort of provisions would be necessary if you're heading to the beach, for example?
Okay, well, I think places like the Tube are not the place to be if you can avoid places like that. Even the trains, they're saying try and avoid using the trains unless you actually really need to. And I know that advice is increasing through the week. So if you're just out and about generally with the heat, I think really important that you take with you bottled water, especially if you're travelling in the car. You don't know what the situation is going to be. Pack that sunscreen as well. You can get spray bottles for water, which I think are really nice if you're just out and about. And in terms of hay fever, make sure you're carrying your antihistamines with you. People forget with hay fever that they need to start taking the antihistamine tablets before all their symptoms kick in. That's something that they really forget. So, and then my last big piece of advice for everyone when it comes to taking your medication is, remember, it can degrade in the heat. So make sure you're not storing your medication in bathroom cupboards, or if you're going out and about, don't leave it in the car.
All right, great advice, Thorand Governed. Always good to see you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the sunshine. Right, if you are travelling to work or school this morning, here's your traffic and travel update.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from GBnews.com. The M77 southbound is closed between Junction 2 at Cowglen and Junction 3 at Darnley due to overnight maintenance. Drivers on the M25 clockwise face 10-minute delays, exiting at Junction 14 for Heathrow Terminal 5 near Slough. In Greater London, the M4 spur southbound between Junction 4 and Junction 4A is experiencing similar 10-minute delays, with normal traffic expected to resume by 6:25 this morning. And on the trains, major disruption continues for East Midlands Railway and Thameslink services between London St Pancras International and Bedford due to hot weather impacting journeys. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Welcome back. Just coming up to 6:30. Let's speak now to Cabinet Office Minister Nick Thomas-Symonds, who joins us now. Very good to see you, Mr. Thomas-Symonds. Thank you for waiting on the line there for us.
Good morning.
Just need to talk about yesterday, don't we? It's hard to believe, isn't it? I'm sure you feel exactly the same way. You had the landslide victory less than 2 years ago, that massive majority of 174 seats, and now Sir Keir Starmer has become the shortest-serving Labour Prime Minister in history. What went wrong?
Well, look, first of all, it's good to join you as always, but I thought yesterday the Prime Minister was putting the country first. As he said in the speech that he gave yesterday just outside number 10, the question that Labour MPs, the Parliamentary Labour Party, is asking is, who is now best placed to take us into the next general election, the second half of this Parliament? He accepted what members of Parliament were saying, as he said with good grace. He was definitely the man, the Prime Minister, to lead us to victory. He took a party in 2019 that had suffered its worst electoral defeat since 1935, led us to a landslide victory. He's obviously led the country in the 2 years since, and has, and I think will have, significant achievements to his name, not just things in domestic politics like renters' rights, employment rights, keeping the economy, putting the economy on a stable footing, investing in things like the NHS. And I've seen in my work the Prime Minister putting Britain back on the international stage. But yesterday was important. The Prime Minister does not want to be in a situation where there is chaos. What the Prime Minister wanted to do was to make sure we now have an orderly transition to a new Prime Minister, and that's what we will do.
Minister, there's lots of talk now about a general election, particularly as it looks increasingly likely that Andy Burnham is going to be crowned as not just Labour leader but also Prime Minister inevitably. He's only won a mandate from 0.03% of the population, but unusually he'll be if he is crowned as Prime Minister, he'll also have the weakest mandate of any Prime Minister in modern British history, as he wasn't even standing under your manifesto. You've called for a general election many times before when the Tories changed party leaders. Will you stand by your word and call for a general election when you change leader in your own party?
Well, I'd be surprised if the opposition wasn't always calling for a general election. I mean, I hope I was calling for a general election a lot more often than that when I was in opposition. That's exactly what I'd expect the opposition to do. But we live in a parliamentary democracy. That means that the Prime Minister is always going to be the person who commands the confidence of MPs, commands the confidence of the House of Commons. And frankly, this method of changing Prime Minister has become quite common. I think it's not since, Edward Heath was the last Prime Minister back in the early 1970s who both became Prime Minister at an election and left office at an election. So this has become quite a regular way. So I don't think there's an issue of legitimacy at all in the way that you say. And I think what is important now is that we are getting on with that job of delivery as a government.
Would you be satisfied then with the coronation of Andy Burnham as Labour leader and Prime Minister, or would you like to see a contest, even if that's just so that his policies can be heard on a national platform?
Well, first and foremost, I will be backing Andy Burnham. I think we need somebody who has a track record of delivery. That's exactly what he has shown as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. But secondly, in relation to Andy Burnham, there is a question as to who can take on and beat reform at the next general election, and he has just shown comprehensively how to do that in Makerfield. Now, with regard to this issue of a contest and a coronation, look, it's not an unreasonable ambition to want to be the leader of the Labour Party. I know that lots of colleagues will be thinking, these are heady days, will be thinking very, very carefully about what they want to do and weighing up the advantages and disadvantages. But for me, it is about a stable, orderly and swift transition. So that is what I am in favour of, and backing Andy Burnham to take over and to build upon the work of the last 2 years.
Minister, I appreciate what you're saying when you talk about calling for a general election and calling for a contest, and I understand that this is politics, but the British public don't see it that way, do they? They see this as the same old politics that has basically made them lose faith in our system. They are fed up with the changing leader, the changing Prime Minister in our country. It's making the country look like a joke. Your party came in promising to end the chaos of the last one. You've been embroiled in as much chaos as the last Conservative government in their failing years. And I think now the question is, if you're going to change leader again and you're going to rip up your mandate from the people, and Andy Burnham, as he signalled throughout his campaign, is going to change the direction of the Labour Party in office, surely, with such a weak mandate, you're going to need to ask the people's permission to do that. And do you think that the British public will not forgive you if you don't, as they didn't forgive the Conservative Party?
Well, when I was knocking doors back in May, what I was getting was a real sense of urgency about the speed of change and wanting to deliver that change in people's lives more quickly.